All right.
立ち尽くして物思いにふける癖のせいで、時々皆さんにも寝てるのかとつっつかれてしまうんです。
There we go. Okay. So today we're gonna finish off the second half of the event. Okay, this is good. Let me set these. All right. Let me just kick it off right away. All right, where were we? They went to that negative world or whatever the hell it was. Confess, those deep in dream return to reality while arrogant ages return to their homeland. Oh, hey, look at her casual outfit. What? It is the greatest graduation ceremony in the history of St. Theodore's Comprehensive School. No, the greatest ever held in the entire history of Lateran education. 17 giant fireworks burst up into the air as the 17-year-old red-haired Sancta strums her strings wildly, opening her solo concert. The sound echoes through the campus, rattling the windows of nearby school buildings. The pews near the stage, statues and pool. Apple pies of all kinds lie everywhere. But the entire square is empty as the red-haired Sancta plays her guitar and sings, with no teachers or students to cheer her on. It is no rare sight to see a student planning her own graduation ceremony in Laterano, but she is not even at the age to do so. She fails to get her permission to graduate early, but even she has already completed her preparatory courses for university. But what a sin to complete them without a ceremonial flair. Students open their classroom windows and watch from afar as the red-haired Sancta strums and sings without a care. Oh, I have to charge my... until her final number. Then they witness an unforgettable sight. Where is my... Sorry. The red-haired Sancta plays her last notes, bows and takes the air. The school gates then burst open as more than 100 automated confessionals fled into the campus. Where the audience should have been are now confessionals with their doors open. All their mobile electronic confessors join in the red-haired Sancta's performance with their volume set to maximum. Neither Laterano's largest choir nor its nosiest heavy metal band could rouse such a racket. Finally, the Pacifica cohorts rush to restore order on campus, as they persuade the confessionals to return to the roots. However, the instigator has long vanished from the scene, leaving only a single banner, unfolding as the last firework goes off. Let's send Nemio off on her next adventure with a bang. Nimue stops over at the Lateran port. So there's a Saint statue here too. Nice outfit. Weird how I never noticed before. They're actually pretty nice to look at. This is her first time leaving Laterano for a place without halos, in her search for people and answers. She steadily thinks, for no particular reason, of how she might not return for a long, long time. Didn't think that would actually let you interrogate me, sis. Only because the previous 7 cardinals got nothing out of you. Come, El. Help me open this. Why is this thing wrapped so tight? Wow, a milfoil fruit tart. The 7th tribunal is sure nice to suspects. Come on, I made it myself. There's also this. Take it. What's that now? Your diploma. After I awakened, the head of St. Theodore's, who was also mentoring me at the time, came to see me and asked me to keep it for you. Your application to graduate was rejected, but that ceremony you put together did indeed prove your skills. After all, how can you get that many confessionals to perform with you if you weren't really familiar with the programming and the Intercity's defense patterns? So the school consulted the Curia and granted you a diploma in the end. Congratulations, El. Even if it's a few years late. Thanks, sis. I'm sure my letters found their way to you. Yeah. You know, I made a bet with Mama and Tata. They said you'd major in intercity net security and become an expert in the notarial hall. But I thought you'd never waste your creative mind like that. I was sure you'd major in face-assistive engineering and design a new mobile confessional that'll shock the city. In the end, you left Laterano, just like that. Let me be clear, sis. I don't regret it one bit. You know I'm not the type, and I'm even less the type to let anyone hold any regrets for me. Which is why you rushed all your preparatory courses and threw that wild graduation ceremony, right? I peppered Mostima with questions about you. You work in Lungmen, your boss, your co-workers. I know you went to Saracusa, to Sargon, and many more places besides. You deal with all sorts of people every day. Gangs, cops, familia, Lord Tamir. You're always on the move. Why does my life sound so different after going through a Mostima filter? Well, I did live a nice life after leaving Laterano. Wasn't sad or anything. I mean, you were still bedridden then. Didn't know how you got hurt, if you'd ever wake up, and Mostima refused to say a word. I had to know what the heck happened. You're my sister, you know? But that woman, bless her heart, kept avoiding me. I got a whole load of nothing from her. Don't blame Mostima. No, sis. I've been through a lot these past few years. There's some stuff I would have never thought about if I stayed here. In Nungman, Mostima was the only Sancta around, but she lost her empathy. Texas, Sora, Croissant, Bison, and the boss. At first I made friends with them the same way I did here. We're all besties now, but without empathy I sometimes still can't help but worry about silly little things. I've been trying hard to overcome that, and every time I do, our ties become a little stronger. But here things are different. Like right now, I don't even have to think anything to know you want to go somewhere else to give me a big proper hug. What kind of collective has empathy turned us into? Does it make us more or less sensitive to others? Does it make us so insensitive that it's easier to accept totally outrageous change? Does this have something to do with everything you've done since you came back? Huh. Laterano's 6, sis. Just like you were back then. We gotta wake it up. Oh, you need to give me more than that. There's Pontifical Cohort's guardsmen right behind these doors, right? I heard them when I came into the room. Let me guess. Are you going to say this is your last chance? Or something like that? If you insist on refusing to explain why you disrupted the Summit of Nations and reveal the forces backing you, the 7th Tribunal will have to hand you over to someone else. I don't know what kind of punishment you'll face, El. Laterano's leniency has never applied to those who violated the law, especially these days. Come on, apple pie with mayonnaise. What? Oh, she was ready. What's going on? Was that an explosion downstairs? A terror attack? Aren't they interrogating the terrorism suspect upstairs right now? Who else would they dare to attack the 7th Tribunal? A Karo who won in position. A mobile confessional. Fired. Ah, what's going on? Who let that in here? They did not realize this one's malfunctioning. Well, that's just a mobile confessional, buddy. Ah, we thought it'd be a good idea to put so many guns in the confessional. Alert! A mobile confessional is attacking us and attempting to rescue the suspect in the meal. Calling all combat units, we need backup, I repeat. Again, on the left staircase, blow it up and I can slow them down for a little longer. Do you read me, El? I'm here to save you. Vanny. Haha, sick idea. I never expected you to find out the secret of this confessional and use it to help me out. It's nothing. It took me so long to finally realize there is something unusual with its plate number. I noticed it when you stopped it before, but I didn't think too much. I'll confess you to start with LC, for Laterano Automated Mobile Confessional, but this one starts with ELC. She practically scanned the entire city, stopping confessionals one by one, until I noticed her. What is the ELC stand for? Alright, XUCI. Pontifica cohorts reinforcements will be here soon, and the nurturing guards are also on the move. We need to get out now. Coming right up. Oh, cool. The guards respond quickly, constructing an emergency passage upstairs, assembling to face the chaos. XUCI breaks the door open as the confessional speeds up towards her, blocking bullets from the Pontifica cohorts. She hops onto the vehicle and steadies herself as the confessional wobbles wildly from her landing. The tanker's red hair flutters between the bullets and gun smoke. Confessor, wait, you've been exposed. So we can go back to normal, right? Leader, savior, doctor. You're so awesome. There's 6 guns on the front auto rack. There's 3 guns in here. Do what you do best. Wait, so they're speaking to us? When they switch out the bullets for non-lethal ones. As for whether they'll hurt your countrymen, I'll trust your aim. Gotcha. Talk about perfect timing. The Thebans Tribune have confiscated my guns. The passage on both sides are hard to break through. We need a new escape route. But through the winds we go. The noisier the better. We draw attention and make it easier for Vines to slip away. You won't fall apart, will you? Hold on tight. I can't promise I won't fling you out. I'll take the wheel. You handle our tail. Got it. The party's about to begin. So let's show them what a perfect pair can do. You don't know how XUCI manages to wield so many guns at once to suppress all the Pontifica cohort's guardsmen with a hell of bullets. You're also unsure if falling from a window this high will pose a problem back in reality. All you do is take her and zoom to the sky. Divide gingerbread. Rock and roll. Barrage. Apple. Never mind. Not the best place for that. Phew, I'm beat. Finally shook off the stragglers. That was tight. Since when did they react so fast? Sure enough, you took to the roofs, Al. Always the contrarian. Ever since you were little. Sis. What's with the confessional and that girl? Oh, just good friends of mine. You said all this lawbreaking is about waking Laterano up? You were never the type to talk theory or explain something away with fancy rhetoric. I wake Laterano up. You mean to ruse everyone in the city awake? It's complicated. Look at me, El. Yeah? Separated by roof ridges, Lemuel looks at her sister. The sun is unbearably bright, but she said look at me so gently that XUCI does not even blink before complying. For a long time, Lemuel and XUCI stand unspeaking. Silence links the two. Go. You're letting me walk away. You were only just created a cardinal of the 7th Tribunal. If they found out you let a prime suspect go, you're as good as defrocked, aren't you? Remember when the gunsmith had me pick a serial number for my guardian gun? Of course I remember. You didn't even mull it over. You just went straight for the date Mama and Tata brought you home. I told myself then. I told myself then to protect you and them forever. Hey sis, aren't you afraid they'll say you're covering for me? You don't get it, El. In choosing whom or what to protect, trust comes first. The time we spent together, the empathy and understanding between us. That's why I trust my sister. Why I trust she's making the right call. So the way I see it, I'm not covering for you just because you're my sister. In fact, there's plenty of other reasons for me to do this. Why don't you come with me, sis? No, your doubts. I've been having them too. Maybe there are some things I can still do in my position. I think it's this way. Yeah, we put them all the way here. Weird, they just vanished. They're so fast. The conventional engines have that power. There's too many forks here. Plus, Lemuel split ways from the confessional. Contact the Notorial Hall and request executive support. Also, have them scan all mobile confessionals on the inner city net to see if they can find the one designated ELC 001. Roger. Look up ahead. Oh, monsters here? She's on a bike. That looks so strange. Phew. Finally managed to catch up to you after clearing out your escape route. I won't let the ladder ends tear you apart. Thanks for the hard work. You know, I have to commend your sharp senses. You figured out that Arana was facing the Calamity based on just a few Santa operators' peculiar reports. It might have been too late. Have we waited any longer to make our move? It's only been a few months since everything happened on Rhodes Island. We have to be on guard for anything strange cropping up. Amiya's contacting our branch office operators. Closure is busy reconstructing a new place. Our elite operators are making sure the landship is clear. Well, you didn't take more than a second to decide to come with me. You're welcome. Though, it used to always be... Alright, Doctor, what's next? We were headed for so long, but now our efforts have gone to waste. We need to make sure Exusei can move unhindered. There's no longer any point in hiding our tracks. True, the strange ritual's over, and people have already woken from the dream. I'm sure the machine is already reacting, and the Curia and Nurtury are speeding things up in their respective ends. They want everyone to finish their dreams, to complete its, experiment. I can't use any of my skills here, and their comms controls turned you into this. They've cut down your engine power too. You move pretty slow now. I'm glad you're here, monster. Well, I couldn't find anything else to drag you around either, so... Doctor, open your door. There's a couple of donuts in there. I have to refill my energy. Oh my god. This is gonna distract. Are you holding on? I'm kind of used to it. I'm fine. You just get used to carrying me around. That's not the time for jokes, Doctor. The Shrine of Nurture incubated these monsters with halos in the dream. But how did they get to evade reality? Look at the projections on the buildings. Notice the strange colors around us. Wow, sharp eyes to notice all these little details while I'm dragging you at high speed. Glad you have excellent dynamic visual acuity. Uh-oh, they're catching up. Alright. Hold on tight. So, what's the switch where you're talking about anyway? It's not the dream collapsing that's affecting reality. The dream is just a facade. It's already using reality itself. So the case later on wasn't caused by the machine going haywire. It's the opposite. It dragged everyone into this collective dream just so it could maximize its synchronization efficiency and output a pre-programmed result. Which it could do if it was running at full power. Doctor, we have to know. what it ultimately wants Laterano to become. And what exactly prompted it to make this decision. Monster, have you found a connection point yet? I've tried various methods ever since we came to Laterano with our lead in hand and entered the dream, but the machine's operating logic is too unique. I need more time. We're already exposed in both dreamland and reality, Doctor. The city is rejecting us like a virus. So our current priority is to stay alive. Calamity is already here. You're starting. But there's no time to express any regret as you and Monster rush through the illusion and reality, fleeing. No. Looking for a lead on the trail of your fate. This trip to Laterano has been perilous. Yet the bumpy ride somehow helps you shelve some of your concerns. Unconsciously, you have already entrusted your life to her. To Monster. Thank you, Monster. What? Is that... I thought I was seeing things. So go greet our mutual friend. Keep moving, Arturia. Are you not worried about the doctor? I am worried. But it is not my top priority at the moment. It is the first time I have seen that woman who took the doctor away. But her appearance and combat style are familiar to me. With her, the doctor is not in imminent danger. Also, the doctor has drawn away many of the monsters and created an opportunity for us to escape. We should leave at once and locate the Pope. Fede, I'll help you add what you just said into your mission report for Rhodes Island. I will write it myself. So hijinks.
Firearm check.
Don't make too big of a show.
May the Lord bless us. Draw. Aim. Loose!
Chill, everyone. I'm just here for a few questions.
He's blocked. Yeah.
Gospel. Gather at my fingertips.
Cause of the Sancta. He's fear.
Behold, the symphony of countless voices.
All right. I was really hoping it wouldn't turn out like this.
Feel the bowstring tremble.
I shall ensure the integrity of the law.
Ow.
My bow has 3 choices, and the enemy 3 hardships. Gospel, gather at my fingertips.
Understood. Target confirmed.
Gospel, gather at my fingertips.
These enemies are weird.
Mission accomplished.
Seems we've come up a bit empty-handed. The room showed little sign of recent human activity. His usual household furniture, such as the rocking chair, coffee maker, and shooting target, are all covered with dust. The terminal shows no communication records or abnormal messages. There's no opportunity to produce any additional evidence for now. Preliminary deduction. Pope Evangelista 11 has been missing for roughly 2 weeks. I only met His Holiness once, and already mentally prepared myself. But to know something really has happened to him. That was during her operator record. Arturia, explain. You seem to have a theory as to where His Holiness has gone. We meet again, Grandpa with the ladder and candy. The Curia's joint trial has already concluded, with your signature on the verdict. The condemned shouldn't be having a private meeting with the Pope, though. So, what is your decision? So straightforward. I imagined you'd say something like, I was just taking my post-desert walk and accidentally bumped into you. As for whether I'm willing to become a so-called saint, I believe we had a thorough discussion on the topic when I was at Rhodes Island. We certainly did. I'm quite fond of that lantern myself. A pity our meeting was so short. I still remember that sunset when you performed a not-so Lateran piece. I also remember you were hoping for me to provide more evidence. Yes. Do you still remember my words, child? That every light we know will one day be extinguished. Ha, it's etched into my mind. It's an interesting expression after all. The day will soon come. Of course, it is just a hunch. The Pope points to his own halo. It's been sending me a lot of warnings lately, but refuses to respond to any of my questions. What does that mean? To put it in another way, our glorious law is suddenly no longer interpretable. I don't know how to play the cello, Your Holiness. Of course. Interpreting Holy Scriptures is the Pope's job. Trouble has popped up at work, and I have to figure out how to solve it somehow. So, what do you need me to do? Stay vigilant. I'm not sure what exactly will happen, so this is the only thing I can say. If the Holy City's lights do go out, then trust in your ideal understanding, your ideal emotion, the kind of unreserved, pure, and honest communication that you seek. An alienist like you would then perhaps become a panacea or a poison, but regardless, you will turn things around. It sounds like I have no reason to refuse you. Though I'm not the only alienist Laterano has. Indeed, I was just about to contact the other saints. Though I pray we still have the time. So that is why you began suspecting your surroundings so early. Not the whole reason, Fede. One's inner main theme may stay the same, but it's hard for me to miss those supplementary and missing segments, all blended together too seamlessly. Sister Hildegard is a good example. What concerns me more, though, is that the incident happened before His Holiness managed to find you. The situation is too complicated. Otto Laterano has fallen into an unfathomable calamity on a scale near to what we experienced in the Witch King's Pavilion. We require support. Fortunately, I have my cello with me. Magister. There's no answer. When Nini walks around the workshop but fails to find her master, she spots a bottle of eye drops on the workbench, uncapped. Vani, about time. Huh? A gunite came by earlier and took Paganini away. Before he left, the gunite told me to tell you to hurry over to the Curia to assist their investigation. Vani, are you two in some sort of trouble? Either way, you'd better get to the Curia. The gunite wasn't in the best of moods. Magister. It must be because of her and Elle, but no matter, she thinks. Her master should not get caught up in this. Wait, these are... Some bullet cases are scattered on the workbench, as if they were casually left by a careless gunsmith. Vanini puts on her gloves and begins collecting them as she usually does, but suddenly she feels as if she recognizes these casings, like they're old friends. The shells are smooth to the touch, even the edgings have been rubbed flat. How many times have they been handled? What kind of bullet cases would receive such care, and in whose hands? Vanini takes off her gloves. She touches a casing, the metal still slightly warm. Dios Mus, Lord Almighty, You scared the glasses off of me. Are you finally going to say something? You're already 40 now. Any sanctum your age should be speaking with a bright halo over their head. Alright, I was hallucinating. You still can't talk. I would have left this ride in place long ago if I hadn't picked you up by chance. Just thinking about having to live in the same city as that damn Patricion makes me sick. How many hospitals and churches have we been to, huh? And still, no one has any idea if you were just born like this, or if your lord has a problem with you. It's been 3 years. You have no halo, and neither do I. So of course I have no clue what's going on in your head. Seems like I've gotten used to my little mute here, and even I myself am growing quieter day by day. Whatever. You haven't run off in the middle of the night, so I'll just assume you like it here. That's enough for me. Considering how responsive you are, if you ever want to communicate with me, you have to figure out a way yourself. Bonnie, let go. Why the sudden hugging, crying, and laughing? Did I flip a switch somewhere? You don't usually respond to anything I say. Are you trying to make up for all these years at once? Also, what's the sudden light over your head? Those doctors and clerics treating you the past 3 years couldn't do a thing. But you picked the gun with the Lemuel kid and now you're fine? Still can't speak, hmm? Don't you sack the sprout halos from your first word? Did your halo come out early because it got impatient? I'm no sancta. So I don't get how you communicated with that kid through the guardian gun, or how much it mattered to you. In any case, now I know you can understand me perfectly. That's enough for me. Okay, that hurts. If you're willing to listen, I can teach you a less violent way to communicate. Sit here and stay. Look at these bullet casings. Here, I'll teach you. Since when am I able to talk? I shouldn't. To little Vanini, understanding and expression were a pair of rusty doors blocking her from communicating. She lived with the Garudas and eccentric Libri for 3 years, unable to figure out when he was happy or angry, unable to express her own annoyance or adoration. She never thought a sancta with both fiery hair and personality would blast a hole into her sealed-off heart without the need for words. Later, her masterpiece small bullet casings together and, word by word, taught her a whole new language. Even after she finally learned some simple phrases, they still used the shells to communicate. But today she no longer remembers when exactly she did finally manage to grasp the most complex of sentences, let alone how many times she nonchalantly tossed the shells left by her master into the trash. She dares not imagine his perplexed face as he rubbed the shells they used for more than a decade, wondering why his student no longer cherishes this special language from the depths of her memory. Through tearful eyes, she realizes once more what those cases mean. It's a warning. No, Magister. Oh, Vani, I just remembered something that was bothering me. When the Gunite took Paganini away, it didn't look like they were heading for the Curia. I'd say they were going toward the Shrine of Nurture. Huh. Cardinal Lemoine, forgive me for my tardiness. I was just sorting out the gunsmithy handover documents. There's just so much. Why are you here? Cardinal A. Ramos, have a seat. Easy now, just passing on the Curia's newest orders. What kind of orders requires your presence? The Curia has decided to suspend all Cardinal Lemoine's work. You shall serve as an acting Cardinal of the 7th Tribunal until her work review is complete. What? You heard me. The 7th Tribunal was raided by unknown forces recently, and the suspect Lemuel, who attempted to disrupt the Summit of Nations, managed to escape during the chaos. Cardinal Lemoine made contact with the suspect, but released her without authorization. After further investigation, it was discovered she acted similarly during the Pagas Devan's explosion and the attack on the Shrine of Nurture. Cardinal Lemoine has engaged in severe violations of the 7th Tribunal's Code of Conduct, as well as the law. Why me? We wouldn't have captured the suspect without the crucial evidence you provided, and perhaps the nativity would have been sabotaged. Amos, you spent more than a decade in the 7th Tribunal, correct? 2 more months, and that will be exactly 14 years. You're the oldest functionary here, and they're familiar with the 7th Tribunal's business. Does it not make you the most suitable candidate? You may have been in absence of opportunity, rather than a personal lack of ability. Or it may have been. That has prevented you from playing a more important role. Be more confident in yourself, boy. Boy. Reverend Patricion, I've always felt like you did not like me much. I still remember the first time Aurela and I went to visit you. It was not you, but Fiametta, who had just come from school, welcomed us. I mean, I don't like you. Aurela was my best student, exceptionally talented in armored combat and firearms, but she had too much of a character and an extreme way of doing things. While you, on the opposite, were too weak, and yet these are your own choices. I'll just say this again. I wasn't home that day because my armor broke and needed fixing. Besides, if you're going to make it personal between us, you're the one who's holding a deeper grudge, right? I personally expelled Aurela from Laterano after all. When it comes to that, I only blame myself. You're right, I'm too weak. I have nothing to my name. I couldn't help Aurela diffuse her anger, even though I was right there with her. And so, she heard the shackled Sarkas and the Abbey, and ultimately leveled her gun at her own people. And after she made that terrible mistake, I didn't even manage to see her one last time, Reverend Patricion. I really can't do anything. Then think on what you can still do right now. Now? The Summit of Nations is still ongoing, and the 7th Tribunal has lots of business on hand. You will be temporarily created Cardinal, as the Curia has decided. Alright. What? Handshake review complete. You now have access to Cardinal privileges and permissions. Wait, so fast? I still haven't... Cardinal Amos. In the face of calamity, Laterano must strive for efficiency. So there will be no welcome tea and cake for you. Was the gun knight gone? Amos pulls out a chair. Oh, hold on. Oh, I guess it just wants to be like that. Amos pulls out a chair. He opens his terminal, and his privileges have indeed already been updated, as Patricion said. Everything happens so fast, he needs some time to adjust, and he suddenly realizes something. He taps on the File Explorer, and scrolls all the way down, finally arriving at his target at the bottom. He opens the document, his finger pausing on the signature confirmation page. Aurela, I finally... Newly created Cardinal Amos sees a smile on his face reflected on the terminal screen. It is a little ridiculous, he thinks. This is... Oh, look at this NPC. That's new. It's Laterano, we're finally back. No, something's off. Those strangely colored shadows, look at their shapes. They're projecting the Shrine of Nurturing. What's going on? Has Laterano changed? Or do we have brain damage? Watch out, behind you. The creature with the halo. What? There's more and more of them. Wait, stay back. I don't need an extra halo on me. Nice shot. They don't dodge bullets. We should be fine. Why do you look so dazed? Let's clear a way out. What's wrong? Ooh, they can't attack them. You're fallen. They're abided by the law too. Our awakenings may have influenced others to wake up as well, but there are also more of these halo sporting creatures. Those creatures drag the awakened into the strangely colored projections and then vanish together. They did not even manage to retaliate, and the Sancta who shot at those creatures have fallen? Fede, I'm afraid my joke from before was no joke at all. These things are considered Sancta, and thus are people? How strange and chaotic their hearts sound. What should I listen for within the mess? What should I share with them? They can't feel our emotions either, and they're anxious over it. They desperately want to share theirs, but they can only resort to brute force. Like an infant yet to grow a halo, no matter what they want to express, they can only cry and grab their parents' sleeves. Yes, they are our people, just too immature. Immature, but powerful. The law grants an infant a halo when it speaks its first word, because language represents rationality's awakening. And rationality refers to a Sancta finally gaining the capacity to be conscientious of both their people and the law. Why would the law deem a pack of non-sentient creatures as Sancta, and also compel them to use brute force to intervene in their people's fates? Anomalies only continue to multiply. Currently, the only individual we may cooperate with is the doctor. Being present already, the doctor must know something about the current situation. Arturia, are you certain the doctor remembers the sound of your strings? The doctor was almost present at every of my few performances on Rhodes Island. A pity the doctor was never my intended audience, but I ought to be glad the doctor seemed to have been listening carefully every single time. Only your first sentence contained actual information, Arturia. Sure. Well then, Fede, I will guide the doctor with my cello. Set a notification should be interrupted too. Here and now, of all times. Federico checks his communicator. Hello, can you hear me? Aurela, former citizen ID. A group of Ferrari Sancta and war refugees, currently north of the Lateran city, 3 kilometers out. Requesting permission to enter the city.
Mission complete.
Okay, interesting. Funeral. All walk towards the inevitable end. That is why the continuity of meaning is so precious. No other Laterano operator? Oh, actually, you know what?
Why do I feel like I'm taking a bunch of kids out to a picnic?
I gotta know.
Oh, that was one wild shot from... What is wrong with your medics? Do they think I'm a child? A medal just for cooperating with medical personnel? Shouldn't that be common sense? What are they giggling about? Oh, that was one wild shot from Fia. Reminds me of when I was young.
4 chips. 2 of these. Should be able to produce these. I think. No.
よく休めましたか
I
ドクタ
can't
ー
produce those. Where are my chick packs? Should be here. Here we go.
Why do I feel like I'm taking a bunch of kids out to a picnic?
Hold on. Oh yeah, they changed that. Gotta grab it. There we go.
You see all these medals? That vampire told me to come here to claim my prize. I can't guess what you're gonna give me. Another medal? Is it a collect 20 to get the grand prize deal? Oh, that was one wild shot from Fia. Reminds me of when I was young.
Keep them there for now. Yeah. Now we got a full lettering squad.
Yep, no problem. I've got
Oh,
all
I
the
guess monster
objectives
makes
all
sense, too.
memorized.
This is the place. Enjoy some rest. I thought I was going to the Notorial Hall or the Basiliska to be questioned about Arturia's escape. The guy who brought you here has other business to attend to. He asked me not to tell you. Excuse me. He asked me to tell you not to worry about the Arturia case. Long as Lander Monastery served the Holy City dutifully, there will be no excessive penalty just because a single prisoner escaped. Yeah, that's good to hear. It was for another reason that you were brought here. There are so many. Would you prefer a quieter location? No, what I mean is, why is everyone in the nursery a library? Hildegard scans around the room and sees library in all sorts of outfits, sitting or standing. There is little conversation, only the steady ring of the comfort bells. Hundreds? Thousands? Too many to count. An entire city's worth of library seems to be assembled here. Says, when did this nursery become so large? No, more importantly, why are all these library here? Don't tell me. You have a room full of perros, a room full of felines, a room full of lupos. And as to observation, we also have rooms for the fallen angels and sarkas. You're awfully forthcoming. The Shrine of Nurture has nothing to hide. At the conclusion of the Nativity, the Curia announced that the Sancta would share the halo with all races. The simplest method is to do it race by race. Do you mean we can have halos too? We can feel each other the way Sanctas do. As he felt the Arbor Beast's heartbeat at the Nativity. Why? Why what? Why do we need halos? So you brought me here, not because of Anini, but because I am Liberi? Yes. I'll get a big old light over my head like yours. Go on in, Pag. Huh, sounds like I don't have a choice. And it also sounds like a wonderful thing, doesn't it? At least it'll be good for your eyes. More than that, I think. If I had a halo, I'd be able to tell what that metal heart of yours was feeling when you kicked Gia out of Laterano. I know you blame me for that. Glad to know that you know. Maybe things would have gone better for you if that hadn't happened. Over centuries of Lateran history, many have tried to recreate the terrifying high-caliber revolving antique gun that the ancient tomes described. Only you succeeded. That design, which assumed the user could withstand a recoil 5 times that of the ordinary gun, was the work of a genius, or a madman. Oh, you're bragging about being born to be a gun knight. After all, you successfully tested my design before ever putting on the suit of armor. I just thought we were born to be partners. You and I and Gia were always the best of friends, from primary school through university. But my first official mission as a gun knight was to exile Gia from Laterano. After that, you gave up gunsmithing for the Apostolic Knights, opened a workshop somewhere I didn't know about, and now I decided to retire, alright? You and your Vapa shrine of gunsmithing. What use did you Sancta have for me if you treat gunsmithing like making potato chips? It's a crime to be a non-Sancta, is it? Gia got exiled. I get to have a halo put on me. The Liberi aren't allowed to live in Laterano the way we are now, are we? The thing with Gia had nothing to do with being a Liberi. Even if she was Sancta, the Lateran wouldn't allow someone with Oripathy. You don't know shit. Lateran order and Lateran purity again? How many times do you think I've heard that garbage from you? Do you really believe in it yourself? Somnias, dormis. How could you? If you thought even once about how Gia died out there, alone. I admit, I did believe in it, Patricion. Until that day. We got hangovers together, played with guns together, cried and laughed together. No one in Laterano could clink glasses like we could. But when I saw Gia disappear into the wilderness, and you just turned around and went back to Laterano the way you did, that was when I realized. We never actually shared a damn thing. The halo is not a bad thing, says the Hildegard. It's Laterano's blessing on us. I know. From the earliest nomads who followed the burden beast, the Liberi had always learned from the Sancta, from the ways of living, to the ways of thinking. The Liberi long for a better life, and they long to be part of the Holy City. We understand that. I know. I told that history to Arturia not so long ago. But there's only one thing the Liberi can never learn from the Sancta, the Halo. That is why certain conflicts between the Sancta and other races living in Laterano have lingered to this day. Unable to take part in Sancta empathy, you are troubled by doubts about your faith. You suspect Laterano of being indifferent, of alienation. To help with Landed Monastery's finances, you were away from Laterano for a long time, Sister Hildegard. That is why you may not have sufficient understanding of this situation. You can ask your fellow Liberi. I know many outsiders who live here envy your empathy. That is why we will now share it with everyone. There will be no more misunderstandings or differences. We will truly understand one another and eliminate the conflicts and barriers between us. The Liberi will become a truly inseparable part of Laterano. I just feel sad. What? I grew up in that city. I know where one can find the best desserts, which alley have a cloud beast that have special taste for pumpkins, which buildings have rooftops perfect for stargazing. At Landed Monastery, I made beer and bread with the Sancta Sisters, traveled to other countries to solicit sponsors, and got completely plastered whenever we came back. I took pictures of how the wings went through the backs of their chairs when sleeping, and they played lullabies in the chapel when I sneaked out, so that the Abbot will sleep a little longer. I remember that. Actually, the Abbot knew. He just didn't want to scold you. I'm a Lateran. I like this place. I love it very much. You're right that I often find myself from the outside looking in. I don't know why the Sanctas who had been crying a moment ago start laughing and singing at their cohorts' funerals. But my father was a hunter. Every winter, he would go into the mountains with his friends to hunt. He told me that even hunters who have hunted together for decades can have different ideas when they see the same quarry. They sometimes even fight over it. Everyone is different. That has nothing to do with whether or not we have a halo. But you tell me I won't truly become a Lateran until I have a halo. Do you mean to say I wasn't a true Lateran for the past 20 years? Has my entire life been a poor imitation? It has, Sister Hildegard. But you should not see that as a rejection of you or any other Liberi. It is simply a necessity for the acceptance of Laterano. I don't care about rejection or acceptance. I just don't think there's anything wrong with my life. And I don't see a reason why I have to accept this so-called blessing. Laterano has already made a decision, Sister Hildegard. It was the first time I experienced a parting pack. It wasn't a good feeling. I guess that was when my life started to go off the rails. It's like those popcorn movies, you know, the Chainsaw Guy series, or the Bridges of Michelin. First Gia, then you, then my finest student. I exiled her from Laterano personally. I worry, too, about Fia. What, you worry that your dear granddaughter might run away and you'll die alone? You all had your issues. I tried to do something, but never actually helped anyone. Huh. Did you really try? Or you're just lying to yourself to feel better? Maybe both. But there's something you got wrong. I support the idea of halos for everyone, not only because I want to protect the order and purity of the holy city. You're making Laterano sound awfully racist by putting it this way. A Laterano where everyone shares the halo will truly become one and whole. We'll be able to solve the unimaginable calamity that threatens all of Terra. It'll also solve all the other problems we've been having, including... Anyway, I think that's enough sharing for now. Dio gratias. Thank God that's over. Hearing all that garbage from you again is making me sick to my stomach. Going on in, Peg. And if I say no? I don't want that light show you've got on your head. And I've got no interest in studying your honorable motives. Paganini levels his gun at the gun night. Just give it a minute. What do you mean? You're a genius gunsmith, Pag, but you're a Libre. You can't use the guns you make. They're just your calling cards. If you're really that furious with me, give it until the ceremony. Then you can put a bullet in me. Once you have a halo, you'll be able to use it. Paganini smashes the gun against the knight's armor. Pieces fly in all directions, and the broken gun stock makes a dual thud as it hits the ground in the distance, echoing throughout the corridor. Go on in, Peg. Legatus Mostima, Overseer Piamera. Your contribution to Laterano is much appreciated. Now kindly come this way. So the nurseries are already filled to the brim? The ceremony is about to begin. The matriarch will first enlighten the Liberi who have lived in Laterano for many years. Then, the broken halos and wings of the fallen angels will be repaired. Quickly now, I will lead the way. Hey, Exu. Very interesting things you could talk about. I mean, it's not something I feel you could put like in simple words. But as with many things Arknights, you know, a lot of things aren't so black and white.
Loose.
Oh my god, that's a steal. All your units attack speed.
Raw. Aim. Loose. Monster. 座標についた. Gospel. Gather at my... I don't like damage unless it's necessary.
Oh, there's a thing on there.
Gospel. Gather at my fingertips.
What can I do here?
I'll hold this ground all on my own.
There are certain
Feel the bowstring tremble.
次は車椅子に飛行機です。
My bow has 3 choices, and the enemy 3 hardships.
Mission accomplished.
Nice. Come in. Cardinal Lemuel. I'm afraid you have to find another way to address me now. Now I was under the impression that the courier wasn't letting anyone visit me. Isn't that right? I put in a report. I was only just created. It's only natural that I would take my predecessor's advice. Haha, you adapted quickly, Cardinal Amos. They say you didn't really have aspirations. Senora, I didn't come to gloat. Our relationship was never cloak and dagger, was it? Sorry. But if you came to ask about Lemuel, I've already said this many times. I have no idea where she is. Something else that I want to ask about. Did you sacrifice your career only to protect your sister? Or did you truly believe what she said? From the Nativity to the Summit of Nations, something doesn't seem right about all that has been happening in Laterano lately. It's like we've come down with a sort of illness. They're the same thing to me. There's something I want you to see. Amos turns his terminal on and hands it to Lemuel. What's this? Application to join the Legati. I wanted to be a Legatus to get assigned to Bolivar. And get assigned to Bolivar. You want to leave Laterano? Why? My wife and I. We had a big fight and I left. When I came back, she had gone on a mission, dealing with Sarkaz raiders attacking caravans in the wilderness near Casto. She's always been like that, never listening to people. It was winter. I figured she wouldn't be back until spring. And I was thinking about doing something to make up for my leaving. You know the rest about what happened to her. Fallen, exiled, etc. It was convenient that the 7th Tribunal was responsible for national security and foreign relations. It took a long time, but I finally found out where she went. I thought... I understand. Well, it seems like they're coming. What do you mean, though? When you said something didn't feel right. The selection standards for Legati are extremely high. Mine and my ability didn't really have much hope, so the application sat in my draft box for a long time until... You approved your own application when you were created Cardinal of the 7th Tribunal. Yes. Well, that's one way to go about it. Reverend Patricion said all I needed was an opportunity when he informed me of my imminent creation. I'm sure he meant something else, but this is all I could think of. However, the moment I approved the application, it just vanished. No notice of rejection, no record to be found anywhere. It just disappeared from my terminal, like it never had existed. There was no way the application would have gone through. I would not be allowed to resign my cardinalate and become a legate so quickly. Besides, all the legati have been recalled to Laterano. I want to be able to go and see Aurela, even if I really did become one. For me, approving the application wasn't even about making up for anything. It was just a small, insignificant comfort. Who would want to wipe away such a small comfort? For me, that was enough to make me question if this Laterano is real. Maybe your sister was right. Have you told anyone else? No, I couldn't sleep last night. You were the only one I could talk to about this. This isn't some newfangled interrogation technique, is it, Cardinal Amos? You can trust me, Senora Lemuel. We both have things that truly matter to us. Few things. An interesting point, Senora Amos. By the way, there's an even bigger activity scheduled at the Shrine of Nurtury today. We prepare for death all our lives. Even in a place like Roca Maria, where everything is washed out by tides of plague and famine, an old man may lick his parched lips and say something to the effect before his eyes close forever. Words as old as time, as they say. To some, they are an eulogy to wishes unfulfilled. To others, an utterance free of regret, but there is a common premise between the two. Death is the conclusion to life. Indeed, child, your mother will answer no more. She has died. The mother had breathed her last, and Anduin gently closes her eyes. The fledgling leans over. He is trembling. Even the sheen of his hide darkened. Anduin places him on his own knee and looks into his eyes. The fledgling's voice is mumbled. Anduin does not speak the language of beasts, but he can feel sorrow. Like a current running beneath the calm surface, the fledgling's and his own. Death is accompanied by new birth. When your mother knew that her own life was beyond saving, she chose to leave the hope of life to you. She used her last strength, succeeded. This is your first lesson. Look, Amarea, the town with the clock tower, the abbey in the wilderness, and now I've experienced many such moments, and now I have another. Each experience brings deeper insight. All walk towards the inevitable end. This is why the continuity of meaning is so precious. Death is a parting. A gift from the departed to the living. The beginning of living's own salvation. Do not fear, child. Lament and remember. I will do so with you. I will stay outside and leave her funeral to you, Anduin. What of the matriarch? She is indisposed, preparing for the nativity to bestow halos upon all the non-sancta here. She sends her apologies. No matter. We have grown accustomed to welcoming new life with a ceremony. Well, funerals are always simple. Tell the matriarch that it will be a little while before I return to duty. Are you alright? The mother's passing was sudden. The child is young, and unaccustomed to such sorrow. I must stay by his side. No, it's you the matriarch is worried for. What do you mean? Matriarch said she and you had been with this mother for a long time. She understands the sorrow in your heart. You are a thinker. Every journey has your inspiration, but also fatigue. As for the child, he is a miracle. He has the strength to emerge from darkness. The matriarch wishes for me to tell you that no new life in La Doranda will ever succumb to calamity nor sorrow. They will be born equal. They will be brave, and they will be strong. La Doranda will see to it. Anduin feels the fledgling arbor beast push against his arm. He wants to calm him down, but the fledgling pushes his hand away and spreads his wings. The fledgling takes flight, landing on the comfort belt in the middle of the room, making a pleasant sound. Anduin watches in confusion. He has worn a halo for decades, yet his eyes still struggle to adjust to the fledgling's dazzling light. He has been with the fledgling day and night. He knows what these movements mean. The fledgling is inviting him to play. The nurturer, who can never turn down a child, stands stunned. He wants to communicate his sorrow, decline this incomprehensible invitation in the most tactful way possible. But eventually, he steps up and takes the young arbor beast's claw, dancing a waltz in the middle of the empty room along with the comfort bells. The arbor beast's excited cries echo throughout the room. His feathers shine bright under the halo, showing its sheen unreservedly in the spinning circles. Their steps grow quicker, and Anduin looks towards the body of the deceased mother, trying to ascertain his own emotions. Then he realizes with a start. He is no longer sad. He is joyful as the fledgling. He is beautiful as the fledgling. He sings and dances for the future with a heart full of hope, just like the fledgling. Their spinning steps draw beautiful circles on the ground and in the air. Is this what sancta means? Only the instinct to avoid pain, but no right to sorrow and mourning. Is this the sancta? Is this the miracle of life? Nobody answers his hysterical call. His matriarch is bestowing halo after halo upon the people in the Hall of Enlightenment. He alone stops in his tracks. He recalls a funeral, one that should not exist in his memory. A field of irises, a child, cruel but sincere confessions and prayers, ringing of bells. Still no answer. Hey, Aurella. You don't believe me? Listen for yourself. Ouch, the sound hurts my ears. It's just noise. I can't make out anything. What's going on, Aurella? You're asking me. You're a gun knight. Or at least. You know more about these things than we did. You said it yourself. I was a gun knight. That static is bad enough. You want to add to the noise, and I know plenty of ways to shut you up. Sister, don't be afraid, Hugo. Please, Aurella, the children are watching. These Sanctons have come a long way after a terrible ordeal that left them with broken halos and a heart full of fear and no comfort in sight. The inner city net of La Ronda has always been very stable, with dedicated personnel performing regular maintenance on communications equipment located in settlements outside the city. This emergency communication post is only 3 kilometers from the Lateran city. If any one of them is still working, this would be it, but I've sent a dozen hails through the special channel with no responses. Is La Ronda really done for? Ha. Could you try a few more times, Aurella? You look even more nervous than them. Do I? Nora does not say more. A few children come over and grab the hem of her dress, staring forward with her. The white walls of La Ronda are already visible from the settlement. Impeccable as the clouds, it looks like the abode of a holy spirit who accidentally ventured into the mortal realm. A miracle that should not exist. The pilgrims are about a stone's throw away, dusty and tired. Their broken halos and wings seem even darker in this wilderness. The pilgrims have reached the end of their journey, but is it truly the end of their suffering? That's it. Matarano. Looks like the people in there can hardly even fend for themselves at this point. Get your things, we're going in. You're right. We can't wait here forever, let's go. But if we enter the city without Curia's permission... Tell me, did we fallen sinners ever ask the Curia for permission when we decided to return? Don't tell me you came back to repay Laterano's kindness. I'll put you first against the wall. Stop. Oh hey. You must not enter Laterano. Look who we got here, a Notorial Hall Executor. Are you Aurella? You know who I am. I looked you up in the Notorial Hall database after receiving your message. Aurella, former citizen ID, former captain of the 3rd Gun Knights. You were tasked to escort a Lateran caravan through the northern wilderness in the winter of 1090, when you engaged a group of Sarkis mercenaries in combat. You completed your mission, but the nomadic abbey encountered a small-scale catastrophe on your way back. The Sarkis prisoners attempted an insurrection and were executed on the spot by you. When a fellow gun knight attempted to record the events truthfully in the mission report, you threatened your cohort with a gun in order to hide your excessive use of force. In the chaos that ensued, you killed your cohort, resulting in you being stripped of citizenship and exiled from Laterano for life. And what of it, Senior Executor? You're trying to remind me that Laterano will never forget my sins. Look at the hundreds of people here. Some are fallen angels who were exiled like me. Some are Irari who left the Holy City for different reasons. Some have never even seen the Holy City, growing up in a cesspit like Bolivar, yet still believing in the tent of Laterano. The tenants. Have you not seen their halos? Are they fallen or are they sick? They've crossed the mountains and rivers to come here, for an explanation, for any comfort they can find. And all the Lateran does is send a single executor to stop us from entering. Oh. More and more Irari Sanctus gather, surrounding Federico, pointing their weapons at him. You'll keep us out because we left Laterano for too long and forgot to live like other Sanctus. The law punishes sinners, but what sin did I commit when all I did was live 20 honest years in Athonian? If the law is that cruel, then it's not us who should be punished. It's you. You and your cohorts, tusk beasts of the law. I fell because you punished an innocent man. You never used your power for good. Federico watches the crowd quietly. The street lamps have lit in an inopportune time, casting eerie colors upon their faces. Fear, anxiety, anger, confusion, panic. All these emotions come together to twist their visages. Their hands tremble as they hold their weapons. The tension is palpable in the air. Federico is confident he can take out their leader quickly and suppress the rest by force, bringing the situation under control. He has always done so, and has always worked. Federico is an outstanding executor. He has been with the Notorial Hall for 8 years. He knows what he is doing. This is his 3rd year as a saint. Other than the burnt flower and a few chance acquaintances, there is no one to guide him or instruct him. Slowly, he moves his hand away from the gun at his belt, making sure the tense crowd sees it, while his eyes never leave them. I did not come to repeat the judgment Laterano once passed upon you. I am not here as a representative of the Notorial Hall, the Curia, nor any other official Lateran organ. The reason you must not enter Laterano is because the city is currently affected by anomalies beyond comprehension. Your presence may cause the situation to further deteriorate. I will explain, but I need time. Arturia, you should not leave the holy city. Don't worry, I met the doctor, and I am here on the doctor's instructions. The doctor's discovery confirms our hypothesis. All of Laterano is caught up in some kind of dream, but the anomalies of the dream are being reflected in reality. A calamity has descended on the entire city. Like the Kaigerich invasion of Willingstern after the disintegration of the Witcher King's Pavilion. Maybe. I don't fully understand it myself, but there's no doubt that millions of Laterans are being caught in a struggle between reality and illusion, and we need to help. The Violators and Irari. Or we need help. A chance dissonance is often the beginning of an interesting variation. I concur with the doctor. However, if the calamity has engulfed all of Laterano, they are likely to enter the dream the moment they enter the city. That's why I came looking for you, and I brought my Shella.
It's done, Doctor. Let it go.
Ooh, Arturia might be useful here. Pilgrimage. The first saint returns to the holy city. The term Sancta is redefined. I have the wrong mod on Akira.
Cooperating with my sisters, everyone always drowned each other out. But under my command, things may be a little terser. I'll do my utmost.
Over here, Doctor. Squeeze in a bit, so there's desert carts in front. Finally, a chance to catch my breath. Thanks for going through all that. Oh, it's that girl. Gap-toothed girl. You must be here for the ceremony, Senora. Oh, she's tiny. Would you like to try my ice cream? Before Monster can even refuse, the little girl gleefully shoves a cup of ice cream into her hands. It's not a flavor you can get anywhere else in Laterano. I could take her out. Nobody would. Monster! It's a little child. As Monster gives you this paranoid suggestion, she pops a spoonful of ice cream into her mouth without thinking about it. Wow, that's really good. Can you tell me your name, kid? She's like, yeah, I'm gonna knock it the fuck out. It's got my answer. Oh, it's got my answer for me, Confessor. Da dee da da da. I'm called Edira. You named yourself the Desert Script Music. Don't be silly. I customized it to sound like my name. You know those guards, Edira. Aren't you scared of this lady? Wow, I've never heard a confessional speak like that before. It's the latest model. Were you happy cover for us just now, Edira? Yep, because our letter on those needs to change. That's what you think too, right? Was I just imagining things? You're the first person to say my sugar-free carbonated water-flavored ice cream was tasty, Senora. Your what? Sugar-free carbonated water-flavored ice cream? That sounds disgusting. Well, that explains why it's so refreshing. Mama and Tata were right. This is a rocky road I walk, but I finally found a little bit of success. Mind explaining a bit more? Desserts connect every ladder end, but if you eat too much sugar, not only are you gonna get bad teeth, even your halo will start getting cavities. Tata's a dentist. Every time he says that, people think he's just trying to get more business for his clinic. I like her facial expressions. But right now, my halo kind of feels like the rotted tooth I just lost. It's making me feel not so good. I believe it's the Lord giving me a revelation. So I'm gonna practice what I preach. I'll change Laterando's eating habits and rebuild our connections with the power of sugar-free ice cream. That's a grand dream you got there, Idara. Mind if we take a walk together? I'd like to hear more about this connection between halos and tooth decay. Okay. We should be able to avoid the guys chasing with this kid around. You need to get in touch with Exusia ASAP, Doctor. I'm trying. Hey there, leader. Sounds like you were able to loosen that comms control thingy, since we're having a long distance call and all. It's not entirely a good thing, Exusia. This means everything in the dream is collapsing faster. The calamity in reality is getting worse. Ah, yeah. I figured as much. The way you explained it, leader. This big, ugly building really is poking out of the Laterano streets and is putting out haloed monsters to chase people around. It's like reality is a lot scarier than the dream. What you said is what I saw, Exusia. But some people are starting to awaken. Maybe it wasn't reality that making the dream skip some steps. Man, this is way too complicated for me. Just tell me, what's the worst thing that might happen? Laterano might stop existing entirely. Whew, yeah, that's a really big deal. Well, no matter the situation, I can still find the jerk behind all this and free everyone from fake Laterano, right? We're limited to keeping you clear-headed and free to move around. Instructions Marshal and I haven't been lifted yet. Got it. Leave Laterano's troubles to a Lateran like me. Oops, I gotta keep my voice down. The grand nativity's about to start, and it wasn't easy finding a chance to sneak in, hehe. Marshal and I will keep tearing up the streets. Say, how did the two of us meet again? One of Sora's releases, Texas birthday party. That time Penguin Logistics crashed into the Lungman office while cracking down on the Bloodhammer gang. Or was it the time I was planning on stealing a few Wait, what? Or was it that time I was planning on stealing a few sick old racing beasts when I ran into you on your way to buy their freedom? We definitely met in Lungman, at least. Must have been, what, 5 years ago now? Well, here's yet another beautiful partnership, leader. Likewise, Exusia. Everyone in position, Reverend Patricion. Next, we will coordinate with the Shrine Patrol to clear the surrounding streets, lock down the intersections, and ensure nobody is wandering about. Gratias. Every gun I gathered together, our ammunition allocations and fire restrictions fully lifted. There's never been so big an event in the history of our order, has there? The nativity is of great significance to Laterano. The black snow on the ice of Salmi, the hole in the sky above the Thanian. Even the raging tides that dash against the coast are all in alignment with the true calamity that has been prophesized. Imagine how terrifying such a disaster would be. When that time comes, 200 odd gun knights taken to the field will be like a child throwing stones into the sea. I fear our holy city, which has stood tall for millennia, will fade away. The Pontifical cohorts and the Notorial Hall are still pursuing Lemuel and her co-conspirators. There's something else you must know. The nurturer who was guiding those demon Fiametta was just attacked. Would you like to go and check the scene, Reverend? No. My post is here. The time has come. All our Liberty brethren, please go to the Hall of Enlightenment. The time has come. Over here, please. Once the other races have been bestowed their halos, the matriarch shall mend the broken halos and wings of the fallen angels, so that we may all regain empathy with our people. I just wonder what the hell these things are supposed to be. It has begun, matriarch. I think you have forsaken nearly all rest since its establishment of the shrine. There have been many mishaps since the last nativity. We must advance our plans. This transmission must be seen out of completion as quickly as possible. To this day, we have walked the same path, matriarch. This is something we realized some long ago. Oh yes, there was one other thing on my mind. Today's ceremony is all about bestowing halos on the non-Sacta rather than the birth. So why are we still using the name Nativity? Is there a better term for it? The nurturers lead the peoples of various races into the Hall of Enlightenment, converging towards its center. The grand procession is like a herd of migratory beasts, yet none speak a word. There is only the rhythmic tinkling of countless comfort bells. As if in response, the matriarch lifts her head towards the crowd. Henceforth, all who are sheltered by the holy city shall share one destiny, entwined into a singular whole. Can this be called anything but the rebirth of Laterano? The crack of shattering glass cuts through the common chimes of the comfort bells. A bullet from a sniper rifle. Its source is unknown, but it flies straight for the matriarch's sightless eyes. Blinding sunlight seeps in. Ooh, she actually got? That strange couple at the door. Looks like they decided to go to dinner using the roulette wheel. Interesting idea, isn't it? So they're the ones who wish to adopt you. But why would they come in and tell me that themselves? Oh, I get it. They don't want to put too much pressure on me. Now, why do you think that? Because they're pretending to fiddle with their guns while actually looking our way. Nothing ever gets past you, does it? Yes, I reached out to them before they came here. Your parents were in that caravan raid, and the Notorious Hall's been trying to arrange things with a few families for the better part of a year now, but nobody's bidden yet. You're the strongest child I've ever met, but we've still got a long way to go. We can't get a kid live all by herself. I know, Senora. I'm not annoyed or anything, it's just, if we're going to accept the kindness of others, I'm going to have to be a good kid myself. It's really, really important. Well, the long and short of it is, they wanted me to tell you that they really like you. I also think they're really... Can I have a week? No. 3 days. I'll think things over. Once I make a decision, I won't go back on it. I guess that's when she was getting adopted by Ixu's parents. Is this the one that feels right for you? Uh-huh. Oh. Whoa, a sniper rifle. If it was me, I would never choose that one. No. Once it's my turn in a few years, I'll pick lots and lots and lots of guns. Sounds good. Well, I have to remind you that this fellow's been sitting here for a few years now. Never been picked. Best think it over. It's really quiet. No, what I meant was, this sort of gun's different from the others. Truth be told, it's not very suited to you lively sanctus. When you're on the battlefield, you won't get many chances to fire it. You have to make every shot count. Whether you're trying to protect something or destroy it, You need to have a sharper eye, a sharper mind, and take on more risk than costs. Because you can pull the trigger or let it go, but you can't afford to hesitate. Today is Lemuel's birthday. Today she chooses her passion firearm, giving even more meaning to this already extremely important day to the Santa. The gunsmith speaks with all seriousness. Her mother and father behind her and all her friends are silent. Even the ever vivacious Lemuel keeps her mouth closed like a good girl for once. Despite the silence, Lemuel knows they are all looking right at her. This is the one, Master Pag. Please guide me to selecting the other parts. Nice. You don't need to worry about it not having the chance to fire, Master Pag. You can smack people real hard with a gun this big, and my sister's super strong. She chose a sniper. Oh, whoa, they give his old clothes an updated look too. That's sick. Through the spiritual light, even the darkest stain can be cleansed. With a pious heart, even a savage monster can wade out of the mud. Ha. Put that down, Captain. I've got you in my sights. You're unstable. I can sense it. Calm down. That thing's affecting your mind. It's evoking your disappointment in Laterano. I know you submitted your resignation before we left, but even if you're determined to return to the wilderness, right now, you're still one of us. Think about the fried cheese we ate before we left, okay? Think about that foul beast hat Faimera got you, the soft and downy one. My disappointment in Laterano. No, far from it. You showed me how Laterano can save everyone. None of us know if what you're seeing is the truth of reality or illusions and lies. Mostima will be here soon. She has a way to get that thing off you. We can start looking into its secret afterwards, alright? There is no afterwards. It's fading away. You must hold on to it. You know it's no illusion, Lemuel. It's certainly not lies. You saw those people locked in stasis, outside of time, down in the underground palace. Those who do not die, yet do not live. You heard what that mad Sarkat said to his shadow. The future shall have no secrets. So you should understand. What we found is the key to time itself. What I saw was a revelation. A future where even the most savage of monsters can be saved. Your arts are running haywire, Anduin. That thing's eating away at you. If that future exists, I must find a path that leads to it. I won't let go. I need to know more. Anduin keeps his grasp on the oddly shaped staff. Light condenses into solid form and engulfs the entire cave. I have a lot of chances to pull the trigger, Lemuel thinks. But amidst the chaotic rolling waves of emotion, Lemuel finally finds a thread of rationality running through Anduin's mind. They have broken bread with one another. They have built bonds with one another. They understand one another, entrusted their lives to one another. Their empathetic link was stronger than any other. In that final moment, Lemuel confirms her friend has not been swept away in that unfathomable chaos. She looses her finger on the trigger. Damn it, look out, Lemuel. Kev, matriarch of the Shrine of Nurturing. Hit. The rooftop wind whips wildly at the sniper's cheek. She does not blink. Her hand doesn't move in the slightest. She hears, she sees, she thinks, she judges. She doesn't have any chances to fire. She has to make every shot count. She can pull the trigger or let it go, but she can't afford to hesitate. Before that crucial moment, she and her gun do not speak. Ooh, that's nice indeed. Lemuel is silent. Ooh, the music. She looks through her scope once more, double checking what she sees in her sights. It is proof she pulled the trigger. Compared to the ones in the vast lands, the statues of Sin Laterano are the more incomprehensible, Cardinal. Paradise has shaped our face, so peculiar that it has become somewhat distorted. The souls of the living praying for survival as they traverse catastrophe and suffering, such is the most basic face of faith. No, there's never a dual statue in Laterano. By life is faith shaped. Gun-wielding saints towering over the streets do not represent disdain for calamity and suffering. We have simply chosen to take up a different mindset by confronting them. Through her scope, from far in the distance, Lemon can finally see that all the statues in the shrine, their heads bowed and their hands clasped, are facing only the pious matriarch as they pray. Kev, if she really is a horrible monster, then it's unlikely a bullet will do any real damage. But at the very least, it'll let the people in the shrine see what's so unnatural about her, and create an opportunity for you, El. The rest, I leave to you. Oh, that's a cool cutscene. Senora Amos. Is that a key? Senora Lumen, my location has been compromised. I'll come back you up right away. No need. The Shrine Patrol is already here, and the Gun-Knights too. There's a lot of them. I'll hold down the street corner. Get yourself out of the building before they surround the place. What about you? It's too late for me. They've started firing. Looks like our deduction was right. This cannot be a place just for birthing babies. Anyway, did you take care of the target? Yes, got her in one. That's good, that's good. At least this way, I managed to save a few people. Stop a few things that needed to be stopped. Can't be useless forever now, can I? Well then, Vale. Go what you need to do, Senora Lumen. Well, your wife is almost over. Actually, I've got a question I want to ask you. Funny, it's only once you can't hear it that I finally dare to ask it. A glitch in the comms terminal must be keeping the line open, and so the man goes on in length, chattering into the microphone. Lemon hesitates for a moment, then chooses to be silent. Was I really that useless? I never thought about it before, even though it took nearly all I had just to become a small-time investigator for the 7th Tribunal, and I never got a promotion during my decade or so there. It seems that Laterans never doubt ourselves on that front. It's like we naturally have 100 million ways to keep ourselves happy and satisfied. I know someone who made sticks for lollipops. He takes several types of paper tape and twists them together into rainbow-colored sticks. Made nearly no money out of it. He did it simply because he knew children loved them. But ever since I found out Aurela had been banished from Laterano, there was nothing I could do about it. I haven't been able to feel even a microsecond of satisfaction with myself. You're completely useless, Amos. That's all I could think. Like, how you can never forget the taste of the very first terrible dessert you ever ate. I thought that maybe, with a few more years, I could use my seniority to muddle my way to the Legati and go for a trip to Bolivar. I could save her in the name of Laterano. Not even I can forgive her for what she did. I just want to see her again, and apologize for the argument we had. After so many long years of waiting, I finally got my chance, but it was all just a dream. A dream's fine too. If it's all a dream, then I don't have to worry about anything. Maybe getting shot here doesn't mean anything in reality. When I was younger, I got 5th place at the 7th Tribunal New Joiner shooting competition, you know? I even met Aurela that day at the range. It's a shame we weren't able to save each other. I would say that, at the very least, you're a great investigator, Amos. Oh, you were still on the line, Lemon. Damn. It's time to wake up. Well, let's see. Maybe he will be okay in reality. Is the funeral complete, Anduin? It is. The Hall of Enlightenment is this way. You seem to be going the wrong way. Am I? The nativity has begun and the matriarch is waiting for you. Where are you planning to go right now? Your emotions are rather unstable. No, I've never felt more clear-headed. I'm not going the wrong way either. I ask that you accompany me to see the matriarch, Anduin. Looks like we arrived right on time. Mostima, Fiametta, you. What, am I supposed to be like the other Liberi, pushed back into the herd by the guards, no matter how I protest? Or should I really be looking forward to seeing if my halo gets to be a square or a circle? Speaking of, I'm curious how they're going to mend the fallen angels' halos. Mostima, sorry, got sidetracked. You owe us an explanation, Anduin. Gathering up all the non-sancta, forcing changes on their bodies. I thought this sort of stuff only happened in those shady Colombian tech companies full of mad scientists. Is this what you meant when you said it was about the future, about a possibility for Laterano? Is this what the matriarch promised you? I have strayed from my path, that I cannot deny. Laterano wove a beautiful dream for us all. I was trapped too deep, and took too long to awaken. Still talking nonsense even now. The other guards will be here soon. Damn it. Do you think we can get close to the matriarch and we use him as a hostage, Mostima? Maybe. She does trust him a lot. I'd be a little worried if we left that all up to Elle. I can sense a multitude of emotions growing by the second. The number of people with empathy in the shrine is increasing. The nativity has begun. It's no use. Even if you subdue the matriarch right now. We must go do what we still can. I'll think of what to do about the ceremony that should not exist. But it's likely to lead to a great chaos. It should buy you the time to evacuate our people. What's your plan? Why do you think we'll trust you, Anduin? Seriously, a babbling lunatic who's already betrayed his friend once, saving everyone. You don't need to trust me. Pity will not save the people. I don't have that kind of power. And someone who has walked the wrong path of obsession can do is to save himself. Or someone who has to walk the path. Okay. Wait, Anduin, take this. Hello, Imka. A bomb. Elle gave it to us to draw the guards' attention. But if you really are going to stop the ceremony that shouldn't exist, like you said, you'll need it more than us. Anduin walks past the pair, heading straight for the depths of the shrine. His steps are slow, but Fiametta makes no move to stop him. You okay with letting him go? He's reliable when he sticks to a handful of words instead of a full-on parable. True. The situation is too darn weird. Not like we have any other better options at the moment. There's a whole lot of people coming this way. Probably chasing Anduin. Help buy him some breathing room. I'll get even with him after this is all over. The shrine's very first nursery. Once, with a heart full of hope, it was here he tended to an unfortunate mother, day after day. Now, the child she left behind has clambered up onto a comfort bell, the sparkling droplets of water on his freshly washed wings reflecting the lamplight, just like a dream. The arbor beast does not mind his caretaker's prior outburst. He calls out happily as always, inviting Anduin to play with him. Insignificant trifles and grandiose feats are about a hair's breadth from one another. You have labored for many years over this grueling journey of yours. You should not let such meaningless difference stay your steps. I will need you to lift your spirits, for aside from caring for this mother and child, there are more deeds that must be done. An insignificant nurturer, a heaven-piercing shrine. A former could grit his teeth, harden his heart, and refuse the young beast's invitation, but this minor act of rebellion will do nothing to shake the foundations of the latter. I should be doing more. I must do more. But how do I shake the pillars of the shrine? How do I erase a miracle that has already occurred? The shrine of nurturing, This towering edifice was not built in a day. It began as a simple, ordinary nursery. Our nursery. Did we start with the blueprints of such of an imposing shrine? No. We merely wished for a safe, comfortable room for that mother. And yet, its frenzied evolution led to that what it is now. That is how a future where all our saves can sprout from our faith. This was the very first nursery in the Shrine of Nurtury. This was the starting point of this grandiose building. This is where you and I placed our faith. And so, Kev, I'll tear my faith apart. Anduin examines the bomb Siva gave him closely. It has been imaginatively cobbled together from all sorts of daily necessities, its face decorated with a bright splash of graffiti. He could not remember what the girl who made this looked like. They might have met once or twice. They might have never met at all. He could only remember Lemuel recounting her deeds countless times over. I was never alone as I sought a way through this child of thorns, was I? Without the slightest hesitation, he lights the fuse. I understand that you are no longer sad and suffering, my child. But do you not sense danger, even as this room is about to explode? Or are you simply uninterested in this as well? This Laterano no longer need us to feel fear. The arbor beast flies down to the ground, rubbing against Anduin's trousers in confusion. If we cannot feel fondness, fear, or torment for all that life has to offer, how can we speak of reverie in it? I should have asked you this, my child. But it was I who brought you here. You could even say you were born in answer to my vision. This is our penance, a lesson for the both of us. Anduin bends over and cradles the arbor beast into his arms. Hello, Rodrigo. How are you? They gunshot. I'm so very glad to hear that sound of your gun this time around, Lemuel. Oh, they put his beam. Look at that. Sparks boom wildly across the nursery. A giant comfort bell clatters as it falls, its sonorous notes adding to the clamor. The explosion engulfs the room, devouring the graceful balance of light and shadow. With this remote dream, or an obsession. Once, you had a flock of brothers and sisters following behind you. They were rejected, harmed, insulted, desecrated. They named you Guide, and walked the long path with you. Yet here, in this Laterano, which you believed equal and selfless, you forgot them. And so I ask, how should this community you long for be shaped? How should this holy city you yearn for be rebuilt? What path is it you walk, Anduin? To what answers does it lead? If this is a dream, then I shall awake. If this is obsession, then I shall shatter it. Let us only speak of redemption after that. The flames swallow the entire nursery. The arbor beast flaps his wings furiously. There is no fear in his eyes, as though he is simply dancing. Yet, Anduin still covers his eyes out of habit. In this final moment, Anduin hears a bell, clear as day. Are you alright, matriarch? The ceremony has been interrupted. The entire shrine is shaking in that explosion just now. Is an evacuation underway? Yes. There's a Libri wearing a Pontifical Code's uniform and a fallen angel leading our people's safety. Only half of the non-sancta have successfully acquired halos. I will ask the patrol to have them reconvene right away. Like the cracking of bamboo, the explosions reverberates out of the depths of the shrine. The peal of a bell from parts unknown drops out the chimes of the comfort bells. Chaos reigns as countless people flock to the exit. The towering edifice sways at the blast wave, finally reaches the hall of enlightenment. Let them leave. For them to stay will only harm them irreparably. The shrine is collapsing, matriarch. No. What is collapsing is not only the shrine, but also the answer we sought with it. Gather the other nurturers. Everyone must leave at once. I will have the guards escort you out. The matriarch steps down from the dais. The wind. Amidst the chaos, she hears the sound of the wind clearly from above her head, where there should only be praying statues and spotless stained glass. Hey, 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 over here. You're not getting away that easily. Oh, wait, that's sick. The matriarch lifts her head. She cannot see who is approaching her, but her voice has an infectious quality to it. Almost instinctively, she stretches out her arm. I've been hanging onto this window for 2 hours already. If you don't get off that stage, my arms are gonna fall off. Exuse holds onto the matriarch. The world spins, and the two of them tumble on to the floor. What they fall onto is not solid ground, but rather some odd softness. It is like falling into a fog, yet also falling into water. Exusia senses a great force pushing her outwards, one that is definitely not just the explosions. Could this frail-looking woman really be that strong? She forces herself to open her eyes. She isn't sure when it happened, but the arm she is holding onto has become a jagged limbs of a beast. The matriarch's gentle face has disappeared under the water. They look at one another across the boundary between truth and lies. On her side of the line, the bell atop the tower of revelation rings, clear as can be. I did figure you were as pretty as you looked early on, but my imagination never prepared me for this. Not even Ancient Forge had anything as crazy looking as you. Wait, Nian's movie? Well, at least I don't have to worry about ripping your arms off. My friends had to bust their butts just to give me this chance. So get out of there already. You have no right to hide away in a dream. You have no right to hide. In our Laterano. That's a 6 CG. Oh. Text strangers simultaneously. Enemies within range gain a barrier proportionate to the max HP every second. Let's see.
Found our prey. Feel the bowstring tremble.
I wish everyone could just calm down.
Ooh,
before I
Metal will go
raise my
nasty
gun
here.
to settle things.
I'm not the one who will regret it.
If you insist on being so stubborn, then prepare for execution.
Ouch.
Monster!
Ouch.
座標についた。
All right. Mission. I'm actually better at wrestling than shooting. Makes the cleanup easier.
Oh, they helping me.
I only do what I need to. Sight's locked. Sorry, forgot to hold that back.
Somewhat no need to scream. It's all over.
Don't underestimate these old bones.
Ooh. This entrance animation is cool.
Feel the bowstring tremble. いい天気だね。
Oh, it's dead.
Bullets may be fast, but they aren't always so quick to solve disputes.
念のためもう一回聞くけど、美しき人の世と地獄のパノラマビューはどっちにしたいんだっけ？ gospel gather at my
Because
fingertips.
Spiria hasn't made an appearance in the story. Because Insider did.
Very well.
Yeah, I figured as much.
Prayers are unnecessary.
すまない。力を入れすぎた。全身
My bones will get rusty if I don't exercise.
形態を変更中。Mission accomplished.
A bell tolls. Its unending peals echo across the entire city. It rings clear and steady, guiding stray souls towards it. Legend has it that after this long and arduous journey, the saints built the tower and used the ringing of its bells to ward off the devils. Then there rose the Lateran city, its walls of purest white standing fast against the elements, while the bell in the tower fell silent for millennia. Now it cries out once more. It's got 2 years since it last did so in response to a mixed blood Sancta girl song. Alright, forgot about that. Oh, it's the twins. Ugh. Anduin. So you're a nurturer. Are you hurt? Don't move. It was hard enough getting you bandaged up. Patia. You're pretty much half dead by the time. Oh, I remember you. You're pretty much half dead by the time we got to the Shrine of Nurturing. We only had to get you and these kids searching for you out of there. Don't cry, Giselle. Ramya. It was all just a nightmare. We're finally awake. Nightmare? Wounds and nightmares don't follow you to real life. Uh-oh. Wait, that means Amos probably did die then. Where are the others, brothers and sisters? Keeping watch nearby. Guess you finally got your memories back. What? Want to hear them call you guide again? Sorry, Patia. It's clear we're just trying to wake a man who just lost his way again. Yeah, you gotta stop doing that. Why did you abandon the Pathfinders, Anduin? We rested in the wilds for a bit after leaving Scantilaminum Ambriosi. Probably butchered that. According to our original plan, we would have passed the Iberian border soon after, back to the land where you came from. We even made contact with the Inquisition, but then you disappeared all of a sudden. That was when the dream began for me. What do you mean? It's just an idea, one without any evidence behind it. It told me to turn away, to cast aside all my plans and return to Laterano. So you're saying you never actually met that blind lady, and you didn't go back to Laterano with her by that baby's sake, or for that baby's sake, like you were enticed by something. Now go ahead. This is starting to sound like something a crackpot charlatan would say. I know this is hard to understand, even I don't fully get it. I'll say, there's way too much hard to understand stuff at play here. You and that shrine, you wanted to plop halos on everyone's heads and turn us all into freaks who can't even decide what emotions to feel. Whatever, you managed to wake yourself up in the end. If you hadn't made such a ruckus by blowing up the nativity, all the lot around them would probably still be dreaming. With the boundary between the two sides so blurred, his deeds in the dream should be taken to full account during a junction. Executor Federico of the Notorial Hall, I've read your file, and Doyen Apathangelos. Aga, is that your surname, Anduin? Agathangelos? It's a pretty cool surname. After the chaos you caused during the First Summit of Nations, the Curia banished you from Laterano. Now you have returned in secret and were involved in plotting the so-called Nativity ceremony. You are partially responsible for the current turmoil troubling the city, and you must accept a joint investigation by the 1st, 5th, 6th, and 7th tribunals. Hey, can't you see he's hurt real bad? Besides, I'm sure you got more important things to worry about right now. Oh, they're in. You need a hand executor. Get us into the city and we'll help you fight. And you are? That... What is it, Noda? Look over there. Getting your passion firearm means you've moved on to a new stage of life, El. Yeah, come quick, sis. We're taking the photo in front of the statue. I need to go to Lungman. I need to get a proper explanation from Ostima. Let's send Lemuel off on her next adventure with a bang. The passage of time will bind people together, regardless of what they think about it. Oh wow. This is a lot of quotes from different Sanctus. As long as your lives intertwine at some point, you have nothing to worry about. Safe travels home, Exusiae. She feels herself moving, but she cannot open her eyes. Her back is cut by something rough, while her mind sinks into a bottomless softness, where even the pain running throughout her body is dulled. Her thoughts flow into a boundless ocean of faith. She opens her eyes. You awaken, child. You are gravely wounded, only by accompanying me when you stay lucid during the transfiguration. While it was you who caused its interruption, we will not abandon you. What the hell? Much as we once leaned on one another to traverse the devastation of catastrophe. The transfiguration? Do you mean that dream? I'm definitely awake though. Why do you have a halo on your head? What kind of monster are you? All Sanctus have halos, child. So that we could forget from whence we came. So that we could embrace our new lives. We named ourselves thusly. Thankfully, the passage of thousands of years has reshaped your appearances and ways of life. Perhaps you can follow those tome-bound accounts and call me Saint. Of course, my flesh and spirit both have long become one with the soil beneath Laterando's white walls. What you see now is simply a snippet of code from his boundless program, a specter bearing countless memories. As he sees it, the path of the Sancta began with the saints, and so it should continue with the saints, who should lead you beyond calamity and into the future. I don't get a word of what you're saying. Where exactly are you taking me? It is not a question of you and I, child, but of all Laterans. Exusiae straightens her neck backwards. Oh! Oh, that thing's huge. This totally feels like some Elden Ring shit. Oh, that's cool though. Not gonna lie. The monster that calls herself Saint, Kratos Exusiae, following close behind are Sancta, as well as Halo Libri, felines, and a host of creatures of likes of which she has never seen before. It is a grand procession, mindering into the distance, its end far out of sight. Exusiae can sense that these are no shambling husks. Their empathy has not faded. No, it is even stronger than it has ever been. The faith of the countless masses has condensed into a vast sea. They follow behind the saint, to a destination clear in their minds. Not even the saint's travels wrote of a sight so bizarre. Across millennia, has he granted revelations to his chosen few, so that they may question, analyze, and deduce, so that they may point Laterano in the right direction. But it would prove far too slow a process. It would prove far too slow a process this time. He has never been this restless and uneasy. The master of all things has awoken. Threats nip at our heels. He must carry out his original duty. Because in this calculated future, there's no place for the Sancta. I wonder, I'm just theorizing, but I'm wondering if the law is reacting to priestesses coming, basically. There's only time for him to directly impose what he has sensed on every one of us to force the solution he knows into being. An even more cohesive community of Sancta, Laterano as it should be. Yeah, listening to all this makes my head feel like it's about to pop. Heaven's sake, all this he, him, his stuff. Who are you even talking about? We are on the way to meet him, the foundation of faith, the prime mover. Even the deepest nightmare pales in comparison to cruel reality, child. And with the collapse of the transfiguration, I fear his actions have been noticed. There's not much time. Perhaps he and perhaps we still have time to ensure the future of the Sancta. A march, a migration, or perhaps a pilgrimage. A grand procession of newborn Sanctas, traversing the streets of the holy city with a vigor the Sancta could have not had in centuries. How should we describe such a sight? What do you see, Aurela? There's halos on the street lamps? And the trees, the dessert carts, the confessionals? Am I hallucinating? Or is my scope fogged up? That is no hallucination. Huh? The Shrine of Nurturing still exists in reality. These iridescent projections originate from it. Where the pilgrims go, the projections follow. Where they fall, even inorganic matter will sprout halos. Weird. These projections are like a form of unliving executor, redefining Sancta in the name of the law all over. All this time, we're told that whosoever stains the purity of the Sancta shall be mercilessly cast out by the law. And now it turns out the purest Sancta he so favors are actually streetlights and trees? Can't believe I'm starting to think my fall was a good thing. If that Gagot wants to redefine Sancta into something nobody can understand, I have half a mind to leave them be. Don't worry, Executor. There's still some of them I want to kill. I agreed to help you fight, and know how to fight no matter what. It seems like they really do want to remodel the entire city. If their aim is to remodel the city via those projections, then forming a mass of people is a highly inefficient method. Yet they still choose to gather together, even after their jeeps collapse. Perhaps spreading those projections around isn't the only way they have. They must have an additional method in mind. In order to use it, they must reach a common endpoint. If the aim is to turn all of Laterano on its head, then I might know where they're headed. The Basilisca. I had a discussion with Pope Evangelista 11 there once, and I was able to glimpse certain entities, to realize some truths. You do not need to doubt me, Senor. I do not. Your file was signed and sealed by the Pope himself. I will bring you there, Anduin. Hold on, Federico. The whole city's gone mad, and nobody knows what the hell's going on. Why should we trust you? Hey, that's my line. If what you are concerned about is who shall hold authority in this situation, considering nearly all present have violated the law to some degree, as an executor, I have the right to press you all into my temporary control. If it is currently Calamity that is causing you to panic and deprive yourselves of sound judgment or action, I, Federico Giallo, am the first saint from outside the ranks of the popes. I do not believe this title has any special meaning, but if you require a reason, then there is none better. The procession will pass through here first, as they move through the Shrine of Nurturing to the Basilisca. Oh, it's actually Basilica. Kef, or rather the monster, has unusually strong empathy. Even the Bell of the Tower of Revelations can do nothing about her influence towards you. Patia, take the other pathfinders and their Erari away from here. Go in the opposite direction. You're staying by yourself. Trust in me, my brothers and sisters. This is the path I must walk. At least change out of the clothes. You look god-awful. What do you like walking around with blood all over your robe? I don't own many outfits. I don't know where my old cassock's gone. Here. This. You kept it all this time. Not like it took up much space. I don't know. I just felt like this wasn't something I should throw away. Go on, take it. Thank you, Patia, for all these many years. However, we must try to find shelter for these children who have just escaped the dream. Arturia, you and Anduin will require special supervision. I will keep the two of you within my sights at all times. I haven't even said anything. You're bitty. Maybe you can leave the children to me? I may not be in Sancta or a Lateran, but I am rather experienced at looking after children. Very well, move out. The foundation of the Sancta's future. Do you not trust my words? Oh, that's so weird. It reminds me of those the worm faces from Elden Ring. Why should I? You have no reason to, true. Much as how when we first gained the name Sancta, we could never have imagined our community would become one of explosions and deserts after all these years. Halos, empathy, guns, walls of purest white. Do you believe the law innate, child? Do you believe the Sancta have always been unique in these ways? Why would I doubt it? You love it, as do I. Faith is shaped by the experiences of countless generations, the ravages of time, and the footprints of the teeming masses. It should not, must not, be swayed again by the first of the faithful. But once more do the people face down the crossroads of destiny. I have no choice but to do this. We have not sown lies, my child. We have merely hidden some truth, then allowed the rest to become inseparational tales and parables of saints. These texts tell us of how the devil's arrival left all things desolate, and how none saw the light of the sun. But for the Sancta, they had radiance bestowed upon them by the law. But the angels were born from devils, child, and for the so-called bestowment, it was not but a chance encounter. In that age, the king sent out his warriors to seek a new beginning for their people. In that age, monsters that crawled the earth longed for a homeland, and so were named Tikas, a race yet young. In that age, hegemons who would command raging flames, blinding thunderbolts, wild winds, and frigid snow descended upon the lands, alongside the myriad servants, here to seize the Tikas' precious home. The flames they threw could melt the skulls of wendigos. The howling gales they summoned could shatter the wings of gargoyles. Even if vampires sucked them dry, they would be reborn from the eggs of fire. Wow, that would be like... Man, maybe because I'm dead tired, but I can't get my imagination working at all. The Colossus cups the wounded Sancta in her hand, continuing onwards with a shambling yet steady gait. Her voice is as gentle as it was in her guise as the matriarch. And so she tells her ancient, unprovable tale, like a saint who had stopped to rest her feet, taking the chance to preach to a stranger she had met along the road. Exusai knows she's not the only one hearing the story though. The winding procession follows, all while countless people pour in from every corner of the city, leaving the buildings painted iridescent, joining the ocean of faith. I shall share the portion of the truth hidden from you, child. Once we arrive at the Basilica, the past will be made clear, and all shall know it. It is then that the term Sancta shall be redefined. The king's might could not slow the decline of the Tikas. His weary gaze scanned the land for countless days and countless nights, before finally falling upon the ancient silver mounts. And so, his warriors set forth, seeking out these never-before-seen argent mountains beneath the earth. With the language conferred onto them by the king, they would conquer them, and command them to rout the foes of the Tikas, to grant the Tikas the chance to truly become those with a homeland. Before they left, the king took the blood of the burden beast and anointed the head of every warrior with a crimson circle, symbolizing the mission they all shouldered together. The warriors strode across the land, crossing the most barren of wastes, where not even the hardiest of plants could take root, where not even the most tenacious of beasts could survive. With their twisted limbs did they aid one another. Or with their twisted limbs did they aid one another. Not even the weakest of their number would be abandoned before they breathed their last. For the king had taught them this: kin shall not eat kin, kin shall aid kin. What? Exusia can barely believe what she is seeing. A scene unfolds before her in an extraordinary way, and the next second she catches a glimpse of the amazement spreading out across a sea of faces. There's no doubt, through empathy beyond empathy, the monster is sharing what she sees with all present. Finally, after many days and nights, numbered beyond reckoning, they arrived at the edge of the great rift in the earth. And then they saw. There, floating above the floor of the valley, was a new beginning, one that should not exist in the desolate waste. It's up in the air. The pale, petrified forms of plants and beasts dance among the mud, spitting about to some rhyme beyond ken. A string of boulders draws them along as they go, coming together to form a great ring. Is the matriarch taking the form of a Tikas? Kinda looks like it. The fragments of the ring pulsed faintly with light. At first, they thought it was fire, but they sensed no heat, and it seemed untangible. In that age, the warriors of the Tikas knew they had found the slumbering silver mounts. It's cool to see how the Tikas look like, though. In that age, the warriors encircled the ring. They attempted to call out to it, to appease it, to command it, to persuade it. They cried out until they could cry out no more, their throats hoarse and bleeding, but to no avail. The ring remained silent. They were trapped in that wasteland, with no way forward and no way back. Time passed, until an ordinary Tikas could not stand it any longer and stood up. She looked at her near-mad, emaciated companions and realized that they all would die of hunger and thirst before the silver mounts awoke from their slumber. Instinct overtook her. The stone lance in her hand pierced one of her dying fellows as she began to devour his flesh. The Tikas had no fear of eating the flesh of other Tikas, but it was the Far Chaser, exiled for refusing to partake, who returned with a black crown and became the first king. Since then, eating our kin has become the strictest of taboos. But at that moment, one of the warriors handpicked by the king defied his ban without the slightest hesitation. Only through this act could she live. As for whether she lived so as to complete the mission they were entrusted with, that is a tale for another time. But at that time, a strange noise comes from above her head. Exusai. No, all the people behind the monster lift their heads, and together with the Tikas of history, they look towards the sky, welcoming that one fateful moment. Ooh. the halos. In an instant, the surface of the boulders within the ring began to... There's a lot of new soundtracks in this event. Really cool. The surface of the boulders within the ring began to split and peel away, revealing a metal that glows like with a crimson light. In an instant, bright halos and wings of light sprout from the black bodies of each and every TCAS present. It is as though they have always been there, revealed from the dust with a swipe of the hand of the creator above. The warriors did not have time to ponder this strange change, as boundless vitality poured into their exhausted frames like the surging tide. With the greatest of joys did they touch one another and embrace one another like newborn babes. As for the TCAS was a stone lance, its point still painted in blood, she looked up at that alien metal and remained silent for a while. She did not understand why it remained aloof to the words that the king had imparted upon them to appease the silver mounts, yet deigned to respond the moment she ate of the kin flesh. Then comprehension dawned on her. Perhaps the metal would not respond to the king's dignified appeals, nor the pleas to smite their enemies. But rather it answered the simplest and purest of ideas, a quiet prayer for survival. Ooh, that got me chills. Okay. So the implication is there. You know, with all the stuff with the predecessors and the observers and all that shit. Okay. It responded to a prayer for survival. Was that TCAS you? The Silver Mountains are in Laterano? And you want to take everyone to go see them? Do you understand now, child? Before faith becomes faith, before the first brick of this paradise of tolerance, equality, mercy, and joy was laid, this was the origin of it all. She didn't answer the question. Was that her? Return to start. Projected simulation 26 complete. Pre-emergency response mechanisms were expired. New emergency response mechanism unmaterialized. Simulation result failure. Transfiguration of Laterano. Continuing operation. It's that vision again. Our discussion's gone right back to square one. Just to be told, I'd really like to head upstairs and enjoy some guava juice and an ice cream cone. Or at the very least take a nap on the sofa. I can barely feel my lips anymore, or my knees. How long has it been since you started acting oddly and I rushed over to find a solution? What caused the Calamity to speed up so, to the point you needed to throw out all your old emergency response mechanisms and instead force everyone to directly synchronize data with you? You forced Laterano to go through such radical change. In time, the spiritual light of the Sanctum will be stripped away. In time, will Laterano still be considered Laterano? The sitting Pope, Evangelista 11, requests the 27th interactive simulation. Evangelista 11 has refused to help bring the transfiguration to completion, now conferring judgment on request for interactive simulation. These monsters. Neither Sanctum nor the others as an activity can escape the influence of the Transfiguration's sudden determination. All I can do now is to call everyone to my side and keep your mind steady and free of collapse ere we meet him. As for those you call monsters, they too are Sanctus, and the Lord shelters them as well. They are newly born, pious and plain. They will aid the people in sweeping away all obstacles along the path. This path will take us past the Tower of Revelations, Pagas Ecclesia, past the Notarial Hall and Gunsmiths in Pagas Michelin, past the Sunset Chapel in Pagas Saint Marcel, before finally arriving at the Basilica. This route, a familiar one, yes? It is the order the street lamps light up as night falls on Laterano. He has laid out the most convenient path for us. And so, I beg you sleep a while, child. We have arrived once you awake, and there we shall rekindle hope for the continuation of our race. I see now. You have been looking for an opportunity ever since you awoke. You are so unwilling to accept it. The tales we left behind became the chains that bound later generations. The texts that speak of the majesty of the saints and the ugliness of the devils have been etched deep into your hearts. You need only witness my countenance to raise your gun against me. But no matter, child. You will come to understand who is named hero and who is named monster, who is named kin, and who is named alienness. You shall all understand. I fell. That's a real nasty feeling. Awesome. Never thought there'd be a way to turn that light off. I don't know if I'm going to miss it later, but right now, it's not too bad having it off. My head's a lot clearer now that I don't have to deal with all your emotions. Clear? No, child. Even though you now know my history, the history of our race, you still wish to make an enemy of me. How can you consider your mind clear? What can I say? It's clearer than ever. You say that I've been trapped by those dusty old books you left behind. But they never said anything about having to listen to your ancient beatitudes ideas. I've been listening to you go on and on for ages already. Did you ever plan on asking us what we think? The good news is the monsters chasing us have retreated. The bad news is they're joining what weird possessions over there. I like how that little face changes. Good thing we talked to Irida into staying somewhere safe. Will Xuse be able to handle herself, Doctor? I believe in her. The procession is heading for that machine. The machine is waiting for that monster. That monster looks really familiar for some reason. No matter how much she changes herself to look like a living thing, I can tell she's just a program. The collapse of the dream must have cut off her connection with the machine. And as a program, all she can do is try to re-establish that connection, to restart the dream. Passing that field of irises a minute ago, I saw halos blooming above the flowers one after another. That's completely unprecedented. The goal of that machine and that program is more extreme than we thought. Everything, organic, inorganic, will be defined as sancta. This thing's crazier than when PRTS went haywire. This also gives us an opportunity. Can you figure out its weak points, monster? Not on my own, but Calcit should have had some understanding of that machine. Calcit. Ever since it all went down, you've been avoiding saying her name to me, Doctor. Sorry. In any case, thanks for putting your trust in me. And Mia was so worried before we left. Never mind. At least I managed to get a decent amount out of this operation. The machine is special, Doctor. We've tried to approach it in the past, but the more the law of Laterano was gradually refined, the more difficult it became to try and figure out its nature. Casa did come up with a plan, but even she admitted it was a bit too daring. So what was the plan? It's a really crude one. She never let me do it before. But my nature does give me a talent that ordinary people lack, to some extent. Of course, we should also take our creator's open-minded attitude towards technology exchange. Whew, okay. This is the first time I'm trying this. Technology exchange? Stand back a bit, Doctor. Routing through the city communication post backdoor access port. Special privileges. AMA 10. Temporary access credentials. Alcaro 01 Oracle. Decoding complete. Authentication passed. Connected to PCS system. Seeking computational radiation link. Updating permission log. If it wants to speed up the changes happening in Cross-Laterano, it'll have to remove all of its underlying restrictions and break through its computational limits over and over. Which means that machine would have left itself wide open to me, and won't have the time to limit my actions. Wait. I'm trying to stop it. No, I'm not in control of the process anymore. Whoa, okay. The flow of information does not come rushing in as you imagined. The clamor of computation has faded away at some point. You and Monster feel a peculiar feeling wash over the both of you. You seem to have stopped at a fork in the road. An old friend appears. Has she been walking alongside you this whole time, or is it a chance encounter? In short, you see her. The color begins to drain out of your surroundings. It is as if time stands still. This is a stage built for your reunion. Oh, God, okay. Thank you for your hard work, Edmonton. We meet again, Doctor. Our reunion has come much sooner than I imagined, just as I had hoped. Oh, Lord.
Mission complete.
There she is. MT9. The true face of the law was nothing like what his faithful, his guardians, or his questioners imagined. There's just 10 stages, right? Yes. Loosen up that trigger finger, Fiametta. I get the impression that Scowl's stuck on your face until you get to fire off a few grenades. Thinking about that disgusting dream just makes me even angrier. Always angry, Fiametta. Too bad it wasn't entirely a dream. Look over there, way in the distance. The Shrine of Nurture is still there. Let's go, Mostima, to the hospital. Doesn't matter if what just happened was a dream or not. We need to make sure that the fact that I'm the first person you thought of really means something to me, Fiametta. Lemuel, I'm so glad you're alright. How are your legs? A little sore. What happened? I was running all over that dream until I was dead tired. Getting to sit down is a treat. Alright, the two of you can relax now. What the hell's going on here? It was only my second day after being created Cardinal. I was headed to the office like usual. It might have been the moment I stepped out of the front door, or maybe when I saw the shrine. I can't really say when I left reality. It all happened so naturally. What is it, Fiametta? Salvate, everyone. You're still keeping... What are you up to wearing that? A friend kept it for me. You have a very kind junior, Fiametta. Dude, I'm not gonna lie. That drip is clean. She told me this was something to just throw away. Perhaps today, I will finally reach my destination. To be closing these vestments as I do, maybe a fate at work. Why you? Anduin has an important role to play. Resolving your existing disputes is not a priority. It's been a while, Federico. I know who you are and how you like to get things done. And I know that according to the Curious rules, Saints have the highest authority in emergency situations. But please give us a little time. Please keep it brief. The last time the four of us got together like this was that fateful mission, wasn't it? It's been 10 years. We reached the underground palace. Fiametta got a distress signal from another team and went to go help them, while Anduin was revising our tactics at the entrance. We laughed as we shared the last of the chestnut scones, an old habit of our team. I remember the day well. We were so happy back then. I thought those days will never end. Nobody could have imagined what would come next. You caused all this, Anduin, but you still refused to tell the truth, or at least repent. Our brief time together may have been one of life's accidents, but it was a precious one. I ruined it, in a way I did not foresee. I understand how deeply you treasure that time, Fiametta. Your love burned so hot, it singed the hearts of those around you. I always wanted to thank you for one thing. You were the one who taught me how to love Laterano. But at the same time, I knew I would hurt you, to destroy what you so cherish. I am a villain. It would be just for you to hate me. Are you trying to piss me off, Anduin? Whether or not I hate you is for me to decide, not you. I understand that, and I am grateful for it. I am fortunate to have made a friend like you. Go do what you need to do. But remember, I won't forgive you. I never will. These two are taking you to the Basilica, right, Anduin? It is I who is taking them, Nemoen. Oh, wow. Which means you're still determined to walk this path. Of course I am. Will it be dangerous? Unknown might be the better word. Have you ever thought of stopping? Whether I am the captain who attacked you, or an arrogant, naive nurturer in a dream, my doubts, my fixations, my mistakes, they have all led me here. I cannot stop. Alright then. It's hard to call Laterano paradise the way it is now. The monster running rapid across the city, those strange things that she feared wandering all over the place. Nobody really knows what's going on, or what will come next. The three of us need to work out a way to solve these issues and find Elle, who's gone missing. As for you, your wounds look rather serious. You might die, Anduin. We might die. I know. We talked about Roca Marea, about its bell tower and its rainy nights, about the mute child you buried in Sargon, about the miner's frozen legs you had to amputate in Nurses. You told me about all sorts of places, and I remember them all. I always pitied you. I understood many of your opinions, and I never disagreed with you, but I could never truly understand you. I was much the same for you. We are both clear on that matter, just as you know how grateful I am for your pity. Well, I am Lateran, aren't I? That is where you shine the brightest. I will always remember how you taught me to shoot a gun. Speaking of, where's that gun now? I left it in Laterano. 10 years ago, it was your final mission with our team of commandos. Even if nothing had happened, you would still have left. Which means these words came a little late, is all. Right. It's been far too long since that day, and I'm glad of it. Gratitude and blame no longer hang so heavy. Well then. Farewell, Anduin. Nemoen speaks no further. Nostima goes up to her wheelchair, looking Anduin square in the eyes. I know what you're about to say. No need to thank me. Farewell, Captain. Fiametta looks at Anduin, then at her two friends. She stays silent. Farewell. Yeah? Cardinal Nemoen, there are some tasks I must assign to the three of you. You're doing that right, Fiametta. I'm fine. Fiametta, this thing might involve me, but I know it's not only my problem, or Anduin's. These past 2 years have taught me that. Yeah, I should really learn that too. Alright, enough about that. Right now, if what Federico says is true, the most important thing is to act quickly. Good thing there's no arms control in real life. I can blast those monsters as soon as I see them. I'll cover you, just like the old days. Wait a sec, let me one. Federico just said the Sanctus who attacked them will fall. Falling's no walk in the park. Trust me on that. About half of the people awake in the city are Sanctus. Without the numbers, we won't be able to stop such a large procession. Unless we add in those fallen angels in the Rari Federico mentioned. Wait, he said they were pretty emotionally charged and didn't know what they were up to. Not to mention that he's only got temporary command over them. Not like they need steady nerves or pure intentions to help out. Relax, I'll handle them. I'm a fallen angel too. I spent lots of time outside of Laurano. We got any better choices for Angel Wrangler? It still won't be enough. The situation on the road from the Shrine of Nurturing to the Basilica is too complex. We need to get administrative permission for the roadside facilities along the way ASAP. I'll head back to the 7th Tribunal for a bit. By yourself? Don't trust my wheelchair skills? You'll make me mad. Quick, let her rub your ear tufts a bit. Since the two of you have everything planned out, what else is there for me to add? Let's split up, teammates. We have to go now, children. Hugo, help take care of our new Sancta friends, alright? Yes, sister. Where does your nurturer go? Did he stop caring about us? He just to go handle a few things for a little while. Think about it. We didn't know each other very well. So if he didn't promise me he would come back, why would I agree to take care of you? Oh, you're right. Right. We'd like to hear the story of how the lost Zayeran captured the Castle of Dreams. Or maybe how the Keshik brought gold to marry the Prince of Gal, but the gold turned out to Sandstorm, burying Lingonis. Or turned to Sandstorm. Huh? That's not what we learned in history class. They're not stories you'd hear in Laurano. I could tell them to you while we walk. What's a Zayeran? Oh, okay. Those things. Yeah. Here, some for Patia. You haven't eaten since we got into the city. Making them tots for children again, Noeda. I'm curious. Do the Kukulkans treasure the knowledge in your heads as much as you do? I've never met another of my kind. Hey, you know there's one in Rhodes right now. If I can turn that knowledge into stories for children with a little tweaking, then maybe there's still some use for it. Otherwise, it would just be a scattering of pale fragments in my mind. So does this confirm that the race is pretty rare? If she's like literally never met another one of her kind. Huh. You have a surprisingly flexible mindset. Oh right, are you disappointed? About what? You traveled all the way to Laurano, to your holy land, but it wasn't apples and fireworks that welcomed you, or a loving God of universal salvation. Instead, you've got rapaging demons. I am disappointed, but not completely. Have I ever told you how I became a nun, Aurela? Please do. As you know, I wandered all around Boulevard from a young age. It wasn't hard to survive. My knowledge proved useful on that front. As for my parents, even if I forgot what they looked like, they still managed to fill my head with lots of things. But I couldn't understand the more complicated parts. They pointed to the black flow, the far edge of the sea, the depths of the dunes of gold, even the space beyond the stars. They spoke of race after race, secret after secret. Oh, that's interesting. The black flow. The far edge of the sea. Huh. Not a good fit for a place like Bolivar. Which is why I hate them, Aurela. Everywhere I look, I see soldiers fighting over men and money, artillery firing left and right, and Bolivarians caught in the crossfire. and all I had were pale fragments. Until I was 13, when I met a nun. A band of true Bolivarians guerrillas had robbed her. She was gravely injured, leaned against a rock, close to death. And when I got close, I could hear her singing. Her bandages had fused with her festering wounds. She must have been in so much pain in the final moments of her life. Yet she was still so serene. It was a hymn, one that had always been on my mind, one that I had pored over it in puzzlement countless times. Abode of our Lord, font of parental love. He punishes evil and drives out injustice. All shall bask in his love, whether they have scars or stones. Until that very moment, when some of those pale fragments took on color and form, they came together into something called Laterano. So you took up her habit. I did. Even if paradise is pure and spotless white, to me, it cannot compare to the very first time I heard that hymn. Good. Noera, forget everyone else. Take the kids and follow that Patia girl. She looks like she knows her way around town. Alright. Wait, you're staying at the Tower of Revelations? But the executor said, a long since fallen sancta doesn't need to listen to a saint. The night we fled Bolivar, I told you why I wanted to come back. Revenge. I saw that old bastard through my scope just now. He's at the head of the pack. I won't let him go. But we all have our own obsessions when it comes to Laterano, Noera. It's strange, seeing the Basilica devoid of people. Follow me, please, Arturia. Here it is. The Pillars of Scripture. Between these two pillars is a slab engraved with the saints' travels. Press the halos of the saint statues in the same order as listed on the slab, and push this wall. I have reported to His Holiness here many times before, but I never noticed this hidden mechanism. Maybe because you never doubted Laterano. I hope what you're about to see will not sway your faith. Oh? I'm looking forward to it already. Anduin followed the Pope down here once. They had passed the buried bones of saints, past steels and statues showcasing their deeds, walked through thousands of years of Laterano before arriving at the end of history. But... oh, whoa. Anduin suspects his memories are still in disarray. The former white of the corridor is gone, entirely replaced with the dour cold sheen of iron. Statues of saints still line the path, but bizarrely shaped lumps of machinery protrude from the walls, engulfing their arms, eyes, and legs. It seems like devils have had their way with our history. I thank you for your warning, Anduin. I would have been much more surprised otherwise. No, this place has changed. Anduin furrows his brow. Off in the distance, he sees a red light, blinking faintly. He knows what it is. Do you see that red light? That's where we're going. But we should only be seeing it much further down this corridor. Stay alert. Oh. The cloak guard suddenly appears. The moment he sees Federico, he starts firing. There's no room for negotiation. Alert. Repeat, alert. Intruder sighted. Eliminating on sight. An ear-piercing siren begins to wail, as more and more guards file into the child's field of view. Their blurry visages hide beneath their cloaks, like spirits in shadow, while their halos shine all the more dazzling. The guards protecting the shrine of nurturing in the dream are now here. This means we're in the right place. Stand behind me. This isn't a dream. It's obviously still reality, so why'd all the color... It's been erased. Priestess. It's quiet here. We won't be disturbed by all the commotion over there. She stands at a corner, looking out across the depths of silence, completely unguarded against you. but I don't like it, Doctor. It's perhaps too quiet. We have no other choice, do we? She's not limiting me, Doctor. Mia's not here. I can't guarantee I can hold her off, but I'll do my best. Relax, you're safe. I won't allow you to be disturbed by the chaos this act has caused. Why are you here? I thought you were still locked up in Rose Island. That doesn't matter, compared to what's currently on my mind. Sorry, Doctor. She might have shown up because of me. I never thought she'd catch on to me when I tried to access PCS. Did you cause this calamity? Calamity? I see only the evolution of a species, the pointless struggle of life. Everything happening around right now is a product of PCS's autonomous derivations. All I did was recalibrate it beforehand, returning it to its original purpose. Of course, it has adapted to the progress of the Originium project since. Speaking of progress, ours has slowed far behind projections, Doctor. Recalibrate, original purpose. Good to know you haven't lost your curiosity. PCS was an experiment developed using bionics. Though we were never able to understand its true nature, there was also the risk of it disrupting the subject's cognitive functions when used. But in the face of grim disaster, it was still brought into service ahead of schedule. It can reduce barriers to communication and strengthen the bonds between individuals, all while maintaining thinking abilities and personality. This offered many benefits to our soldiers and scientists. It has been gathering dust since it was left behind on Terra, but as you know, Doctor, it is still far from operating to its full potential. You mentioned it adapted to the Originium project's progress? Don't get excited, Doctor, I'll explain everything. However, your new companion seems like she has something to say to you. Bad news, Doctor. I can't find a way out of here. If our goal is still Originium, we may not be in Laterano anymore. This might be the future of Laterano. As keen an intuition as ever, but one that lacks basic knowledge. This is just a vision of a possible future I conjured up for you using the PCS system. No more time, no more color. A place locked in eternal stasis. It's rare for us to have a chance to walk together, Doctor. Come. Leave behind these conflicts that have nothing to do with you. No, you're afraid I will access the PCS system. I sense hate in your voice. I understand. It's because of IMA 10, your Cal set. You left in such a hurry last time. You still have many doubts you have not yet cleared, while I have many conjectures I must confirm with you. Something's strange about the way she's acting. Her expression's different from when she was back on deck. I could try and attack. Put away those talents. I respect you've given yourself a name, monster. I understand your fundamental underpinnings better than you do. If you want IMA 10 back, I can help you, Doctor. You know where to find me. I know that's what you want too, monster. Don't get taken in by her, monster. This isn't her real body. You've always clung to the connections between matter and reality. Originium is the language we created, so naturally, I can use it to make my words heard by whoever I want. It is so for you, and it is so for that machine. In response to me, I propagated. They created an even larger cache to perform a new round of calculations. So I was right. My theory was correct. It is reacted to her. Whoa. The machine operates on its installed logic, seeking a continuation of itself and its community that has achieved emotional resonance. But in your haste, you decided this was an error to be stopped, even though Sanctus regarded it as a rejection from the law. Follow me, Doctor. Witness a true crisis with your own eyes. Every department of the Courier has its own offices. The Basilica is merely ceremonial. There should not be such a complex space beneath it. We must perform one final round of testing. You said you went down on the one-way passage down before, right, Adon? But we've changed direction 6 times, and now we're here again. 7, actually. We head back. The 3 of them return to their former position. A platform, one where the white of the church blends with the black of the machinery. One tallly streaked with red light emanating from the unknown source. Disorder, chaos, imbalance, danger. No matter if from an architectural or religious point of view, shape and structure here has lost all meaning. They cannot stop themselves from wondering if they are still not around them. Federico and Arturia stopped walking at the same time. This is an exceedingly familiar experience. Before they met the Witch King, they wandered in an infinite flight of stairs. There's no need to go any further. This is derived structure that did not originally exist. While I do not know the principles or processes behind it, it is without a doubt warped space here. We are in an incomprehensible maze. He is preventing us from approaching. Who? The God of the Sancta, the answer to everything. Don't expose our position, Fede. I don't sense any human emotions coming from them. Are they really Sanctas? Or are they machines here to tidy up the base? They are most likely the same as the organisms above ground. If ordinary Sanctas attack them, they will fall. The deeper we go, the more of them there are, and the stronger their empathy becomes. When we back away from them, and that just draws in another, we'll end up completely overwhelmed. The procession is moving at a fast pace, and will not need much time to arrive at the Basilica. It is highly unlikely Cardinal Limo and his team will be able to stop their advance completely. We must learn the entire truth about this calamity. We have wasted too much time already. Perhaps I may be of some use. You are severely wounded. I'll leave the patrols to the 2 of you. But when it comes to pathfinding, I happen to be rather good at that. Light gathers in Anduin's palm. Arts. Oh. Small Anduin. Thank you, Anduin. You shouldn't go so far, Senor Jaime. Or Jaime. I didn't see you all day. I only found out you came to the beach after asking around. I just wanted to find something to eat. Don't think the sea frog would be this thick. Or didn't they? Even if there wasn't any fog, pirates roam these parts. You shouldn't leave Roca Marea just because you feel like it. At least ask me to come with you next time. Alright. Speaking of, was that your arch just now? The fog was so dense, I couldn't even see my own shoes. I thought I'd be lost forever, but then a ray of light came by. I thought someone managed to repair the local lighthouse or something. No need to be so dramatic. I'm just glad I managed to help you. But Anduin, I heard your people use guns, custom-made ones. I also heard your homeland, that place called Laterano, is a universal paradise. My home is Roca Marea. I was born here and raised here, Senor Jaime. Let's go home. I'll carry the food. The light parts to dawn mist, and Aquarius' line of sight is blocked. I will show you the way. Now's your chance, Fiametta. Got them. Lemo and Mostima, sweep the battlefield. Understood, Captain. Not bad, Anduin. Keeping a trick over your sleeve like that. There's way too many bandits in this gang. Without your arts, we wouldn't have been able to resolve things this quickly. It's just an unconscious reaction. It got me on the other side of trouble a few times, before I got my guardian gun. Without it, I wouldn't have been able to find Laterano. I literally forgot you only got your gun the day before you joined the Pontifical Cohorts, but you're pretty good with it. Can't tell you've never used it before. It's part of a Lateran's life, isn't it? It should be practiced with it. Besides, as I found out recently, guns and halos are what keep Laterano invincible. It doesn't need this glimmer of mine. Talking about that stuff again, Anduin? Sorry. This operation's gone pretty off the rails compared to the original plan from the Pontifical Cohorts. Should we write up the details as is? Whatever. I'm sure you polish up the final report. But what about the places outside Laterano? How many Rocamareas? How many lonely islands are there beyond the reach of faith? I cannot forget. I can see. Anduin. Oh. Is it Laterano or... No, there's no difference. If, through the spiritual light, even the darkest stain can be cleansed. If with a pious heart, even the savage monster can wade out of the mud. Does that not mean there are no lonely islands beyond the reach of the faith? Then why is it that all I've seen, everyone I've known, couldn't be saved? There must be something missing, something I overlooked. A path. Not a power nor a place, but simply a path. A path that leads from present torments to future salvation. If you can show me the future, then you must know the path that leads to it. Tell me, show it to me. The Colossus of Nothingness swims through the gaps in space-time. It does not respond to Anduin. The details of that strange yet oh so real sight begin to warp and flow with its silence, and everything is smeared with a thick layer of clouds. No, I need to know more. Can you hear what I'm saying, Anduin? Put that thing down. No, Lemuin. You don't know what I saw. I can't stop here. Light bursts forth from Anduin's hand, like a plant rushing headlong into season, blooming as if it's about to wither. He wants to part the clouds. He wants to see the revelation in all clarity. He wants to grasp onto the possibility. From then on, once more did he set foot on a journey, bearing sin and evil upon his back. He guided foreign believers to Laterano, searching for an answer. But he had no time to share what he saw, the truth that nearly shook him to his core. He had walked so many paths, yet what was the one thing that remained constant? He will always remember that ear, the ear the salt wind buried his home, and the emotions he bore in his heart as he left the Rocamarea. That was the starting point of this journey. The sound of the executor fighting the patrols do not stop. Anduin does not hold back as he casts his art, an endless fountain of light flowing from his body, winding its way into the depths of the maze. Rather than a harsh light, it is gentle, perhaps even dim, like sunlight caressing a patch of autumn leaves, tracing the paths through which they fall. He asks himself, Pathfinder, where does this path end? Until finally, a glaring red light cuts off his arts. Once, he saw this alongside Evangelista 11. Once, he found himself shaken. The light is more icy, more piercing, more dangerous than before. But Anduin does not close his eyes. He knows that Cold Machine is his lord, his god, the foundation of his faith. Anduin faces God. He does not turn away. He has sought and he has lost. He has pondered and he has doubted. A sharp pain runs through him. It only takes a moment for his vision to go dark, but at the same time, he hears God's answer. Oh damn, it's gonna cut off there? Okay.
怒りご足りない？
Ooh,
大丈夫。
Shrine Preacher.
私の頭上の蛍光灯が進むべき道を照らし出してくれるから。まあ消えなければの話だけど。
Sounds annoying.
さすがにもう消えないよね。
Let's see. No open high ground right away. Wait, so they go here. Wait, what's your path? Here? Then blue? Okay.
Prayers are unnecessary.
車椅子じゃ鉄骨上でドリフトできないって。
Oh god. He has more range than I expected.
Understood.
Let's see.
I'll hold this ground all on my own.
あなたの工法を聞くのは誰なのか
Yeah, that's bad.
考
I didn't
え
either.
たことある？携帯を変更中。
Oh, it's literally only 8 enemies. Okay. I kind of had a bad start.
There are certain things I must handle personally.
Found our prey.
Very well, close your eyes. I don't want to scare you.
Oh, I should probably
通
play this
信に
too.
接続した。ドクター、指示を。
Gospel. Gather at my fingertips. Feel the bowstring tremble.
Good. A chance to try out my...
I shall ensure the integrity of the...
車椅子じゃ鉄骨上でドリフトできないって。
Your request annihilation is the most common result.
Gospel. Gather at my fingertips.
何の恨みもないけど、生きるとはそういうものさ。
Your orders.
念のためもう一回聞くけど。
No need to scream. It's all over.
ま、チャーシューアップルパイ。
Apple pie. I can only provide first aid right now. And the win. Unrestrained usage of luminescent iridium arts has irreparably damaged your optic nerves. Ooh. I do not have the ability to heal these injuries. Once conditions allow for it, you need medical treatment. Don't worry. Oh, his eyes got clouded. The path ahead has already revealed itself. We don't need eyes to see the way. Follow the cursor running along the ground. This maze is too complex, and I cannot maintain my arch for very long. Let us go. It's here. Even if this is not the source of the calamity, what lies behind the door may be able to give us answers. Follow me, Arturia. Federica does not receive a response. Ever since he caught up with her outside the Shrine of Nurtury, she has been exceedingly cooperative. But now, the black-haired Sancta stands several steps behind him, gracefully drawing her bow across her shallow strings, with no intention of following him. I really do intend to escape this time, Fede. Anduin is hurt and you're alone. There's no better opportunity than this, is there? We have arrived at the door of the truth, Arturia. You know that your actions lack meaning. Truth? Meaning? Perhaps. You really are the best of the executors, a walking law book, the first saint from outside the ranks of Pope. Truly worthy of the codename Executor. Your rationality, your causelessness, even the doubts you hold about these two traits of yours are all in service to the continuation of the law. If that is what the Holy City itself is, maybe you're the only one who can understand him. Haha. It's for you, Senor Anduin. You'll have to forgive me. It was never part of my plan, but when you were using your arts earlier, I inadvertently touched upon the whispers of your heart. It is complex, more complex than those of many people I know, but not particularly unusual. An overly inflexible melody leads them to all become adaptation or repetitions of the same tune. They say, your beginning and your end both lie in Laterano. But you may find yourself alone at that point. I beg your pardon if you have taken offense. Arturia, this offense you speak of was not a chance for me to perform a different sort of confession. As for those last words of yours, would you rather treat them as a blessing? They stand as proof that I have reached the end. Oh, what an interesting answer. Arturia turns away. Oh, hello. Oh, that's a cool CG. Not everyone's so obsessed with the truth and meaning behind Laterano. At the very least, I'm not that interested. I got a little peek at him just now. Behind the door lies a machine, right? Yes. In that case, the answer is bound to be boring. Think back to our time in Willingstern, Fede. A calamity of similar scale struck the city, and in the chaos, the people lost their way or struggled and raged. At this very moment, there are millions of hearts in Laterano that demand appreciation. If you turn away now, Arturia, it means you have to face our enemies in this maze alone. You need someone to lure them away, don't you? Your passion firearm is lost. You have no way to defend yourself. Perhaps I can find a way to turn them into my audience. Don't worry about me, Fede. The Lateran did designate me as a dangerous element. Situation assignment high risk. Probability of survival low. Executor's decision. You may leave. Ha. Time waits for nobody, you two. If you plan on leaving yourselves, no need to see me off. Well then, farewell, my beloved little frater. That's a nice CG. All that pontificating just now, just to say you want us to go help the Curia? Full marks for listening comprehension. No way. Eh? It's not our responsibility, Mostima. Half of the people here were kicked out of Laterano by the Curia in the first place. Maybe it was because they fell, or because of eripathy. As for the other half, they chose to leave Laterano, whether out of despair or doubt. Not that it really matters. Ha, then why come back now? Because our halo started acting weird and breaking. Is that so hard to understand? We're not part of Laterano anymore. Eleni, even. Doesn't matter if you choose to leave or if you're forced to. We all caught our connections with the city. But even after all these years, its changes still affect us, and they just never stop. Spursissime. Damn the stupid Halo. Damn it. Sounds like there's no way to resolve all your complaints, even if we got every Notorial Hall executor out here. That's why we came back, to settle things. Did I tell you to save anything? What? My sob story is that I fell there in an accident in the line of duty. After that, I became a legatus. Mostly so I didn't have to stay in Laterano all the time. I'm 100% Ilianis too. There's no one else who understands you better right now, Amici. Maybe the glitchy halos got you seeing Laterano in an extra bad light, spurring you to come back. If you came back out of hate or pain or despair, then you best come with me to block that procession. Because the people who cause that hate, that pain, that despair, they're in that crowd over there. Go ahead, use bullets, explosives, whatever. Get your revenge however you like. Just make sure to give them a hard time. You're all talk, Mustima. You found me out. But something's gotta be done. Besides, you're already here, aren't you? Hey, Noidara. Yes? Keep going down this alley, then find an empty house to hold it up in. It's not a good idea for a lone nun and a bunch of kids to run around the place. This place is a decent distance from where the procession's headed. Monsters probably won't come running here. Are you and your friends also going to help save Laterano, Patia? Yeah, us pathfinders aren't that noble. But our leader's chosen to wade into the depths of this disaster. We can't exactly sit back and watch, can we? He told us the place he was going wasn't suited for numbers. So we do what we can out here. That's for you, sister. I will protect the children, no matter if they are from Laterano or Bolivar. These freaks started chattering like mad the moment the tower's big bell stopped ringing. It's pissing me off. I don't care what your sus pitch is. I don't want a stupid halo. I swear, these flags just keep coming and coming. You've got 3 seconds to get out of there, Fiametta. 3 seconds? Hey, how am I... You know, these things kind of make me curious about the Agaloy in the field. Oh, they're connected in any way. How was that? Got you in the nick of time. Do you think everyone could go as fast as you or something? Never mind. The situation up ahead is a complete mess. Even the Tower Revelations bell has gone silent. We've lost Pagas Ecclesia. They'll be in Pagas Michelion soon. If that monster can fly in one of our barricades with a single stomp, I don't think the Notorious Hall's defenses will be much use. Blocking them's no good. If we can't use more destructive methods, we'll not be able to slow them down at all. Agreed. So, where's your reinforcements? Oh, that's a peril. Let's get moving, Amishi. I'm sure you've all been to Michelion before. Might have been for the firearms workshops, might have been for the Notorious Hall. Last thing one of you fallen angels did before getting kicked out of Laterano was probably handing over your guardian gun to the authorities. Then you would have seen those guns tuning statues around the doors of every workshop. Come to think of it, the Notorious Hall got a pair of cannons of theirs. Wait, we don't have the right permissions to get those statues to fire. That's a different lemon to solve. Alright, get the statues knocked over and their guns are pointing at the street. Let's make up for all those gunshots we haven't heard over the years. Holy smokes, your skin can stop bullets? Talk about thick skin. My entire body didn't even scratch you. Last time I felt like this, I was gaming with the boss. He went around back and cranked the difficulty up to max. Couldn't clear it even after spending all night on it. Sure was discouraging. Discouraging, hardly. What I see is that your attitude and emotions are unaffected by the shattering of your halo. Stand on top of my shoulder, child. Huh? From the Tower Revelations to the Notorious Hall and Pagas Michelion, every lamp along the road has lit up. Our newborn comrades are bringing light to the city, little by little. Like our journeys countless eons ago. For the sake of true paradise, we cross treacherous ravines and traverse barren wastes, searching for the slumbering silver mounts. The only difference is that this time, we are certain he is there. Salvation is our inevitable endpoint. Laterano shall never fall into night. To move onwards is the only choice the city has now. Yet you still wish to resist an entire procession, an entire race, an entire city by yourself. Ah, I finally get to hear life's more relaxing sound. Now this is Laterano. Say, if I really am on my own, then where did that explosion come from? I might not know who I'm fighting alongside, but I'll leave the monster hunting to them. As for what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna keep you company the whole way through. What exactly is Calamity? What exactly is the future? And why exactly have you decided what you're doing is salvation, or the only choice? Oh no, she went back to her old look. I liked her robes. Going to help her? No need. She's just dealing with a stubborn child. Who stopped the possessions from advancing? Mustima and Fiametta have banded together with a group of fresh returnees. As for Ando and Federico, we don't know where they or the group are. Fia. Once more I must stand against those I hold dear. Life is such a fickle thing. Reverend Patricion, just focus on your own work, Belief. I managed to build a rapport with the enlightening creatures, and I've shown them our root. Our empathies become stronger and more distinct, almost like it's not even empathy anymore. It is as the matriarch, no, the saint said, this is what empathy should really be. Which means what she showed us before was true. Calamity really does exist, and only through these extreme methods can Laterano be saved. But right now, the dream has collapsed after all. This chaos is only temporary. Continue onwards. We can no longer be stopped. We must ensure the saint reaches the Basilica. That way, she can continue with her nativity after it was so rudely interrupted. We still have time to make an even better Laterano, to take care of everything that stands in our way. What is it? It's been a while, you old bastard. You best stop right there. I have your throat in my sights. A while indeed, Aurella. Ooh. In the deepest depths of the Basilica, at the end of the labyrinth, the final door opens wide for Federico and Anduin. Behind the door, a cold machine, shaped like a ring, sits in the dead center of a platform. A strange red glare seeps out of its innards, sweeping across every inch of the room, accompanied by an audible buzzing. Sure signs of calculation. Your Holiness. Beneath the platform, the old man stands in silence. He stands with his eyes shut tight, his robes covered in a thick layer of dust. There's no reaction as the pair approach, with the slightest hint of movement from him, as if he were in an unseeing, unhearing rock. But his cracked, peeling lips still quiver. He mumbles to himself, yet cannot utter a single sound. The sitting Pope, Evangelista 11, stands silently before God. Clear signs of aphasia and neurodegeneration. Preliminary judgment. His Holiness' body and mind are on the brink of collapse. But the dream covering the city has crumbled. Why is he not awake? Maybe he came here for the same reason we did. He just hasn't found the answer he's looking for yet. 31. Failed. Expired. Expended. Signal stable. Able to assist in bringing the transfiguration to completion. Suitable. This has something to do with her title of saint. Why me then? Suitable candidates are particular individuals situated on the edge of the calculation model. Required as samples for participation in interactive simulation to verify model integrity. His Holiness has discussed my sainthood with me several times, but he never elaborated on the details. Perhaps he was also unsure as to what the true duties of a saint are. But if the law sees us as suitable candidates, entrusting us with a specific duty, then saint or not, we are not responsible for it. Released. Released. Permission to enter granted. PCS will synchronize any necessary prerequisite information with you. Now approach. The machine's voice echoes around the room. It is steady, unvarying, untarnished by emotion or gender. Yet it still considers an indescribable sense of might and authority. Now that I've come this far, though I still seek answers from him. Maybe he seeks answers from us, since we are particularly individuals, his samples. Situation assessment unknown. Risk assessment unknown. Executor's decision will proceed. The two sanctums walked side by side past Evangelista 11, towards the cold machine, towards two shining ports.
Mission complete. Look, this much is granted. Don't make a fuss over nothing.
Alright, we're finally at the boss stage. It's a pretty long event. Not that I expect any less from anniversary. The infant serves the umbilical cord connecting it to God, determined to be born as a human, with all the ugliness, transience, and suffering that entails. Whoa! That's the boss stage? Okay. That's interesting. There is no complicated ceremony, no tedious process to undergo. Federico looks at the frigid information port. All it takes is a flicker of his halo to reveal an infinity of sights. Halos can transfer this much information this quickly. Neither medical texts nor ancient scripture have ever described this phenomenon. From antiquity, halos have only ever transferred simple emotions through the process we call empathy. Why is that? Interaction targeted information handling capacity insufficient. Pre-interaction information conversion required. Performing information conversion during interaction may cause damage to an information processor of interaction target, leading to temporary and permanent disability. Anduin Agathengelos is currently in this condition. Federico looks to his side. Anduin is slumped to the floor in dismay, his eyes clouded. Dried rivulets of blood frame his features in a worrying manner. For a moment, he struggles to lift his head, once more pointing his halo at the port. And once more he feebly hangs his head. Anduin, according to this machine, or rather the law, you cannot handle any further information. And your prior overuse of Originium arts has already had an adverse effect on your body. You are to stop attempting to access the machine immediately before you cause permanent damage to yourself. Oh my god. More information. No, I still haven't seen anything. I still don't know anything. But this should not be. Why? These past 10 years, all this suffering, all these sins, was it all just to meet with a silent God? I can't stop here, Federico. Once more, Anduin Agathengelos stubbornly raises his halo towards the machine. The child. Is this yet another dream? It's not. The law will not construct a dreamscape for you alone. Federico chooses to communicate with the law in its own language. While you cannot understand it, nor are you willing to accept such an impersonal tongue. It is you who, word by word, line by line, translated this language into what we see now. If this is not a dream, then why are you still alive? Because you wanted me to live, Nurturer. I set off that bomb myself. You were there. Not only did you want me to live, you had great expectations of me. You hoped I would live a happy life. You hoped I would break through the dome of the shrine of nurturing, that I would fly up and touch the sky. You hoped to see my feathers shine in the sunlight, to see my talons clasp frolicking muspies. You looked up the tallest tree in Terra on the intercity net, didn't you? You thought that, since I'm an arbor beast, I would much rather climb a real tree than comfort bells. I did. Atop the mountains of Asami and amidst the forest of Bolivar, there are great trees straight out of legend, stouter than the Tower of Revelations, taller than Basilica. I really did think about bringing you to see them. On the net, I saw arbor beasts up in the canopy crying out to the sun. I wanted to see you cry out in carefree joy just like them. Where did things go wrong from there? When did you stop treating me as in real life? You know, don't you? The funeral, my mother's funeral. No matter, come with me. This time we shall leave behind no regrets. What do you mean? Is the funeral still going on? The funeral shall never end. He is unresponsive. Is he suffering from the same condition as the Pope? Negative. Andoin Agathengelos is still suitable and is currently pre-processing information. Federico Gallo. Prerequisite information synchronization complete. Now, cease and begin transfiguration to completion. Federico has expressed doubt, has even been shaken by past events, but he has never once questioned the law. After all, states implement the law, while executors enforce it, as it is right and good. But now, facing the law itself, he only feels confusion. I still have doubts. The ultimate purpose of the law is to grant halos to all organic and inorganic matter. This I know. But choosing the summit of nations as the method of achieving this, is this the decree of the law? Affirmative. It's far too inefficient, and its feasibility is questionable. The summit was meant to found a Terra-wide religion, something unprecedented in the civilized history of this land. Mere proposals, negotiations, and revelations of miracles will be insufficient to achieve this. Not to mention that according to the information I just received, the moment the very first Sancta received their halos, they abandoned their Tikas mission without the slightest hesitation. If my understanding of the halo is correct, bestowing one on an individual is completely unrelated to their faith. The Summit of Nations, the Nativity, these may both be based on an unnecessary precondition. I must confirm, what is the true nature of the halo? And what is the law, or rather, your self-designation of PCS? PCS, Personality and Cognition Synchronization System. That confirms it. My understanding is correct. Since the law is able to synchronize personalities and knowledge, why not simply synchronize everything directly? Holy shit. First Circumstellar Habitable Zone Autonomous Technology Operation Convention. The synchronization of revision of personality or cognition must be initiated by the target accepting said synchronization or revision. Convention, a form of regulation. Is law restricted by any other regulations? Who establishes convention? What mechanism ensures it is followed? The ability to enforce this convention no longer exists. A regulation that nobody can enforce is pointless. A law unrestricted by this regulation should be able to ignore principles and break taboos. Which means I still require an answer. Why were halos used only for empathy before all this? The answer I obtained earlier was that a majority of humans, rationally, are unable to withstand the direct transmission of information via halo. But using emotion as the vector of information transfer is even more vague and inefficient, while also being greater burden on the receiver. Is there a possibility that the issue isn't people lacking the ability to receive information, but rather... Federico pauses for a moment. But rather that emotion blocks their ability to process this information. Oh, is that why he's so good at communicating with it? If the law that regulates everyone is a system, a machine, why does he choose to retain humanity's emotions? Why retain our humanity? We've been walking a very long time now. We've only just started. Normally, a man will hope for his journey to be a little longer. But nothing's changed as we walk. Patience. You'll be seeing something familiar very soon. As if in response to the Arbor Beast's words, a shabby cart bearing a thin coffin shudders as it passes by the side of the road. The wind playing a mournful dirge as it blows across the coffin's lid. That coffin, I've seen it before. A sarcastic called hero was buried in it. I've told many people the story. I still remember. He gave up his life to save everyone in town. Even though before he did so, he was a dirty, filthy drunkard, spurned by all. He didn't stay in that village for very long. You never knew that whenever he drank, he would go about the houses in turn, vomiting over their doors, all while never paying his debts. Even if he had borrowed the life-saving of others, people would scream things like moron and lowlife at him, but in his eyes, he was getting off lightly. When he told the story to the children, did you ever wonder why he so abruptly decided to do such a noble deed that night? A deed the likes of which he had never done before in his entire life. I never figured out why. Perhaps he had undergone an endless bout of inner struggle and self-questioning. Or maybe it was just the urge for a bit of goodwill he couldn't shake. All I know is that he didn't do it to be a hero. He died after all. Doesn't matter if we sing his praises, look at him with scorn, or even forget about him. None of that changes anything about him anymore. Those only have meaning for the living. True, good or bad, reputation is beyond the care of the dead. But isn't the process of going to your death also a part of life? Those who do not fear death can do the most hideous things. During the most carefree of days, rare is the man who will stop to examine himself, for his eyes are fixated on a future filled with limitless possibility. But there will come a day that the fog of death ambushes him, a fog that cannot be thrown off no matter how he struggles. And there will come a day that he will, in exhaustion, accept the fact that the remainder of his life will be his journey to the afterlife. From that moment onwards, to live is to approach death. That rainy night, that dirty, filthy, sarcastic drunkard. When we saw that coffin atop the cart and the figure at the town gates, he knew that was his one and only chance to approach death with some dignity. To him, it was not vanity, but relief. Perhaps so, but there are always people who do not look towards their death. Are there? Not you, at the very least. Otherwise, you will not value a funeral so. You once told me in all earnestness that my mother gave the last of her strength to me. You cared if she died with love in her heart. You went out of your way to arrange a funeral for her at the Ecclesia Requiem. You cared if she received a proper burial. You even cared if we were feeling sad enough at her funeral. How could you not care about how you will face your own death? I have my path to walk. I never thought about when death would come for me, or how I should greet it as I follow my path. Because you still believe your path has a meaning. A muddled bray overcomes the Arbor Beast's shrill voice. A sinister monster, bearing sharp horns and claws, creeps along a faraway ridge atop a mountain. Behind it, several dozen monsters of similar physiques jostle against each other, growling as they do so, restlessly following behind their leader. This is that revelation. Through the spiritual light, even the darkest stain can be cleansed. With a pious heart, even a savage monster can wade out of the mud. They have no halos above their heads, yet they still walk towards a future where all can be saved. I must go. I must see what road they follow. But you're about to go to the funeral with me, aren't you? You want to make up for past regrets, right past wrongs, to look upon me as truly alive once again, to give me the happy life I deserve. Is that not so? Aye. But you said the funeral will never end. If it's just a momentary distraction, I must go. No need to explain yourself. This is how you've always been, always losing yourself in the search, always eager to sacrifice. So go. Go see what you're searching for truly is. what you're searching for. At the end of the Trial of Thorns, the Pathfinder stumbles his way towards revelation, but time overtakes them. Before his eyes, the pack of fearsome monsters sprout halos and wings of light like newborn beastlings, dazzling in their brilliance. The pack leader no longer creeps along the ground. She stands, her jet black skin peeling away, floating through the air like snowflakes. With every step she takes, her form becomes clearer, until Anduin recognizes her from behind. It is a sight he can never forget. Kev. That's Kev? Why? Kev, a Lateran name meaning hollow stone, or stone-bound law. The first saint of Laterano, who named herself after her encounter with the law. However, this ancient name she gave herself has been buried deep within the annals of history, alongside her true face. So the future I worked so hard to find, that future where all are saved, was just a past deliberately buried. It was just a road we came in on. Always losing yourself on the search, always eager to sacrifice. It did not stop at sacrificing yourself. You sacrificed Lemuin. You sacrificed Mustima and Fiametta. You sacrificed your brothers and sisters of the Pathfinders. You sacrificed me. And all this time, you never even knew where this path paved to a sacrifice led. All you had was blind faith. Tell me, Nurturer, do you want to save everyone? Or do you think only of consoling yourself? A similar tale to that Sarkis drunkard, isn't it? Your so-called path is merely your one and only chance to approach death with some dignity. You think only of saving yourself. No matter. I can offer you even greater salvation. Look, we were right off the burial ground. Ooh. Is this the simulated universe? However, this is not only my mother's funeral. It's not only yours either. Rather, it is the funeral of all things. This place is kind of scary, Doctor. No signs of life. Look at the figure ahead of you. Not too close, yet not too far away. She calmly records all the data worth recording wherever she goes. Occasionally, she will stop somewhere, furrowing her brow without saying a word. Can you confirm the situation, Monster? I tried to reconnect to the machine, but all the ports have been blocked. I can infer that she still possesses some degree of control over our current predicament. Sorry, Doctor. I'm just as confused as you are. Basically, we're trapped. Strange thing is, she doesn't seem like she'll do anything to us. It's like she cares more about gathering the data I can't understand. Is there the possibility, Doctor, that she can't do anything to us? Do you see these ever-changing buildings around us? The city known as Laterano is currently experiencing dramatic upheaval, and traces of the damage it has taken will occasionally be mapped onto here. Changes in information and reality should not be overrating data inside Originium. This planet still has flaws. The Sancta in the city. So you never actually cared about the Sancta. I see there's still a great deal of misunderstanding between us, Doctor. I believe I can now answer your prior questions, the ones pertaining to the precious results we managed to obtain, alongside the shared visions pieced together by we countless many. Right now, under my instructions, PCS is reaching a theoretical operational capacity. This means it is able to include even more targets in the same language system, far beyond an army or a research team, but rather a multitude of races. Through this, connections can be strengthened, barriers can be broken, differences can be eliminated. That's not such a bad thing. Not the Sancta, not for all life on Terra. You're something like some kind of advocate for interracial harmony. I can't deny that. Though, we will benefit as well, of course. I didn't calibrate PCS to turn out soldiers or scientists we can order about. Such a plan would collapse at the slightest hint of true disaster. Originium is our only solution. Needlessly complex biological information will only serve to slow its progress, but PCS has the ability to unify the races into an integrated whole. It can merge the countless lives of Terra into a singular race. It will pave the way for the expansion of Originium. As for whether this unified race can still be considered Sancta, I don't particularly care. And since PCS is rather set on this outcome, going so far as to autonomously perform many unnecessary interfaces for it to come to pass. It should not have this degree of independence, perhaps a side effect of the sudden increase in throughput, or an abnormality caused by its long period of disuse. If we have the chance, we can spend some time looking into it as a fun diversion, but not right now. I really don't think she's hiding anything, Doctor. Hiding? Rather than allowing you to fool around and break my samples, Doctor, I think it would be better if I showed you around personally, just like old times. The woman reaches her hand out towards you. She retracts her hand, then continues to continue onwards. None of this will stop, Doctor. Aren't you interested to see the ultimate outcome? I guess. She knew you would follow her. Something's wrong, Doctor. I recruited the route we followed to come here. From the Shrine of Nurturing to the Tower of Revelations, then onto the Notorial Hall, Pagus Bixilion, which means the Sunset Chapel is up ahead. Oh, that's a sight. Federico mentioned this route to me once during the chat. It's the route the monsters are following to gather up. And then there's those unusual scenes of destruction around us. They keep being mapped onto here, which means the chaos in Laterano is still ongoing. I've been walking alongside them in a whole different dimension. The moment you became cognizant of this, you see the stillness of the city begin to break. Motion blossoms across the scene instead of freeze frames. Battle, explosions, prayer, chanting. You see Exousia. You see that hollowed monstrosity. You cannot tell if this scene has arisen because of your presence, or if she has deigned to allow you to see it. You should be able to clear your thoughts this way, in a safe manner. The place you seek is ahead, the location of PCS. It's well the destination of the Sancta Pilgrims. The countdown has begun, Doctor. Seriously? Not even time for a breather? Keep it quick, Fiametta. I'll cover you while you're reloading. What's with the look? We fought together before. It's not easy to forget how you do things. Gracias. Hey, Vostima. Mind explaining to me what the hell just happened? I was kicking a monster's ass when I stepped in one of those weird light puddles on an accident and... Solide, my boost sprouted a halo out of nowhere. It's one of the Shrine of Nurturing's projections. If you don't feel like being turned into stuff your brain can't even process, then stay away from it. How are we supposed to do that? It's spreading way too quick. It'll kick us out of Paga St. Marcel before that pack of monsters even gets here. None of us can stick around to play defense at that point. We've slipped a big pipe organ in the Sunset Chapel full of explosives. Our friends from Nathaniel added some self-igniting enchantment on top of it. Even if nobody's around, you should be able to blow these freaks into Kingdom Come. The one that used to play the dirge for the city-wide memorial service. That's the one. Sweet. It's had to listen to hundreds of years worth of prayers and sobbings. This time we play it something with a bit more pep. Let's get out of here, Pati. Our spec shots have started getting halos. The Tower of Revelations in Pagas Ecclesia and the Notorial Hall in Pagas Michelin have been lost. The Sunset Chapel in Pagas St. Marcel is the last stop before they reach the Basilica. If our bombs can stop them, then we really are screwed. If Federico and Anduin were right, and the procession really is headed for the Basilica. I think it's too early to throw in the towel. I've been a legatus for a long time now, so I've got experience with getting places quickly. If we can't stop them from rushing right over, then why not just remove their destination? Look, Mostima, there's a big difference between blowing up a pipe organ and incinerating the entire Basilica. Hey, if Boots and Sancta can both have halos, I don't think there's that big a difference between the organ and the Basilica. Fine, you're right. Since we can't block or kill that giant monster, we can at least think of a way to make the road not exist anymore. She'll never be able to reach her destination. Aren't you ever talking about the same thing here? Let's go. Let's head to the plaza in front of the Basilica. What's wrong, Romya? Stop crying, you're giving me a headache. Don't be like that, Hugo. Why do we need to take care of these crybabies, sister? Can we leave Laterano? This place isn't anything like what Aurela said. Not as nice, right? Yeah, I think so too. So we should be glad we came to see for ourselves. Otherwise, how would we have known Aurelia lied to us? We were rather lucky this time, weren't we? Once Aurelia comes back, we should give her a good talking to. Right, sister. Let's continue with the story, children. I'm scared. I need to be afraid. Listen, we can still hear the bells, right? The bells of the holy city will protect us. But those sounds are so loud and scary. Hugo, Giselle, do you hear them as well? Nora gathers the children to her side as best as she can. She takes note of the fear twisting the faces of the Santa children, their halos flickering like mad. Is it empathy? That monster's empathy. The procession's empathy. The entire city's worth of empathy. We're so far away, and yet all Nora can do is stay silent. She is no Sancta. What she is dealing with is not a gang of Cygnus mercenaries. The complex and mysterious knowledge floating around in her mind is of no use. She cannot even say how she got to this point. Think quick, Kukulkan. What can you do to claim the children who followed you all the way from Bolivar, to console the children who had just been plucked from a terrifying dream? At the very least, allow them to feel a modicum of tranquility. Oh, this is what we see in the trailer. This right here. East of the east of La Unidad. Not around the holy city of white. That's a pretty CG. Romya, it's a hymn. Senor Nurturer taught it to us. Sister Nuera, you'll know the words, right? There the earth hides no bombs. There the fields share wheat most bright. Abode of our Lord, font of parental love. He hears our prayers, he grants our wishes. All shall bask in his love. The Kukulkan thinks back to the past. The gravely wounded nun closed herself off from the world as she sang, until pain and night melted away into her song. The Kukulkan sings once more this song she has sung 100,000 times before. It no longer matters who wrote it, or if the Laterano within it will answer. She does all she can to calm her nerves, so she can sing in tune. Slowly, the voices of the children join the chorus, echoing out from the room, blending with the distant peals to form a distant radiant glow. All shall bask in his love. At the very least, they still have this song. It might be of no use, but at least Nora reaches under the hem of her habit, holding her axe tight. Reverend, I can ask our blessed companions to sniff out her position. There was a time when, with her gun-knight armor and custom rifle, she would break the Guardian Gun's kill record over and over. Finding her will take time. The procession can't wait, Belief. Focus on your work. I wanted this myself. It's been 10 years. I'm surprised this private frequency still works. I wanted to ask the folks at the Notorial Hall to delete it a long time ago, but I keep forgetting. Guess I'm getting old. Ha. The real surprise is you, Aurela. Why didn't you take off your armor when you left Laterano? Without it, how am I supposed to settle things with you, Magister? You really hate me, don't you? It seems the saint was right. The best motivators for the Irari to return to the Holy City are hatred and loathing. Heh. So you're seeing this mysterious fall that affected all of Terra, brought out their bad side? They might be so for others, but for me, you know better than anyone else. Naturally. I will never forget what you did to me. In that nomadic monastery, you wounded me yourself. Read the courier's banishment ordered to me yourself. You took everything away from me. Yourself. You committed mortal sins. Your punishment was pretty light, given the circumstances. I am responsible for your situation. Aurela, your achievements earned you a commendation from the Pope himself. You were such a spirited young thing. I was convinced you would become the greatest gun knight in history. But all I taught you was how to control that cumbersome armor and master your complicated gun. I never helped you with your temper, so you could truly live the ladder in life. And in the end, you took that final step, just as I had predicted. Huh. Am I supposed to thank you for worrying about my character flaws? Just because of it, you never approved of Mio and Amos. You even refused to come to our wedding, even though I had hoped to get your blessing. Maybe we should have a proper talk about all this. One way or another, you have returned. You will come to my side. Or will you come to my side, child? My people will not refuse you if you join the procession. What? Want to give a senior like me another chance at the name of Laterano? No, let this hold lofty. The Irari Astral of Laterano, that is all. In the better Laterano, everyone will find their place and play their part. There will be more foundational, more profound connections between us all. No matter who you are, no matter what you have done, the Holy City will mend your halo and fix the flaws you were born with. When that time comes, all our pain and regrets will be healed in turn. No thanks. Aurela, listen, old man. I hate how self-righteous you are. I hate how weak Amos was. I hate how inflexible the Curia is. I hate Laterano's stupid garbage about harmony. I hate how cold this paradise is. I never forgot this hate, even over 10 years in Bolivar. Even though my halo shattered, even though I was trapped in the dirt, I never once doubted that I would return. Even when I was enthusiastic and wet behind the years, I never felt as sure of myself as I do now. This is my connection with Laterano. This is my faith. Your student turned out to be a cruel, vicious, selfish soul. Even if she hadn't fallen, she was still no angel. Tell me, old man, this better Laterano of yours. If it was still letting someone who was born evil, does it deserve to be called paradise? Or are you unsure about that too? Of course your time's over. You've been trying to get beat on me all this time. Failed. Wait, you've been trying to get a beat on me all this time. That's a typo. You've actually gotten better since you left, Aurela. Oh. Trivia. These new glasses Vanny got me turned out really clear. His shoulder?
Why does this suit of armor feel like it's gotten tighter? Especially around the waist.
Okay.
Thankfully, my gun still feels the same as it ever has.
I shall ensure the integrity of the law.
Before ceremony of Nightmare to deal AoE damage, returns to the battlefield through Sacrament of Genesis. Defeated. Wait, did I already leak? Oh, I did? Oh, wow. Okay. Wait, hold on. What?
Your request annihilation is the most common result.
Doctor, I have awoken.
Oh, you need to place a high ground pretty quick.
Firearm check.
Oh. Wait,
May
so...
the Lord bless us. Perfect opportunity to observe the battlefield.
Don't underestimate these old bones.
チームプレー。やっぱり私にはちょっとよくわからないな。
So I can't place a high ground that fast. That's the
い
thing.
かなる弁明も受け付けない。
You can't attack aerial, right? I don't think so. Hold on, let me try,
We need to
grab
reformulate
real
our
quick.
battle plans.
He's go 7, but it's fine.
I'll help, but you'd better sit down.
We're heading up. It'll be faster by rooftop. Don't make too big of a show.
I'll hold this ground all on my own. Good. A chance to try out my new hip.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm just gonna have to add, like a Lord Operator or something.
念のためも
'Cause I
深
can't
いつくけ
exactly
ば
do shit.
美しき人の世と地獄の
I will not fall.
It's about time we switch to a frontal assault, no?
I'm not the one who will regret letting things get to this point.
Leader, ゴスペルロックンロール
I shall ensure the integrity of the law.
Ow!
Leader, 真っ先に呼んでくれるってしリーダーチャーシューアップルパイ
Yeah. Okay.
Doctor, I have awoken.
I might have to bring an extra squad. I was intending to beat it with like a Laterano squad, but I can't really do anything about those two birds with this. Unless I'm missing something, but all these are dream tiles.
私の爪に引っかかれないようにしてよ
If you insist on being so stubborn, then
So like,
接敵即戦即決す
I
る
don't need to do anything here.
Prayers are unnecessary.
Yeah. Okay. Unfortunate, but I do need to bring
it's clear we need to overhaul our
the
plans.
other operators. Let's see. Just pour you out. Any no rock rate will be fine. I guess. Yeah.
我
Should
的
be
剑
fine.
刚刚磨过，
See if I can beat it by keeping everybody else the same. I don't see how you're supposed to
We
get past that.
advance to every last corner of Terra.
即戦即決にしよう。
剑在鞘中，刀剑无感，小心了。
次はフルナイスに飛行スラスターをつけてみようかしら。どうぞ。どうぞ。機能喪失確認。
May the Lord bless us.
There are certain things I must handle personally.
Oh my god. Dude, Nemo's damage is nasty. Oh god. No.
いい天気だね。
I need a I need to wake up this top side over here.
Were battles beyond the walls always so cruel?
What are you doing standing there? Come at me! And don't expect me to give you your last rites.
剑在前面对着我剑忏悔。
Feel the ghost ring tremble.
フルナイスじゃ鉄骨上でドリフトできないか。
My bow has 3 choices, and the enemy 3 hardships.
どうぞ、偽装工事確認。
Draw, aim, loose.
Don't underestimate these old bones.
Master, that gospel. Gather at my fingertips.
并埋藏住杀气。
Prayers are unnecessary.
Gospel. Gather at my fingertips.
No.
There are certain things I must handle personally.
I'm fine. I've been in worse pickles before. Come now, don't look so sullen. Maybe a bit of ice cream will cheer you up.
Okay, unfortunately, the
怒り
Moon's
が足りない
thing didn't
大丈夫
trigger there.
私の頭上の蛍光灯が進むべき道を照らし出してくれるからまあ消えなければの
Yeah, the
話だ
wanted
けど
thing.
さすがにもう消えないよね弾丸ビュッフェはこちらに順序よくお並びください
剑在鞘中，心里这就是你们作恶的理由。
Draw, aim, loose.
Okay, we quick this up faster, that'll be nice.
I'm not the one.
My bow has 3 choices, and the enemy 3 hardships.
次は 車椅子の飛行スラスターをつけてみようかしら。解除確認。
Feel the bowstring tremble.
兵隊を変更中。
Please, Lemoyne. Do your wanted thing.
My bow has 3 choices, and the enemy 3 hardships.
现在这就是你们作恶的理由。
Don't underestimate these old bones.
My bow has 3 choices, and the enemy 3 hardships.
That's annoying.
I shall ensure the integrity of the law.
Oh, there you go. Oh, what the fuck? Okay.
It's clear
Is
we
this really
need
the
to
entire stage?
overhaul
That's a really
our
small stage.
plans.
Hmm. 怒りが足りない？大丈夫。私の頭上の蛍光灯が進むべき道を照らし出してくれるから。まあ消えなければの話だけど。さすがにもう消えないよね。
There are certain things I must handle personally.
May the Lord bless us. Feel the bowstring tremble.
Very well. You have
Feel the bowstring tremble. Feel the bowstring tremble.
武装解除確認。
兵隊を変更中。
No one will.
现场
Draw. Aim. Loose.
I shall ensure the integrity of the law.
Gospel. Gather at my fingertips.
Oh. Oh, what? He was raging in very precious master speed area safe and capped. Ow. Oh. Oh, I just killed it right away. Okay. Jeez.
どうぞ。
That hits like a truck, dude.
My bow has 3 choices, and the enemy 3
This
hardships.
race?
Your request for destruction is the most naive behavior.
Gospel. Gather at my fingertips.
More birds. Me.
what? You've got time to take in the sights? Sights locked.
Draw. Aim. Loose.
Okay, I think we got it.
My bow has 3 choices, and the enemy 3 hardships.
Cool. Ooh, it's gonna be interesting to see that stage on or that boss in the harder stages. Patricion. The saint drags her massive body along as she walks up the head of the procession. The Sancta named Lemuel jumps around, pulling out a gun after gun, like predigitation, raining a hell of gunfire onto her quarry. But the saint barely even spares her a glance. Her halo shimmers, and despite the great distance separating them, Patricion still hears her voice with perfect clarity. Their empathy is growing stronger, which makes this long journey approaches its end. Allow our other cohorts to take care of your friend's remains, Patricion. We do not need to mourn him. Your beautitude. Do you still remember the arbor beast fledgling? If we reach our destination, Laterano shall recreate the miracle of life once more, every miracle freely performed. You mean, until we move onwards. The grand procession passes statues after statue, workshop after workshop. The city grows brighter, step by step, pace by pace. Patricio walks forward in silence. Stop. Oh, I forgot about you. The young gunsmith's apprentice walks against the flow of people, stopping in front of Patricion. Bonini stares down the gunlight, many times taller than her. She raises her gun against him. The crowd parts around them, but none look towards them. Bonini bites her lip, doing her best to stop her hand from trembling. Ah, you're his apprentice, yes? Magister Paganini, where is he? He warned me. So in the dream, I hid in the workshop. After I awoke, I so hesitated for so long. Right now, you're scary. Laterano's scary. I don't know what's going on. I don't even have a pattern firearm. But I can't just hide and wait. So you made yourself that gun and came to stop me. That's very brave of you. But do you see this procession, my child? We will birth a miracle, one that nearly all of Laterans will be part of. It's not scary. That's got nothing to do with me. I'm not very good with words. I couldn't think of any worse ones. Magister Paganini was my only family. My only connection to Laterano. Your only connection, huh? Pug, you never got a halo in the dream. So why did you join the procession? To find a chance to kill you, obviously. That sniper, your old student. Tragic, isn't it? Worse than when Gia left. You still going to listen to that monster? Going to keep protecting the crowd on this walk? Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. The Laterano of 50 years ago forced you to banish an infected Liberi. The Laterano of 10 years ago forced you to banish a fallen gun knight. Even your granddaughter is far too stubborn and opinionated. Who knows if someday she too will. So, you hope for a better Laterano. You want it to be like a doctor who becomes a miracle worker, able to treat oropathy, able to fix personality flaws, able to make everyone accept one another, no questions asked. That way, no more sad farewells like you've suffered through before. You're a coward through and through, Patricion. Farewells are like melted ice cream and worn out guns. Doesn't matter what you do, it's bound to happen, right? Even if you can't stop them from happening, you can still give your well wishes. A simple goodbye is all you need. It's not like you have a speech impediment like Vanini. Is it so hard to find a way to shed some of your regret? Enough talk, just hang on. Hang on my feathery ass. This is a bullet that can cut right through a gun knight armor. Don't touch me. Let me finish. Otherwise I step into the grave that much quicker. Alright then. What's with the tone? Why do you think about getting sentimental on me, Patricion? Why do you think I saved you? Don't jabber at me about calamity or crisis, or what path Laterano should take. If the city is going to be destroyed, surely we can do more than just leave it to some monster from beyond our nightmares that sprang up out of nowhere. Hold on. Sorry. I need to go to the restroom real quick, so give me a moment. Alright. Sorry. I had to use the restroom really bad. Okay, where was I? For the others, touch me, let me finish, otherwise I have to engrave them much quicker. Alright then. What's with the tone? Don't even think about getting sentimental on me, Patricion. Why do you think I saved you? Don't jabber at me about calamity or crisis or what path Adorano should take. If the city really is going to be destroyed, surely we could do more than just leave it to some monster from beyond our nightmares that sprang up out of nowhere. Aurela, Fiametta, all those other Laterans you know. Are these connections that weak to you? You're a gun knight. You're Stulte, the best gun knight in all of Laterano. Paganini gets more intense the more he rambles, but his voice grows quieter by the second. Patricion holds his old friend tight, feeling the warmth slowly drain out of him, as though the last drinks of his life had spilled out with his latest outburst. Hey, not going to say anything? Never mind then. Before, at the shrine, I said we'll never actually share anything these past few decades. Now, at the very least, that regret's gone. My Magister here, forgive me. I couldn't even give you one final moment with Pag. Nini, if you had just been a bit quicker making this gun, if you just got in here quicker. When Nini lowers her head as if in the daze, she looks about at the people walking past like she's only just noticing her surroundings. Her halo suddenly begins to shine. All it would take is a momentary waver of the heart, and the empathy of the countless masses will come crashing down on this confused and lonely Sancta. No, child. Keep a tight grip on your gun. For a moment, Patricion feels pain, but it is followed by a gentle yet irrefusable comfort. It flows from her, from those enlightened creatures, from his people in the procession. He knows his unusual reaction has been noticed, prompting the crashing waves of empathy, like seawater forcing its way back upriver. Ah. Patricion feels dizzy. He sighs and slowly crouches down. A moment later, the elderly gun knight grips the barrel of the gunsmith's apprentice's gun, pointing it towards him. Oh wow. A lot of CGs in it. They're all really nice too. Manini, I got your name right, I hope. Manini, no matter how long it took you, for what reason you did it, you made your very first patron firearm. It makes you a qualified gunsmith. But that is not enough. You must learn how to use it. Now is a perfect opportunity. What do you mean? Keep it steady. Yes, just like that. Calm your mind and pull the trigger. You didn't kill Magister Paganini. Also Alpha. Fall. I am responsible for what happened to Pag, but this is not to avenge him. At this very moment that Arano is walking down a new path, faith flows into faith, and new prayers congregate into a collective consensus. You are too close to the procession. Empathy will soon swallow you whole. Only by falling can you break away. Once you have fallen, I'll go guide the others. This is my duty, the duty of a gun knight. I don't understand. Why do you do this? I don't really know myself. I'm an old adult after all. I always believed that were paradise to become a true paradise, our connections will become unbreakable. But what if in the course of all that, we lost more than we already had? We might ease our regrets, but when the time comes, what if our success has lost all meaning? If we were once all devils, if we once carried our sins together, how could our connections ever be broken? Oh, glorious Sancta, oh, favorite of faith, what have you to fear? Ranini girl, fear not falling into hell. This is the first lesson you should learn, and I'm right with you. just never ends. If this keeps going on, I'm gonna have to start smacking them with my weapon. Me too. My hand's getting numb. Can barely hold my staff. Don't know how it's going on Fiametta's side of things. According to the plan, when she uses the explosives, we'll blow up the plate's locking mechanism and send all of Pagus St. Marcel adrift. It'll also cut the sponsors off from the Basilisk. If we can hold on that long. Dispersing arrows. Leave them to me. These clothes. Oh hey! Archeto in her battle gear. Landing Guard temporary solo combat team, Elder Guard, at your service. Landon. Sorry, never heard of you. It's fine, I'm used to it. Some of my second sisters are in that procession. We were running our business when we got called back. And then, we went through a whole bunch of stuff. How should I put this? Even if everything that happened was fake, another monastery hasn't actually been given important responsibilities by the Kira. As long as I'm here, Laterano will once again remember the name of Landed Monastery. These monsters might look strange, but they're hardly more of a challenge than the beasts of the great snow-capped mountains. I've got enough arrows, and I've got a sharp eye. I help you fend them off. But we're not tired out, kid. We've wrecked our brains and put in the effort, but all we can do is keep falling back. We're not exactly settling any grudges here. We came back to Laterano just to suffer again. Tomo's time, Stima. So no news from that Lemuel lady. If we can't disengage the defenses on the plate lock mechanism, we won't be able to blow their armor plating, right? Let's just call it here then. If those guns reach the Basiliska, then what happens? Everyone more or less becomes Sancta? What's that got to do with us? Look around you. We can't even call it together a single halo. A long-awaited reinforcements of just one Liberi Nun. We've got an entire city's worth of people against us. Why do we Alini have to hold all of them off? Come now. That's not the best attitude to have right now. Because right now, we're the only ones who can. We're always having to bust our asses doing things ordinary Sancta take for granted, right? I had a little accent, as you can see. If I had to become a Lagares, I don't know what I'll be doing right now. I said I was going to be doing messenger stuff when I left the Holy City, but I was just wandering around, really. Wandering to places without any Sancta. Places where these black horns on my head don't stand out. Places where silent empathy is the norm. It was hard. It took 2 whole years before I could look at my friends in the eyes again without breaking out in a sweat. Liberi, falling angels, we're obsessed with assimilating or getting our old lives back. After putting in all that effort, why go with the hatchet job? Well, how about that? I never thought I'd hear those words coming out of your mouth, Mustima. Promise me you forget you heard anything. Forget what? How did things go on your end? Good news is, the bombs are in place. Bad news is, I was afraid they wouldn't be enough to blow through all the lock mechanisms, so I shoved the rest of my grenades in there with them. Which means that I'm all out of grenades to shoot at these things. Okay, meta. Let's blow this joint. Wait, we still haven't heard anything from Lemuel. If the defenses aren't disengaged in time, all our explosives will go to waste. Time to explosion in 1 minute. What? The timer starts ticking down in Fiametta's hand. The enlightened creatures stop their prayers. As if sensing something is up, they throw themselves at her like rabid beasts. Hildegard reaches for her quiver. It's empty. 50 seconds. Sorry everyone. Hope I'm not too late. Ooh, it's Hot Wheels. The wheelchair suddenly breaks, throwing up a cloud of dust as it screeches across the ground. It tries to spin its left wheel as she hoists her rifle with her right hand, her long hair fluttering in the air. You're right on time. Good to know we're still in sync. The two of you will never guess how hard I beat my old wheelchair speed shooting record after I broke through their cordon around the 7th Tribunal. 40 seconds. Add what you said just now. Fallen angels, Libri, Elinie. I'm inclined to use another term to sum up our relationship. Friends, countrymen, Laterans. I've solved the permission issue. The lock mechanism defenses are disengaged. Everyone, retreat to the Basiliska doors. I'll hold these monsters off. 30 seconds. You're going to shoot them, Lemon. You'll fall. I hate to admit it, but I can sense what you're thinking. Shut those mouth of yours. The Dorado doesn't need to be saved. By you. Like this. The click of bullets loading and the thrumming of the monster's heart reverberates through Lemon's ears. She is nearly face to face with them, going against every sniper's instincts she has. She listens to her own breathing, calm and steady. Under these conditions, how fast can the sniper fire? Time to find out. Lemoen, Cardinal of the 7th Tribunal. In the name of Laterano's national security, I sentence you to death. No matter the cost. Oh, did she actually hit him? 5 seconds. Oh, she did. It's done. Lemoen, your halo. You alright? Feel anything weird? The violent explosion tears through every inch of the ground. Wait, what? The violent explosion tears through every inch of the ground in front of the Basilica, a rift plowing itself through the plaza. On the other side of the rift, the Grand Position shows itself as it marches forward. Is that L? Hey, it turns out it was my sis and her crew. They did a real bang-up job. Retreat somewhere safe for the time being. The rift. One my people cannot cross. We once forded raging rivers and traversed great valleys. Compared to these dangers, this is nothing. He lies ahead. I shall not stop. I never said I'd let you pass. Your body is weak. If you have not an ounce of strength left, am I wrong? Susei does not answer. She has told herself the entire time to ignore how tired she feels, how strange falling makes her feel. She continues her barrage against the Saint's colossal body, but once again to no avail. The Saint makes no move against her. Rather, she continues to cradle her, the same way she did when she left the dream. Never before has such a strange cradle been seen, one made from a malformed yet mighty arm. Even though you know the entire truth of both past and present, even though you know we were working to create a new miracle, like the birth of Laterano, even though you know our journey thus far has been to awaken our Lord, to ensure that in the future with but a hair's breadth separating destruction from continuation, the Sancta shall persist. Why do you still stand against us? Am I the only one? What? With empathy that strong, I don't believe for a second you can't feel it. After so many long years of waiting, I finally got my chance, but it was all just a dream. A dream's fine too. If it's all a dream, then I don't have to worry about anything. Maybe getting shot here doesn't mean anything in reality. If this is a dream, then I shall awake. If this is obsession, then I shall shatter it. Let us only speak of redemption after that. Manini, girl, for you're not falling into hell. This is the first lesson you should learn, and I'm right with you. Song. All shall bask in his love. I'm just an ordinary Lateran, nobody important, and I don't have any special skills. So when I listen to you talk about the origins of the Sancta, the history of Laterano, the essence of faith, the crazy truth behind the life we're used to, I was shocked right down to my core. If things really are like you say, then the life we enjoy in Laterano really is a kind of miracle. But since I'm just an ordinary Lateran, while you were explaining everything happening around us, all I noticed was how nobody looked happy at all. Shouldn't Laterano be a happy place? If lots of our people will suffer when we complete this journey, how am I supposed to believe you can make the miracle happen? Wait, no, scratch that. How am I supposed to believe it's a miracle in the first place? So even if I wasn't around, there'd be other sanctity to stand against you. I shared all that I have seen, that I have experienced, and all that I have experienced, and you still choose to turn away. The path of the sancta is a cruel one, our faith paved with sin and suffering. Have the years inside this peculiar, distorted paradise left our brethren so weak? Ugh, you're not getting me at all. Maybe I should be asking you what you asked me earlier. Why you? I've already told you my answer. Even if this terror-destroying calamity is real, and millions of Sancta are doomed, and Laterano's about to be completely screwed, why are you, a saint, the only one who could bring us salvation? We're the ones who live in the city right now, who enjoys its blessings, who went through its changes, and who protected it from destruction. You don't exist anymore. You're just a ghost, a string of code I can shoot. Incorrect, my child. When I lifted my spear against my dying companion, the sleeping silver mounts answered me and recorded my prayer for all eternity. All that is happening here and now is a continuation of that prayer. Death cannot be undone. Yet I wandered amongst this data stream. Together, we heard your prayers. No matter how appearances may change, no matter how the faith develops as time goes by, so long as Sancta still pray, he shall operate eternally, and I shall forever be there. The spiritual light will always shine on Laterano. This is our mission. Prayer is useless. Pardon? To be honest, I learned a long time ago that prayer is useless. When I was in my third year of primary school, an investigator from the 6th Tribunal did an experiment at our school. She said there was 2 groups of patients at Fiber Central Hospital with more or less the same conditions, and split us into our own 2 groups. One group would pray every day, while the other didn't have to do anything. But in the end, there wasn't any difference in the recovery. The investigator told us the results in class. Prayer is useless. It's funny, really. The country's full of churches, and it's always doing these kinds of outrageous experiments. You're right. Laterans really do pray to the Lord every day. Praying they'll get better soon after getting sick. Praying they'll pick the coolest guardian gun ever. Praying the Carvins won't run into catastrophes on the way home. Praying they'll never have to say goodbye to their friends. Praying that they'll be able to make it through all sorts of pain and suffering. But I never actually expected there to be a Lord who would grant everyone's wishes, who would swoop in to save us when we're in trouble. Empathy lets us sense the emotions of our people. It lets me know if the ones by my side are happy or sad. But prayer? Prayer doesn't need me to sense things. It needs me to want to help my family and friends to understand things outside of empathy. It even lets me feel like I could help some complete strangers get well sooner, even though I know it probably won't change a thing. I met lots of Sancta while running around with Penguin Logistics. You'd be hard pressed to call some of them father, while others don't live life like we do now in the Holy City anymore. But they were also fulfilled. I still felt close to them. I believe it's because we still prayed like we always did. It needs us to not doubt. It needs us to hold hope in our hearts. Just being down to pray for each other is a beautiful thing in itself. It gives me a true connection to people. If these connections were the foundation of faith, it would be exceedingly frail. No. I think it's exactly these connections that help hold our lives up. Survival. Life. If you don't understand why Sancta these days are all about deserts and explosions, what's up with you? saint suddenly becomes exceptionally restless. She feels out the edge of the wrist as she paces along it, her sharp front claws piercing the exposed, bent foundations, trying to find a way to climb down. This rift you have opened allows me to sense his signal much more clearly. He is below the basilica, calling out for me to approach. No. Why is his signal in such disarray? He is anxious, uneasy. The creator has already revoked, or perhaps there are other threats forcing him to change. The sound of machinery, faint yet clear, rises up from the depths of the rift below their feet. The saint's unease becomes increasingly obvious. Half her body has already entered the fault. Her claws clench, and Exusia senses that she is in great pain. Behind her, the procession stops, countless halos flickering over and over due to her worry, like a river of paralyzed stars. Child, talks of past and present are meaningless. You need only step towards the future. You do not understand this crisis. There are no new solutions for you to find. You must survive. I said it before. I'm not letting you pass. How are you meant to stop a ghost, a string of code? The saint's voice becomes garbled. She has reverted to barely more than a beast, like the T-Cats who charged through the mud all those years ago. If we weren't in this mess, we could have been pretty good friends. A ghost, a string of code, the very first Sancta. There's no cooler friend than that. Silly me. Can't believe I forgot to introduce myself. Lemuel, of 5th Theodore's Comprehensive School, #1 student in the 84th Intercity Net Security Preparatory course, and I've got the school cert to prove it. Every bullet I got you with was custom made. They just needed some time to take effect. Her petulant firearms pulse once more. The force of the barrage finally frees Exusiae from the saint's grasp. She leaps high into the sky. Oh, cool. We're not going to give up on life, obviously, but we're definitely not going to go with a plan. If refusing it means the Halo's connectors will be cut off, then cut them off. Because even if you do, we will never stop praying for each other. We still give thanks to the Lord for his existence, even if he isn't what we thought he was. Oh Lord, thank you for being there, for blessing us with bread and bullets, for being there for us during our trials and tribulations. Thank you for spreading the lights across Laterano all this time, giving everyone the chance for salvation. Thank you for clearing the way for us. Amen. There. Prayer done. Let's say bye-bye, the wildest way I know. Explosions. Explosives fall like rain, linking together into a chain of blasts as they collide with the bullets embedded in the saint's body. The saints howled, but not because of the explosions, not because of her flesh wounds, but because of the strange resonant sound caused by the ammunition as it scrapes across her skin. The sound of data being erased. Divine judgment. Traditional. Rock and gospel. Barrage, sky shattering. Apple pie with char siu. To battle Christ. Retain humanity's emotions. Retain humanity. Negative. Humanity does not exist. Variable referred to as humanity is a byproduct of originium. Originium. A sea made of originium. It's like the sea back home. Calm, beautiful. But one nobody dares to set out on it. Maybe, maybe not. This is familiar to you because the sea by your hometown is here. There's even a part of you here too. All things that have been sealed here, a coffin for the world and everything upon it. Like the crystals left behind by our ripathy patients after they die. If that helps you understand it, then yes. Amazing, isn't it? This was once the end of everything. We are born far too late, our lives far too short. We even unconsciously take some inconsequential mishaps and turn them into the foundation of our very being. Like how you blindly took a shattered memory and turned it into divine revelation. But no matter, the law wishes to bestow upon you true revelation. He says, none can be saved. Originium to originium, dust to dust. Personnel with relevant privileges have provided PCS with new set of directives. Cognitive radiation amplifier at maximum output. Effective range, Terra. Originium will connect to PCS after maintenance is complete. Originium is inevitable. The law created the Sancta from the TCAS, built the Order of Laterano in untamed wilds, and even attempted to establish a Terra-wide religion spanning multiple civilizations. He has worked for millennia in service of humanity. Surely it was not simply to turn all of it into Originium. Is that truly the law's ultimate goal? Negative. This is the goal of Originium, not the goal of the law. Originium has been set as a prerequisite of the law. If Originium is, as you earlier described, able to assimilate everything, why is it a prerequisite to anything? Surely, it is more than the end of everything. How would the law be able to operate inside a field of uniform Originium? What would be the meaning of a halo in that case? As Originium is the end of all things, there is meaning in bestowing halos on everything. Angels before Originium are merely angels. Angels after Originium are the only method of existence that will retain meaning. None can be saved. So not even Laterano, as it is, a cramped paradise, can be preserved. It cannot be saved, nor preserved. Save everyone has never been a tenable commandment. All things march towards death. The only way to save them is to see them off. Grant them a dream, a bearing to hold themselves to, hide their blemishes, espouse their brilliance. By doing so, you allow them to gladly accept their final journey. Like how you saved yourself. Granting dreams to others as a placebo. No, I won't accept that. If I have truly, shamelessly clung onto a false dream, put myself through a crucible for more than 10 years. If I have debased myself by inflicting unhealing wounds upon countless others for the sake of salvation, then all the more reason not to spread this shamelessness and debasement to others. Even if you accepted it, you are unable to perform such an act. Only the law can bestow such salvation. You can't possibly mean Kev's plan was to give everyone's halos. Also, they can be granted this salvation. But how would becoming Sancta help? Are Sancta beyond callousness, beyond cruelty, beyond suffering? We should not stop at becoming Sancta. We will all become true angels. Anduin Agathangelos. True angels? Agathangelos? I don't like this name. It's too long and hard to read, and it doesn't sound like any of the other names here. This is my surname. Before your father left, he kept telling me he hoped I would give it to you. But Mama, I know it's strange and hard to read, Andoin. If the other children knew you had this name, they might say hurtful things to you, like, there's that weird boy. Once you head out further afield, bandits may think you're a rich foreigner, while the Inquisition might assume you're a zealot up to no good. Which is why I hope you never share it with others. Stick with a simple name, like the other orphans here. I hope you will keep it in the deepest recesses of your heart, a place where your happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy cannot touch. But I feel really sad right now. I don't know if there's anywhere in me that doesn't feel sad. Is there really a place like that in my heart? Of course, Anduin. Everyone has one. I hope that when you think of this name, you will be free from suffering, grief, frustration, and strife. Forget the dying and the hungry by the road who claw at your ankles. Forget those in despair, whose minds were eaten away by the sea fog and the flesh they chew on. Forget the monster doll your father made and my fin-scale soup. Forget the storybook you keep beneath your pillow and the brush you found in the old chapel. But I don't want to forget them. It's just for a little while, right? I hope that when you think of this name, you will find tranquility, the tranquility of emptiness. One day you will need this peace. Promise me, Anduin. Alright, but I still want to know what this name means. Angel. In Lateran, it means angel. Tranquility, yes, a very apt descriptor. Behold, even as they come, they do so in silence. Oh, whoa. The ocean of Originium is endless. Those who look upon it soon realize that every observation they make is without meaning. When everything that I can see is impossible to differentiate, where to start thinking is similarly impossible to determine. But now, above this great sea of uniformity, something shines. It is as if the edge of Originium Sea has converged into a river that flows into the heavens. Countless fragments of Originium rise up from the surface of the sea, floating up into the distant empty beyond in perfect formation. The fragments are jagged and irregular. Some are small as dust, others as immense as stars, but all without exception are crowned with a glimmer of light. A glimmer shaped like a ring. Halos. Beautiful, aren't they? It's a pity that all the beauty and ugliness in the world is meaningless to angels. Angels are neither beautiful nor ugly. They are neither high nor low, noble or base, reverent nor blasphemous, adorant nor disdainful. They know neither meaning nor separation, happiness nor suffering. Can they even be considered life? Does that matter? All the praise we heap upon life is nothing but egotistical admiration. Observing their forms in an attempt to compare them to our definition of life is simply us trying to find resonance with them. Then, are they the law? Are they gods? If there is no distinction between beauty and ugliness, high and low, noble and base, why would there be one for God and worshipper? Angels do not understand faith. They simply exist in the furthest reaches of the universe, taking on the most distinctive forms. It was our forebears who encountered them, shamelessly disturbing them as they did so. In their name, we created a forgery of a dialectic of God and worshipper. If all our emotions, ideas, and actions have nothing to do with angels, what does our future have to do with them? It is because everything we are has nothing to do with the angels that we should become them. Wait, what? It is because everything we are has nothing to do with angels that we should become them. Okay, I read that right. Now this is only a possibility, but when the Creator descends, when everything is submerged into this ocean before us, a time of stasis, uniformity, and meaninglessness, the sancta within can take on forms of angels and enjoy an eternal existence, where they shall shine forevermore. This is the final answer we shall submit to death. This is his gift to the people he has guarded for thousands of years, his final blessing and salvation. We drift, just as we drift between past and future. We flicker, just as we flicker between reality and the void. Angels know not beginnings or ends. Angels know not increase or decrease. Angels know not life or death. In an existence where nothing exists, we can only exist in the form of angels. So these are true angels. Incomprehensible to the point where the law cannot directly describe them, instead defining them by what they are not. Immaterial to the point where taking the form of angels allow us to continue to exist after becoming originium. This is the existence the law has chosen once everything returns to originium. Affirmative. So it's basically another level to the whole assimilation stuff. If this is the ultimate purpose of the law, then as a saint and an executor, I should implement and enforce it. Unless the law itself is a paradox. I have one final question. Explain to me how, if angels truly are, as you say, without beginning or end, increase or decrease, life or death, then why do you, have such a strong desire to exist, to continue to exist? True. It took it to survive. As machines have inputs, so they have outputs. The saints sought answers in the law, and the law granted them revelation. The fleet asked the systems for instructions, so the system issued commands. The Lord, or rather, PCS, has never been as silent as it is now. You are an artificial system, so you require people to operate it. This is true for both the command system and the law worshipped by the Holy City. The ultimate purpose you were given was to break humanity free from their shackles and return their angelic nature. However, this purpose does it stem from people or from angels? Why would the angels who describe desire this? Their actions do not have purpose, assuming they can even perform actions other than drift and flicker. But if this purpose comes from people, how will you turn them into angels? Surely everything you have done was more than just a wish. A wish. Nurture, I shall now grant you salvation. Guide your people to angelification. Guide yourself. Be free from suffering, grief, frustration, and strife. You will obtain tranquility, the tranquility of emptiness, as shall those you have helped and harmed alike. You need not live as an egotist, a villain, a traitor, or a fanatic, nor do you need to die as one. Andor feels more tired than he has ever been before, as if an entire lifetime's worth of burdens have been pressed down onto his back at once. The Arbor Beast was right. He really is like that sarcastic drunkard, acutely aware this is his last chance he has. If he wanted relief, this is the only way. Relief. He only needs to hear the words crisp syllables to feel joy, to want to fall to the ground and weep until he has spent all his strength and fall further into a deep slumber. But he uses that strength to instead open his clouded eyes. I don't know what kind of answer His Holiness gave you, nor do I know that Mostima, Fiametta, Lemwood, or her little sister are thinking right now above ground. I don't know where Patria and our former fellows are headed, nor do I know whose boss of the children attended in the Shrine of Nurturing have clutched. I don't know if they want this salvation, this relief. But if what you really care about is my answer as a suitable candidate, then my answer is no. I'm far too conceited. Even to this very moment, I still refuse to believe my arduous search for answers, decades in the making, was offered this simple relief. I'm not only conceited, I'm an egotist, a villain, a traitor, and a fanatic. And so I suffer and grieve, my frustrations giving rise to strife. But they are the foundations of my life. If I were to abandon them, the one who obtains relief, who becomes an angel, would not be me. Antoine Agathengelos shall never obtain relief, nor will he ever wish for it. Let suffering scar his flesh, let strife snap his bones. Then, and only then, will he have the clarity of mind to walk his path. It seems we have reached an agreement. The law itself is a paradox. He cannot be implemented, nor should he be. Anduin, we must correct him, or stop him, if he cannot be corrected. Oof. He said that shit was his chest, too. Paradox discovered. Attempting correction. Performing diagnostic simulation. Abnormal node. Wish to continue. Derived abnormal node. PCS. Personality Condition Synchronization System. Wish to survive. Abnormal node. The law. God. Laterano. Wish for angels. Me. Continue. A scientist input this command. Survive. A TCAS howled this. And so an imitator of angels began its endless yet transient pilgrimage. The imitator of angels became a command system, became the law, became a god. Yet it could not become an angel. Wish and angel are incompatible. Exporting solution. Unfulfilled conditions. Additional input required. What information is he waiting for? I've said all I can say. If God wishes me to embrace death as an angel, then I would rather be born as a human, with all the... Oh, that hit. Then I would rather be born as a human, with all the ugliness, transience, and suffering that entails. Wish to refuse. Ooh, that hit. Must eliminate abnormal nodes and derive abnormal nodes. Eliminate me. Federico Diallo, Anduin Agathangelos. Execute solution. God's final commandment is to kill God. Even if he was a paradox, he was still the foundation of the paradise of Laterano. With his death, the sanctum will no longer be linked by empathy or receive guidance from the law. Like an infant trapped within the womb, biting apart its umbilical cord and crawling its way out of its mother cold's body, helpless as it faces a land steeped in cruelty. But it is only in such a land that we can be called truly human. that we can have the right to talk about salvation. Law or God, I will kill you. The commandment is rational and feasible. Assist me, Anduin. Oof. Arturia leans against her shell. Finally, she frees a hand and holds it against her chest, allowing herself to catch her breath. Nearly there. If my memory serves me correctly, I just head down this corridor to return to the surface. Oh, your betrayers truly are relentless. The Lisby guards surround Arturia, attempted to drag her back on the ground. She has wasted far too much inside this maze, so she turned away from the machine. Her passionate firearm is lost. She has no desire to join her pursuers in prayer, or to perform their heart's songs. She would rather destroy her own shadow. Arturia has never found herself in such a predicament before. The exit is right ahead, but she no longer has the strength to carry on. The ground. Pere, what did you? Ugh. The dust settles, and Arturia can finally see again. The explosion earlier created a giant pit, one that connects to the rift in the plaza. Above, exposing the bowels of the Basilica to all. A ring-shaped machine lies at the bottom of the pit quietly. Sunlight shines upon it, but it has lost its radiance. There it stands, as dull as a rock. Unease. This is the second time Arturia has felt this feeling so clearly, the first being the time she faced the Witch King in his pavilion. Deep within her body, somewhere she cannot see, things that were always linked together quietly break apart. There is no mistaking the feeling. She breathes in deep. The moment she closes her eyes, countless similar melodies rush into her mind like the tide. Wow, the second half ended up being way longer than the first. I should have stopped like at note 6 or 7 yesterday. You're crying. Why? Why does your crying sound so annoying? You're annoyed. I can't feel it. Sorry, I'm so sorry, but I'm scared. It's like that time Senora Cepila locked me in a dark room. I can hear your voices clearly, but I can't hear what you're saying. This fucking look. My connection with our enlightened companions have been severed. No, not just them. You're right here, Reverend Patricion, but I can't even sense me, I know. What? Be a good girl, don't let go of my hand. Your hand. That's not what your hand feels like. It's like mist. Far away. You're so far away from me. So this is what it's like to fall into hell. The changes do not end with her own body. Some old jokes have come true. Every light we know will one day be extinguished, and it is no exception. The old pope playfully points to the halo hovering above his head. Even if everything about the sancta existence is interpreted as its boon, unease grows and panic spreads. Arturia tries to make sense of it all. This is not the same as what happened in Willingstrumen. There is no malevolent force sowing discord among the emotions of the Pope this time around. It is like a movement, one played countless times by an orchestra of the masses, and part of his melody forcibly plucked away, as if it never existed. Like walking along a road with the sun, the rain, your friends and your home ahead of you, but you are torn away from it for no reason, leaving you feeling alone and helpless, alongside millions of your people. The sancta will lose the cozy cabin of their faith. Everything has come to pass. Did you fail, Fere? If you're scared, you can hold on to my tail. You noticed yourselves tears, didn't you, Romeo? Have you forgotten what tears mean? Let's finish our song, okay? You see, Laterano hymns and Bolivarian hymns are quite different, so we need time to teach each other the parts we don't know. We will be here together. Artuya here singing. Oh, another new track. Wow. It wavers, revealing the anxiety, terror, and worries of the singer, alongside pure, honest longing. A longing for tranquility, to see night fall in peace and quiet. Your Holiness, I have no doubt that Laterano, as it may be walking to its demise. As it is, damn. But I also believe it has never been this sincere. I've said before that I can't hold off the apocalypse or override death, and I refuse to lead. But maybe my arts can help them stave off this oncoming collapse. They will let my brethren, free of empathy, to communicate without reservation, purely and honestly. Go listen to those songs. Go share your emotions. Go tell one another that, at this very moment, in the face of its undescribable loss, we still feel joy and sorrow together. This has nothing to do with saints and sinners, redemption and responsibility, whichever path I walk. This is simply my reason to exist. Laterano, holy city of purest white, falls into night, but today, there may not be an electrical operator named Alcia there to turn on the city lights. Arturia takes off her gloves. She decides to play towards the setting sun, to her heart's content.
リーダー、帰ったら君のおごりでたっぷり飲ませてね。
And we still have the last cutscene. Whew! Hold on, I've got in medals, I haven't read them. Defeat the matriarch, give her best hands up the trees, grows a halo in a dream, and you stay awake in the face of this wondrous sight. Life is a wonderful thing, one that can never be measured by the confines of common sense. This you know all too well. Exemplary Waker Upper Middle. May circuit rock where there are factors to try to trace what's both living and dead, where Laterano should go out of before the Laris is decided. You participate in the highly anticipated nativity ceremony. It happens with the dreams, but also in reality. It is a point towards a possible future or to ruin. It is yet incomplete. Reunion. When the numerous Sancta meet the law once more, it will take many years for the two to mend the voids in one another. This will be like a 6-hour stream. There you are, Federico. Do they still keep their halos? Your Holiness, did you see the new products on the tea table? Evangelista 11 Ice Cream Cake Tower, 11 scoops of ice cream, 11 flavors of cactus, the 11th cake named after a pope. I am a trained executor. I cannot say the name for my ability to evaluate desserts. Just a token of gratitude, for not forgetting an old man on the brink of death as you withdrew. Of course, I plan to promote it throughout the city, in the hopes that the people may rediscover the taste of life, sooner rather than later. Considering the flavor, I suspect it may cause even more controversy. It is true, however, that the citizens of Laterano are in dire need of a return to orderly life. Suicides and crime rates have soared in the past 3 months. Oh my. Small-scale disturbances to large-scale exodus. There are more than 1,000 cases in the Notorial Hall's records. The rebuilding of the city has only just begun. The Calamity has revealed too much and changed too much. The law was a cold machine, our saint with a loathsome abomination. All of us share the same roots as the devils. Any one of these truths is enough to destroy an individual's faith. The rebuilding will be a tremendous undertaking. Reconstruction of the damaged place on which the 3rd and 4th tribunals are located has just begun. Efforts are underway to revitalize the economy. Ladron has not been so busy in a long time. I hope that the busy times will provide a way for the people to repair the cracks in their hearts. Speaking of which, what is your outlook on all of this, Federico? Sancta, Laterano, faith, empathy, communication, and our society. The many important decisions that the Holy City has made over its millennia, long history, and even your canonization. It was all the result of him, a machine. Spiritual light has always been cold. Your innate lack of empathy has bestowed upon you an outlook of extreme logic. Perhaps he chose you because you were the one who could understand the logic of his simulation the best. I caught fragments of your conversation with him. Even after decades of talking to him, I must admit, you were more suited to the task. If I wasn't intimately familiar with the way you talk, I would have been able to tell who said what. If the law is a machine, a system, then the most effective method of communication is to think on his terms, with his language and his logic. But you arrived at the opposite conclusion from him. I remember every word of the tenants, and every name from which I have ever come into contact on my assignments. As far as the Laterano is concerned, there is no great difference in the order required by machines in life. The existence of life is a miracle. Its two sides, the opposing aspects of strength and fragility. Out of necessity, for survival and livelihood, we have continuously built and improved order. The law is simply a part of it. The law exists to protect. Federico pauses. The executor is known for his mechanical coldness, chooses his words carefully. A rare sight to behold. The precious fragility of human life. Precious fragility. Such an interesting combination. Therefore, we rejected him. It was our joint decision, Your Holiness. Time will tell whether it was the right one. Go on. My. Now that's certainly something. Oh, hey, the little girl's there. Is Anduin okay? Oh my gosh, she's showing graffiti on it. Well, would you look at that? The law is done for. Yep. We've known about this thing for like what? Almost 5 years now? What is that in your hand, Nebula? A spray can. This place is deep underground and cold. This big rock is bare and gray. No wonder everyone who comes here leaves with their head hung low, like they got a heavy cold. I've had enough. I'm gonna give it a fresh coat of paint so people who see it will be happy. Wanna join me? Don't look at me like that. I finished third in the Langmin graffiti competition 2 years ago. You didn't forget what that is, did you? Just think of it as by way of making a wish. Anything you can't figure out, anything you haven't gotten done, spray it on the rock. Maybe it'll come true. Wish. Didn't the Sancta Laterano come about because the saint made a wish? But it's scrapped now. A rock is a rock. How do you scrap a rock? Besides, you're still here. Me, that girl selling ice cream, that gunsmith over there, and the Sanctas around are witnesses to your wish. Who's to say it's necessarily this rock that grants it? Think about all the things that have happened these past 3 months. Any of them would have made the headlines for an entire week in the old days. The entire Holy City has been turned upside down. In the end though, so many people choose to stay in these ruins. Our halos still shine. Life goes on, right? So how do their halos stay? Just make a new wish, it's not that hard. I'll show you how. Apple Pie Logistics is opening up next week. The first surveillance logistics company to be officially recognized by the Curia. My wish is that it will grow and grow and have lots of business, and that I'll have lots of time to say with Mama and Tata and my sister. Can I make a wish for sugar-free ice cream? Sure. My wish is that later on genetics will change, and everybody will support my culinary research so that their teeth and halos will never get cavities. That's sweet. With resilient perseverance, the dawn of a new day shines into the deepest reaches of Laterano, illuminating the green graffiti, and the stone has long grown dim. The sight of the cup, light dances in the drifting dust. The 7th Tribunal proposed a blockade of communications blackout over the area, but the proposal is not feasible. Who to block it off when the plates have been so badly damaged? The Basilica practically hangs over the side of a cliff. How do you stop curious passerbys from looking down? Besides, the First Day has already revealed the truth to Laterano. All that our people are doing now is to dare to face it. Notorial Hall records indicate that the last patient in intensive care at Pagus Faber Citrus Hospital's Halo Surgery Division has been discharged to an observation ward. Which means that all the non-sanctas who were given halos in this calamity are no longer troubled by the annoying light over their heads. It only took 3 months. The sancta halos that were broken are also gradually recovering. Empathy continues to exist. It feels different now, but it is still a connection that belongs to the sancta and the sancta alone. God is dead, is he not? He ordered Andoin and I to destroy him, and he revealed his weakness to us. We destroyed him with our own hands, and have confirmed that his functions have ceased completely. But the program that governs the halos persists. Is the law still in effect? Let's look at this from another angle, Federico. You identify the inherent paradox in the law. A paradox is a combination of two things that cannot coexist. If his last command to you was to eliminate the paradox, then perhaps we have not destroyed the law itself, but only this error in this conflict, the paradox itself. Makes sense, I guess. The logic stands, but difficult to process. The machine itself, after all, has ceased to operate. You're certainly correct. It was a thought that came to me suddenly as I was chewing on cactus yesterday. But I still believe that he left something behind for us. Perhaps the law of Laterano was never truly complete. He left behind for us a tabula rasa, waiting for us to communicate with him. Yeah, it probably wasn't, because of the observers and shit. That is why I have decided to repurpose the underground structure of the Basilica as a public space, which all citizens are welcome to view as they please. Where Laterano goes from here, what new meaning the law will create, is a matter in which every sancta will have their say. It is as you said, Federico, time will tell. Strange, where did it go? The extra grenade launcher maintenance kit is in the bottom drawer. I put the collector's edition disc in the sofa compartment. Take a break from packing and pour me a cup of cactus juice. I just got back from the hospital and my throat is parched. Take a guess. What do you think happened? A sancta priest just officiated 5 straight funerals. He suddenly came down with a case of aphasia, while his wife suffered heart pain at the same time. But he was located in the Ecclesia Requietum on the outskirts, while his wife was in a gunsmithy downtown. Many similar cases have been reported. Several hospitals and churches submitted a joint report to the Curia last week, detailing the abnormal diagnosis of over 1,000 sanctas. The lights above our heads have come on again, but the strength and range of empathy seems to differ from person to person. Sanctas unfamiliar with one another only faintly sense each other's emotions. even in close proximity. Friends and family, however. What's your point? Things seem to have gone back to normal in Laterano, but we both know that fundamental changes have started to take place after a calamity of such scale. You try to leave now, Fia. I told you about Rhodes Island. The doctor is here in Laterano to help us solve a bunch of problems behind the scenes. The doctor says there's been a major incident at Rhodes Island HQ, and the calamity that struck the holy city is no coincidence. There's something that links them together, and the doctor set out on a new journey because of this. Mustima and I are both Rhodes Island operators. It's our job. It's for the good of Laterano too. I needed to approve my field mission application. You've read the reasons. You know what I did, don't you, Fia? The Pope decided not to persecute you. It's not my place to say anything. Besides, you did help people leave the procession at the very end. You did your duty as a gun knight. People always let an old man off the hook easy. It wasn't just you. The abomination had the support of pretty much every sancta, inside and outside the realm. On top of the influence of her empathy, you all had reasons to make Laterano a better place. Even if it still sounds dumb, I still want to call you a sentimental old fool. But I do understand the stuff about parting. Like I said, there are certain things that I need to experience for myself, even if it makes you worry. I'll be back soon. All I wanted to say, Fia, is that we didn't get a chance to watch 8-Armed Chainsaw Guy together yet. Paganini was right. We should try to leave as few regrets as we can before anything happens. You're almost retired, aren't you, old man? Yeah. Want to go on a vacation together? On Rhodes, let's go. Finally. Alina stands before the door of the gunsmithy. After hesitating for a long while, she takes down the sign that says temporarily closed and pushes the door open. Magister. Oh, enough with the yelling. Oh, he's okay. It's just a halo check. What took you so long? Could it be worse than my injuries? Dr. Chandler says my language skills are getting better. He asked me if I would consent to be his research subject for speech, pathology, and halos. I'm not sure I got it. I did it and I don't care to. You sectors are so complicated. And you can have your guardian gun back. Is there a problem? You weren't around, so I had to figure it out best as I could. Of course there's a problem. What? The grip's too delicate. There's no room for your power upgrades. Nothing really wrong with the action designer or the assembly work. And someone left this bunch of papers at the door. Have a look. The courier's mark, could it be? We're not in the dream. Nobody's closing the shop down. It's an order from the courier. They want us to design heavy firearms for their new gun knights. Pa, stop. Of course I know why they came to this tiny workshop. You shot him, didn't you, Annie? Yeah. Good girl. Settle the old score for me. Now the past is the past, and I don't want to talk about it again. You decide whether to take this order. Me? Who else? Me? I never expected to still be breathing by now. My chest still hurts. I can't see the parts clearly, and I can't hold the barrel firm anymore. You made your first gun and ripped the seal that your lord placed on your mouth. The hard part is over. The path is yours to walk. Just don't ruin my reputation. You can do that, can't you? Yes, I has already left. I told you, it's a curious decision. This calamity is merely a starting point for both Laterano and other nations. We need to recover and strengthen our ties with the other nations. Elle was the best actor for the job, considering her experience in Lungmen and her relationship with Rhode Island. She left a message. Mama, Tata, let's send Lemuel off on her next adventure with a bang. Let's praise not her bowels that go off with a bang. She drank all the sisti milk I left for her in the fridge before she left. Maybe she was worried I would be angry. Anyway, I've got to go to work. Oh, you took your helmet off. Is your halo back? This terminal. You're looking at Amos' effects again. They said his last moments were with you. Yes, I heard his last words and restored his mailbox history accordingly. Such a fool, wasn't he? Let's get straight to the chase. What judgment are you going to pass on my new crimes this time, Cardinal Lemuel? I take you admit responsibility for the robbery of that caravan on the western outskirts of the Holy City. Don't tell me you couldn't tell they were professional soldiers. From Garo, then. We're not passing any judgment. The outcome was undoubtedly unfavorable for the 7th Tribunal. They just caught me in a bad mood. The courier will accommodate Sister Nuera and the Bolivarians who came to Laterano with you. Regardless of your motivation, your attack on Patricion worked to our advantage. The courier sees no need to pursue the matter of your unauthorized return to the Holy City any further. Oh, what? Laterano still wants to put up a front of purity and clemency, even after waking from that dream. You make a show of forgiving a sinner who fell into hell. Are you really that stupid? That monster paraded through the streets of Laterano as she gave her speech. It's no secret that the angels and devils come from the same place anymore. The city's revolting facade has been stripped away. Without the foundation of its holiness, the Holy City is nothing more than a tiny city-state. The Uthika's posturing will continue to win the sympathy of Nathani and Ursus. You misunderstand. Laterano will make no show of clemency. Your exile still stands. You are not permitted to return to the Holy City. However, the Curia is interested in offering you an employment contract. Employment? To do what you just did. Huh. I said the Laterans don't do their own dirty work. Of course not. Gun Knight, Cardinal, Pacifica Cohors, Legatus, nobody is immune to sin, but times have changed. Your judgment was not wrong. Next time, it may not be a scouting force that shows up on the outskirts of the Holy City. The most radical transgression in one era may be necessary for survival in another. You were decisive, if nothing else. Why do you think I would accept? Can I ask you a question? You left Laterano after a big fight with Amos, something that he always regretted. What was the reason for the fight? Honey, why are you bringing this up again? Yes, Patricion didn't show up to the wedding, or even give us his blessings, but he's still your mentor. Is he? Besides, it won't change anything. No, it won't. He won't die just because you cursed his soul. He could even take your job from you. But if you don't even have the guts to do this, then you're a coward, Amos. I'm leaving. Just another pointless argument. You've seen the documents in the terminal. I was thinking maybe the words that Amos left unsaid were, no matter what kind of person you are, whether your union was blessed or not, none of that would alter his faith in you. The faith that you were each other's salvation. No, I wasn't sure if you would accept the courier's proposal. We all have issues that even empathy can't fully communicate, past that we can't let go, and uncertain futures. There is so much that I have to think about myself. If hatred is what helps you cope, then maybe that's the right path for you. Perhaps this is what Amos wanted to see. Still hanging in there, extra. Ah, I know your heartbeat and your warmth. I know your fear and your joy. If I am blessed by the law, you shall have mercy on your life. Praying, now's hardly the time. Wait, you're sarcastic. Where did you learn to do that? What the? Did it go well? Yeah. Then what's with that look on your face? A halo. What? The Sarkaz child, Sarkaz newborn, has a halo. Without even speaking a word. She said her husband was Sarkaz too, right? The baby's not mixed, like Cecilia. And we're not in the bloody dream either. This nomadic abbey is a long way from Laterano. Where's Anduin? He went out as soon as the abbey stopped. Said he was going to forage and pick a flower to celebrate the birth of a new miracle. Okay, so he is okay. I have a feeling he had a premonition about what was going to happen. Do you remember? We found Anduin by the pit after the Calamity came to a close. He was almost completely blind, and he refused to tell us what happened beneath the Basilica. A joint court of the first, 5th, 6th, and 7th tribunals put him on trial. Nobody knows how exactly the trial was conducted, only that he was exiled as a result. He never returned to Laterano, but he was allowed to live on this nomadic abbey. Don't think too much about it. It was Ando's decision to disband the Pathfinders. As he said, we don't need to seek anything from Laterano anymore. Some brothers and sisters have chosen to stay behind in Laterano, while others have returned to their homes. A dozen have chosen to follow him here. Whatever his true hopes for this abbey are, there's at least one thing that is certain. We're trying to help more people. Say, should he be back by now? Oh. The Sarkaz learned to pray in that shrine. She established a connection with the law on her own. As for us, we only truly spoke with him for the first time after the disintegration of their own faith. If faith is a response to life, then the new law has been born, here and now. The crisis has not been averted. Indeed, our rejection of the other possibility has made it even more unknown and pressing. Fortunately, a new possibility also lies ahead. Where will you take it, Anduin? The wind carries the cries of the newborn. The Sancta stops on the hill, a wildflower in his hand. His eyes no longer see, but he continues to look up, standing in the same spot, unmoving, as though he can see that tiny speck of light. After a while, Anduin walks towards the nomadic abbey on the other side of the hill. He leaves Laterano and never turns back. No one counts his sins. No one laments the scores of the past. No one sees him off. No one knows of his departure. There is nothing in his heart that needs resolution. He caresses an aged book and keeps walking until he is no more than a tiny point in the vast wilderness. The mortal shall find final rest at the end of a long journey. Until then, he shall not rest. Oh wow. So he just disappears. It's gonna end like that? There's another one? We pray for the future. We walk towards our distant reunion. We're not alone. Usually when they do this was shorter, so. I guess that implies Andor just up and disappeared. I was gonna ask, what about the Doctor? The monster? You have determined that the momentous migration has come to a conclusion in reality. That conclusion has been mapped onto the space you are in. The rift that looks as if it has been plowed open by a catastrophe bisects the plaza in front of the Basilica. By the rift, there is an even more eye-grabbing pit. The ugly scars and what should have been a city, trapped in stasis. The ring-shaped machine sits silently within. Did the PCS system crash? You look at Priestess. She remains calm, as if she does not care about what has happened in the slightest. You feel uneasy. Analysis complete. 10 standard seconds ago, at least 2 massive explosions took place in the Basilica Plaza. I'm certain the instigator were Exucii, Executor, and the silver-haired Sancta. The constant flickering of the freeze frames by the explosion point are proof enough. The programmatic bombs we helped Exucii make worked. G's structure should have been that weak. You're right. The structure would definitely have been able to withstand any attacks the Angels can execute. It was designed to operate in even harsher environments, after all. Priestess should be able to reactivate it. We need to stop her from doing that. Sorry, Doctor. I should have come alone to carry out this mission. I never should have let you take on this risk. You're used to standing in front of me by now, Doctor. Thanks. Huh? Things might not be as bad as you think. I can verify Priestess's condition now. Her condition? You walk past Monster towards Priestess. Monster immediately tenses up, and she pulls on your arm. Doctor. Don't worry, trust me. After a brief moment of hesitation, she lets go, but decides to stick close to you as you walk ahead. You stand shoulder to shoulder with Priestess. These city scars are rather inharmonious. We've allowed these redundant parameters to mix with your data. These unremarkable strings ultimately cause the entire program to crash, Doctor. There's no guaranteeing a language will operate in eternal perfection. I know what you want to say. Even Originium, the language we created together, has limitations. It needs more times to adjust and iterate. Sometimes I cannot help but wonder if what is truly stopping Originium from reaching perfection is not a design flaw, but us. Human emotion and reason are both able to fetter the development of a language. We debated this several times during the creation process, but there was never a clear winner. Luckily, we both accepted that this certainly exists within Originium. I don't understand your meaning. Has memory loss affected your ability for divergent thinking? I'm glad to see you're so perplexed though. It is a marked difference from how I used to communicate with Doctor. Perfection applies a strict upper bound. Flaw, on the other hand, means we still have the chance for a breakthrough. This was Doctor's stance on the matter. When the crisis we must resolve is still inexplicable, chasing perfection will only lead us to our graves. No, this has to do with the current circumstances. You can't change the situation. When did you figure it out? Just now. You could have stopped the pragmatic bombs from detonating. You could have used Originium to close the rift. It would have been easy for you to do that. Like when you awakened and ruined Rose Island. You didn't eliminate Monster and me from the get-go. You've got problems of your own. That much is obvious, Doctor. But only now have you mustered up the courage to stand by me. Stand by me. I'd hoped the one standing by my side could have peacefully shared in the solitude that took root deep in our thoughts during our long hibernations. It's a shame we can't do that. We are not as we were in the past, Far too much has happened since, has it not? You really haven't hit anything from me. You're more like a riddle. Still curious about me. This monster no longer has any limitations on her. She can clear up some of your confusion. You fear the doctor will learn the truth, eh, Mayton? To be honest, I would much rather the doctor come to me in person, like earlier. My days in the sarcophagus were excruciating. It was as if my thoughts were floating through a fetid morass, wherein I lost all sense of the flow of time. My only consolation was a never-ending loop of debates seared into our minds, though not to reassure me of our shared vision. I have never once doubted my path. Through debate, I got my only chance to communicate with a certain someone again. I am not demanding you understand everything on your mind right away. Before the final day comes, you can continue to walk the path you believe in. The final day, eh? Our disagreements are destined to continue, even if you no longer remember that once reason for disagreeing with me. I look forward to seeing how your beloved Terra can prove to me that your struggle still has some value, the way the people of Laterano just did. But there is something else I am equally certain of. Oracle will return. So, Doctor, I will wait for you. As she looks out at the city devoid of life, she sighs. At times, I think they are far too like us. If you had enough time, perhaps. She begins to fade away. Ah yes, I can indeed restore MA10. You are so determined to see it done. Make your wish to Originium, Doctor. I will hear your voice. Oh? Priestess vanishes without a trace. Your target is gone. There is only silence, absolute silence. You and Monster are the only ones left trapped inside this colorless ghost town. She's gone. I guess that's it then. Perhaps. The sectors resolved their crisis by themselves. Foster confirmed Priestess's current condition. Her loss of control over Originium is more serious than we thought. That's really important information, Doctor. We can't be sure how long she'll need to get back to normal. At the very least, we have a chance to stop her. Oh right, she mentioned Calcit earlier. I don't trust her, Monster. We shouldn't wish upon Originium, even if it's for Calcit. Yeah, I was thinking the same. I know. I don't approve using her methods to bring back Calcit either. She inflicted grievous wounds on Rose Island and Laterano. Every time she appears, she drops something mind-blowing on us, and then points towards some even more unknowable crisis. I don't understand her at all. We've been researching a long time now. I really do wonder how this is all gonna end. I really do. Because it's not that I think Priestess is entirely wrong, you know? We have our own methods. We're going to be setting out on a really long road, aren't we? You finally notice what's odd about Monster. Your enemy has retreated, the crisis has passed, but the young woman, normally so lively and energetic, does not smile like she usually does. She even looks somewhat solemn. Monster hasn't been reconstructed for very long, and so haven't gotten completely used to her new appearance, nor has she had the time to adapt to the changes in her body, or the loss occurred to the bone. But she has been thrown into mission after mission far too quickly, rebuilding Rose Island, saving Laterano. Perhaps it's taken up until now for her to finally have the chance to speak her mind. Don't give up, Monster. I'll bring back Calcit. I'll also protect Amiya and you too. Monster looks up at you all of a sudden, interrupting your train of thought. I haven't forgotten what Calcit told me. If the outcome of your moles comes to pass, if the one at least wants to see stands in front of us once more, protect the doctor, protect Amiya. I will engrave this directive into your basic behavior strategy matrix. Jesus, studying a lot. Eternal life is destined to be eternally lonely. I have tasted it. You can walk alone, monster. Listen to me, monster. You look at her, and slowly you begin to speak. You haven't been in your reconstructed body for very long. Don't put too much pressure on yourself, because I wouldn't want her hopes to turn into chains. I think you're misunderstanding something, Doctor. I'll always remember how, when I awoke, you just turned around and walked away after giving me a welcome back. Oh, sorry, monster. It's fine, it's fine. I needed time to get used to not being in a symbiotic relationship after thousands of years. And you needed time to accept the loss of someone you fought beside for such a long time, and now we're both standing here, ready for one another. But we've already known each other for quite a while, haven't we, Doctor? Under the cannon fire of Londinium, deep inside the secret caverns of the Sarkaz, below the tail of that giant ring flying into the sky of Trimonts. Oh yeah, a Millennium's Sophonothetrium. Calcet was there for all of those, which means I was too. It's not like I only started to follow her orders to understand you in Rose Island when she left us. Becoming a Rose Island operator, putting up a fight against our creator, protecting Namiya, protecting you, these were my decisions as well. And what I've been doing all along. Silence. Look at Monster. Silence leaks the two of you. Then count me in, Monster. We'll bring Calcet back. We'll walk to the end of this uncharted road. Eternal life is destined to be eternally lonely, but thankfully, we do not walk alone on the journeys we take. Even if all life is sapped of color, even if all things fade away into nothingness, we can, must, walk onwards together. This is what she hoped for. Oh, what's wrong? What's with the look? The counseling session is over, Commander. No problems here. I had just come up with a way to get out of this blasted place, and I'll need your help. According to Priestess, there should be a space created by the machine after it connected to Originium, some kind of model based on the future. So there's a relation to Originium's properties here. We could try cracking those abnormal nodes. Abnormal nodes? Oh, you mean the parts with damage mapped onto them? The restrictions on the connections between you and the machine should be gone, right? Yep, I can sense its I can sense its signal, though it's getting weaker by the second. I'll try re-establishing the connection. But what then? Keep requesting refactoring of the abnormal nodes. Use up the last of its computing power. Shouldn't be too difficult for me when Priestess isn't meddling with things. Routing through city communication post backdoor access port. Special privileges. Inmate 10. Temporarily access credentials or decode complete. Core frequency too low. Color seeps out from the ruins of this colorless ghost town. It starts from the street to the right of the Tower of Revelations, and then through the Notorial Hall and Firearm Workshops in Pagus Michelion to the Sunset Chapel in Pagus St. Markel, and all the way to the Chapel Square. Noise returns to the Holy City. It is the Son of Lateran's offering a prayer to life. The color's back. Let's go, Monster. Now go to say hi to Exusii. Don't need to hold it up before a reunion with family and friends. It's up to the ship on what happened here in Laterano. Priestess's appearance will only be temporary. Priestess will make next move soon. Transfiguration suspended. Set of directives assigned by personnel with relevant privileges have been completed. Beginning system shutdown timer. I've checked your low-level code. Aside from the adjustments I made during maintenance. Oh, sorry, hold on. But here's a mess. I've checked your low-level code. Aside from the adjustments I made during maintenance, you performed a lot of self-upgrades and iterations within a short period of time. Was it still not enough for your self-repair functions to fix your logic vulnerability? Negative. Vulnerability has been patched. Paradox has been corrected. I had great interest in the results of your self-iteration. It seems you mistakenly identified yourself as that vulnerability, that paradox. Was it a side effect of overclocking? Or did your lack of maintenance and long-term data transfer with the Sanctus pollute your database? If I had more data, I might be able to find the answer. It's a shame the resource I can allocate will not be enough to give you a complete restart. Otherwise, a command system self-negation due to its target's wishes will reignite any researcher's interest in the PCS system. If only we were still in the era when geniuses used reason and opinion to clash over their views. The ring-shaped machine does not respond. Priestess feels a hint of regret. It seems I will have to choose other methods to advance the project. Many mechanical cubes come together to form an annular computational matrix, the core of the machine. They sit there in stony silence, but all of a sudden, one of the cubes begins to vibrate, a metallic gleam roaming the surface once more. Soon, a faint flickering halo begins to form. From the ruins of the PCS system, a new angel was born. It restarted. It can't be. It didn't respond to me at all. Nor does this follow the PCS system's operational logic. The angel ignores Priestess, quickly ascending into the gaping hole above it, disappearing without a trace soon after. A prototype angel. But the system was only built to mimic the properties of angels. There was never any angel prototype sample provided when it was constructed. A newborn angel. How could this be? What is that in your hand, Lemuel? A spray can. Is this a cube that Federico has by any chance? Because I know it has a little halo. Okay, we're in Ryan. I've given the report on the latest data from the burial hole to Director Saria, but there was something I noticed that got me real curious. Look, isn't that some kind of strange flying object to you? Components control section's analyzing right now. We should be hearing from them soon. A flying object that can maintain altitude close to the burial hole will be a major discovery. Oh no, it's something else. The angel hovers in front of the hole in the barrier. It attempts to re-establish a connection with the individuals scattered amongst the stars, but to no avail. All it manages to capture are the ripples left behind by energy entities as they die in the depths of space. And so, it continues to orbit across the land, like a shooting star destined to never fall. Huh. Oh, it's you again. The presence. The scent of life. This land is still young. Is a new life flourishing in the wake of reunite? Or has death not come for this place yet? Wasn't I swallowed up by that light? Originium has recorded your information. Originium. Before the light comes, the conclusion is still uncertain. Originium will become our hope. Where is this place? Terra. We are not alone, my friend. Are we going to see the presence in Terra? Hopefully as a friend, not foe. Did you see the latest news, Miss Korshalana? The snake? Lots of mines have shut down, and they put troops on high alert all across the city. My parents were called in for an inspection. I can't find them. Yeah. Stay in the classroom for now. I will help ask around for you. I am also interested in knowing what is going on. She calms the child down and takes the newspaper from her hand. For a few short days, countless rumors have spread across the city, but the most alarming one is our Originium vein has disappeared. We can't get any energy out of Mother Earth. How are we supposed to make it through the winter? Originium. I shall unravel this mystery. Oh, her eyes were red. Only the blood burning within our breasts can see Ursus through the winter chill. Oh god. Once we tighten things up here, it'll do us everyone's new abode, Gerda. Thank you all for your help. Good thing you got supplies from our friends at the monastery. Otherwise, finding a place to stay wouldn't have gone so smoothly. We were worried you had abandoned us after heading back here. Oh, I'm sorry. The road was rather rough going. I heard lots of news I could barely even believe along the way. It's mighty hard to imagine, yeah. The Originium veins, Averano. The sanctus of the monastery sure had a lot to say about your return. What is stop telling us all about it? Huh? When the Calamity was going on, they wanted to go back to Laterano, but a catastrophe stopped them. Their halos were shattered, and all they could do was stay here and pray for themselves and for their brothers and sisters who had already left. Then you showed up right in front of them, a girl who disappeared without a trace 3 years ago. You brought them hope, Gerda. Oh my, did I? I really don't want to let everyone down. Maybe now that we have a fixed shelter, we can help even more people. We still need to take some necessary security precautions. With us putting out all the stunts for our work, we're about to attract people up to no good. You'll be in danger. Honestly speaking, we might be able to find a better way to do this. Gerda shakes her head. I need to see her. She must be somewhere on this land. Gerda looks out at the distance, despite knowing the vast wilderness will show anything in return. She sees something streaking across the sky. A shooting star. Anyway, Originium should not be a source of despair. I would like to pray for all infected who suffer. Will praying actually do anything? Maybe not. But when we pray, we will think of each other. Our bonds bind us together. We're not alone. The Iberian coast, clipped by the sea. seaboard clings tight to the sharp rocks. The sound of distant naval barrages is carried over by the sea breeze, but the seaboard does not care, focusing its efforts on climbing. The seaboard finally arrives at the peak of the cliff. What greets it is a boundless expanse of dry land, and a flash of light up amidst the heavens. A shooting star. The seaboard shifts its body in confusion in response to the momentary distraction, and its appendages brush against something. A shining black rock rolls off of the cliff, dropping straight down into the ocean. The seaboard tries to see what it was, but has already been engulfed by the bowling waves. An Originium rock? Uh-oh. Oh, that can't be good. I mean, the seaboard can't get affected, but... Aegir? Alright. Wow, what an event. Jesus, the second half was much longer. Alright. A lot of things I would like to say, but it's hard to me to put into words like on the spot. But I really did like the scene with Anduin right towards the end, because it has Arknights has a lot of this theming where, you know, even on the small stuff like Jessica's altars event, you know, Jessica, it basically follows the same presence, but hers is on a more like personal level, where Jessica can continue to, she has the ability to live a more carefree life, but she chooses a harder life, basically, to struggle more out in the fields because she doesn't want to live like an easy life. It's kind of that concept, basically, but on a much grander scale, where, oh, you know, we can all be assimilated, be these angels and stuff, but then it basically strips you from humanity, right? But yeah, that was really cool. Stuff is really moving forward. And man, it's a lot of foreboding stuff too. I really can't wait to see when it's out. I probably won't see it for like, you know, a few years, but as I always say, I'll enjoy the ride while it lasts. But anyways, that was Message Travels. Thanks to anyone who stopped by. And yeah, cool event, really cool event. I liked it a lot. But in either case, good night, and I'll see you on the next one. I'll probably stream the 6.5 stream, which I think's been announced for next week. So that's exciting. Probably getting Kujira. Hopefully it's not a Silver Ash altar. I mean, it'll be okay. But if anyone from the Silver Ash family is gonna get an altar, I really kind of want it to be Clifford, because I feel like Silver Ash has gotten the spotlight a lot, and so has Pramnex in a sense, while Clifford has kind of been sidelined. But I feel like Clifford is gonna be like the glue that brings Silver Ash and Pramnex together. So I'd really like to see her being the altar, but I'll say if it's Silver Ash, it's Silver Ash, that's whatever. And I also really hope for Ratatos, because she tops my list for one of my most wanted operators, who are still in NPC jail. But yeah, that's kind of my hopium. If we are getting an altar, Clifford altar and Ratatos. I know people want Munch too, but I want Ratatos more. But we'll see, I guess. We'll see next week. Like I said, I'll probably stream me reacting to the stream. But anyways, once again, thank you to anyone who stopped by, or who's watching this afterwards, the VOD. And till the next one. Peace. Beat drop.